All right, now you should see on the left-hand side of the screen live on YouTube. So we are now connected, and I'll return the host powers to you, and you are good to go.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay, well, thank you all for joining us for this. This is a Vertical Studio final review. Like I said in my email, this is a graduate studio at University of Texas, and this for many of the students is their first semester. There's about roughly half with backgrounds in architecture and about roughly half without. It's called a Vertical Studio, and similar to a lot of our education for the colleagues from Yale is that it's kind of a mixture, and the idea is that the students are learning from each other. So people coming without backgrounds are sort of gaining information, learning how to do techniques, et cetera, from the students that do have backgrounds. And the students with backgrounds are learning about interesting backgrounds from other people that come from a diverse, academic background. So that's just a quick note about that. And let's see. Let me introduce the reviewers really quick first, and I'll probably butcher this, but I'll just go for it. We have Can Bowie calling in from New York, and Can Bowie is a graduate of Yale University with an MMarch. And you guys step in if I'm not going to do a great job, so just step in. But he has worked at a lot of great firms. He worked for many years, I think 6 years, at David Adjaye's office in New York, where I think the most recent project he worked on was the Pace Gallery in San Antonio, which, thank you for inviting me to that opening. That was great. I had to go there with you and see that building once it was complete. He is now the co-founder of Office of Things, which is a design studio that has offices in New York, Chicago. Vincent Calabro, who will be with us for the afternoon and the later afternoon session, is also a co-founder of Office of Things. I think you guys do, Office of Things is doing residential work, lots of kind of diverse portfolio of work. They're also doing installations. They just did an installation, I think recently, for YouTube. So just interesting there. We have Robert Gay. Can I call you Robbie, Robert? Robbie is a graduate of the University of Texas at Austin, a master's in architecture and an undergrad in architecture from Auburn University. He is the founding principal of Thought Barn Architects in Austin, Texas, a design-winning, award-winning design firm in Austin. Robbie wasn't, I don't think you were, when you were at Auburn, you weren't part of the rural studio, but I think you did the outreach program there or something, but you were connected with the rural studio while kind of, and some of our colleagues from Austin are as well. But Thought Barn just got nominated for, I think it was one of the top 50 best interior design firms. Is that correct, Robbie?
It appears so, yeah.
Congrats on that. By Architects Newspaper. So anything else, Robbie?
I think that's good enough.
Okay. You guys are doing great work in Austin, residential, commercial. You guys just completed a quite large building right next to what is going to be Google's headquarters in East Austin, about a mile and a half from the university. So congrats on that building. It looks great. It's sort of, it's right near the new Whole Foods. It's a huge development, but you guys put a nice big building there. So that looks great. We have Greta Modisett. Greta, good to see you. Where are you? I'm flipping over my screen. There we go. It's weird not seeing you while I'm talking. Greta has a degree from University of Virginia and a UVA, and then a master's from Yale University. She has worked at a lot of great firms as well. I think most recently you were at Studio Gang in New York, at their office in New York. And I'm going to pronounce the name wrong. You're currently at a smaller firm in Atlanta. Yeah. What's it called? Yeah. Summer
Hour.
Okay. And you're doing mostly residential work there. Is that correct?
No, I'm actually doing mostly, they're switching to commercial. So okay. I'm doing some more commercial projects.
Great. And I think while at Studio Gang, you're, I think one of bigger projects you worked on was the fire station in New York, correct? Yeah.
Yep. Many years.
Thanks for being here, Greta.
Thanks for having me.
With someone with 2 young kids, I know that you're also pretty busy.
They might come in at some point.
Yeah. I think I've cleared the decks for my kids. I don't think they're coming in, but we'll see. We have Alfie Coder, a graduate of Yale University. Hi, Alfie. He's currently a lecturer at USC School of Architecture, and you co-founded a firm with Emmett, right? Emmett Zeifman.
That is true. Yeah.
Right. And it's what's the name of it again?
Medium Office.
Medium Office, correct. Yeah. It's a great, you guys have a great website. I just checked out your work. It's really, really great. And yeah, great to have you, Alfie.
Yeah.
We have Eric Herman, who's currently on the faculty at The Ohio State University. Eric is a graduate of Yale University as well. He's worked at Allen Organsky Architects in New Haven. And you have a long list of accolades that I wrote down somewhere, like all of you guys do. But you've also taught at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, is that correct? And where else? What else do I have? Why don't you just tell me about yourself, Eric? That'll save some time.
I teach at Ohio State. I taught at Michigan before. I'm really glad to see so many Yale colleagues, and I have a small practice called Outpost Office.
Thanks.
Thanks for
I should
having
probably
me.
just do that, huh? That's better.
This is great. Thanks.
And then we have Tate as well joining us, Tate has been with us for a few reviews. So thanks, Tate, for being back again to see a little bit more of the final work. Tate is on the faculty at Texas A&M University. And I was just on a mid review for you guys a little while ago. Some really interesting work he's doing there. He's worked at a lot of great offices as well. Moss Architects in New York was one of them, and their work is some that we've been looking at in our studio just as kind of references. So thanks, Tate, for being here.
You bet.
And you just bought a house in Austin, right?
Yeah.
That's great. I'm excited to have you closer.
Yeah, you bet.
We have Shua Zai, who's currently an architectural designer at Gary Partners. Shua has also been on a few reviews. Thanks, Shua, for being consistent and being here. We appreciate all your comments. Shua is also a graduate of Yale University. He has an undergrad from Stanford in economics. Is that right? We have another economics major here, Ryan, our previous. He's shunning economics and he's going into architecture. Real smart move. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. And I should probably speed up too, because we don't have too much time. Okay, did I get everyone? I was up late last night because I was so excited and kind of nervous about today. So I want, I'm gonna get more with it in a minute. It's really good to see everybody. Okay, so let me jump into just quick intro. So I've kind of started the page here. This studio is a couple things, one of which, or mainly, it's a process. It's trying to teach a process of designing, a process of working through, I would say, a relatively complex design prompt, which is a kind of a dual, a hybrid program of a micro fulfillment center in Austin, Texas, and a community art center. But what I was trying to teach in the semester is a kind of through 3 different projects. We kind of split the semester up into 3 projects. Was really working physically, working with physical models as the kind of primary tool. This was also all Zoom studio. So some of the studios at UT this semester were, hybrid. Some were in person, and then some were all Zoom based, all remote. And this was one of those studios. And so that just I only say that because it sort of added, in some ways, I guess, potentially a little more of a challenge to that prompt of really focusing and emphasizing the physical model as a process tool throughout the studio. But in some ways, maybe it actually was easier because they weren't, many of the students didn't have access to laser cutters. They didn't have access to some of the tools that they typically would have in in an architecture school. So I kind of started here because I just wanted to show a couple of snapshots of some of the fun we've been having. Obviously, this is just a very slight, few images here. You are seeing them on a row board, is that correct? Okay. So we obviously had to communicate via Zoom, a lot of screen sharing, a lot of back and forth, a lot of scribbling on the screens, et cetera. But, I want to congratulate the students. They really, I think for some, it took a little while to understand kind of what we were trying to do. But then I think people started to get the hang of it and they started exploring and they started experimenting. And that's really what the studio was about, was to kind of experiment and work through ideas physically and kind of in real life. And then of course, translate that as you have to in any architecture firm or any architecture project, then to begin to translate that into the digital, into Rhino, into drawings, et cetera, but to really use the process of building models as the kind of primary tool. So the three projects, all emphasizing physical models. The first one was a 3-week 2.5-week project, which really focused on, here, let me zoom over here. Where is it? There it is. So the first, the first project was really trying to focus on program. So we did basically a massing model project for 2.5 weeks. And the prompt was a small work from home studio space. It was purposely kind of sightless. And the goal was really just to get the students to start thinking about relationships and really just sort of, I guess the outcome was intended that you could, by using just sort of a simple volume of kit of parts, so really just kind of thinking about what are the kind of basic needs for each space for an art studio and a live space. And it was kind of based around the pandemic, the fact that we're all having to work a lot more from home. So kind of thinking about our immediate needs and our immediate spaces, and just using kind of those requirements as a way to kind of organize and think through really just organizational principles, really, and to try to gain a clear organizational concept with your scheme. And in a way, not to focus too much on really the kind of aesthetics or the design of it, but really just through the composition of its form, just through the kind of organizational scheme. That was the goal for that project. So that was a quick one. And then for project 2, it was sort of I guess you could say a more of a form and sort of site analysis study. And that was a 3-week project as well, where the students were asked to basically take that scheme they worked on in project 1, the massing models in project 1, and do kind of an analysis, which the studio is kind of titled high-low. It's not really good, bad. It's more, I would say, mass culture and high culture, maybe. So kind of fine art and looking at mass cultural elements. And so they were tasked to look at Austin and analyze Austin, and start finding out, kind of doing a little detective work, kind of looking into the sort of underbelly of Austin. Not underbelly necessarily as all the bad stuff, although some people found some of things like that they responded to, but really just things that kind of make the city tick a little bit, things that maybe aren't shown in the postcard images. It's the things that sort of you may know if you live here for a while. So I was kind of, and that was also pretty tricky to do because the students were remote, most of them. Some of them do live in Austin, but many of them were remote. So they had to do this sort of through Google Street Views and then doing a lot of kind of reading and that. So they were meant to take that city analysis, the cultural analysis, and they were supposed to kind of find similarities or connections to some high art they were finding. And some of that was abstract, and that was kind of intentionally so. And the goal of that was then to create sort of find a relationship between things, again, in the fine arts, and then things that are kind of more a mass cultural element. The students were asked to find sort of a product, a thing, or an element, again, kind of broad, that for them was their kind of low, their mass cultural element, and then relate it to something that was high, and then use that kind of relationship. And we talked a lot about kind of performative. So like if for instance, you were looking at diversity in Austin, you might find an object that does sort of either embodies diversity or is actually an element that creates diversity or segregation or something like that. And then you might find a piece of art that does something similar. I sort of used someone's example, so you'll see that maybe later in the afternoon. But that was the goal. And then they were intended to translate their massing studies using that kind of analysis. So the idea basically is to contextualize the program that they worked on in project 1 to Austin, Texas, basically. So the goal was that we would get something that felt like it was really meant to be in Austin based on the research they had done. Okay, so then leads us basically into project 3, which is what we're reviewing today. It's just the final project, and that was a 6-week project, so still relatively short, and it was a relatively complex program. And going back to that idea of the high and low, the kind of mass culture versus the high art, the goal for this really, and based on the pandemic as well, was thinking about the kind of increased needs of rapid delivery now. Like our family uses Amazon all the time for groceries and for pretty much everything at this point. There was an article, I just snapped this the other day, but like this was just came out here. So like, you know, obviously Amazon's going bonkers right now. Like they're just, you know, they're hiring like crazy. They just hired 425,000 workers. So the thought, no, I didn't show these images, but these are some images that you might have saw in PDF of kind of high-low. But so yeah, so basically it's a hybrid program. The goal was to sort of think about, well, we're going to have to live with these things, right? The increased need for Amazon, we're going to have to live with that. So we might as well start thinking about how we can bring that closer into its users. Right now, it's kind of being swept under the rug. It's getting pushed out to the outskirts. You see Amazon, you see fulfillment centers typically like this, kind of in semi-rural areas, kind of out in the outskirts of the city. And the thought is, well, you know, maybe Amazon can decrease their energy, decrease some of their traffic, some of their travel time, et cetera, by bringing these in closer to the city. Maybe there's a tax break involved. Maybe there's a way that we can live within closer proximity to these larger infrastructural things that we're starting to need more of. And if we can combine them with something that's typically seen as sort of a, you know, a good thing for our culture, maybe there's a way that we can stick these things a little bit more, you know, into the center of our cities. And we can actually create really, you know, beautiful warehouses for the workers, but also beautiful art centers for the people who want to use them. So that was the goal, or at least of thinking about it. And I think the students were asked to take a stance a bit on that and like sort of have an opinion about what they felt about that. Like, you know, yeah, like how did they want this thing to be perceived by the community, et cetera. I won't go through all this, but you can, if you want to look, this is sort of the brief where we, you know, broke out the program for the community art center. Generally, it's about a 15,000 to 20,000 square foot community art center. And then we actually slimmed it down just a little bit. I would say it was a 30 to 40,000 square foot fulfillment center with about a 20,000 to 30,000 warehouse space. So the primary function of the fulfillment center is a warehouse space. The other thing I'll say is these are micro fulfillment centers. This building, the traditional fulfillment center, excuse me, they are huge. They're 400,000 to 800,000 square feet. They're massive, right? But there actually, we did some research the first week when we did the project. The students broke into groups and did research, and the micro fulfillment center is something that's starting to gain traction and actually being developed, because they're starting to find places like even old grocery stores where they can actually retrofit a grocery store into a micro fulfillment center. To give you some reference, like a traditional Whole Foods is about 30,000 square feet, typically. So their program, that just for the fulfillment center side of the program, is about that size, just to give you kind of a sense for it. All right, we should probably get into the work so I don't have to rush later. I think my students are used to me talking too much, and then we have to rush at the end. So I think that pretty much, the site. I'll just try to go quickly with the site. So the site is in East Austin. It's at the corner of Lyons and Tillery. Let me move this over. So here, this is obviously a very basic view map of Austin. This is downtown Austin. Here's the Capitol. The university is here, kind of where the grid shifts, where none of us really are at this point, although we will be hopefully next year or next semester. This is I-35, the main kind of thoroughfare highway system that runs through the city. We have the river, the Colorado River, that also bisects it from, this is South Austin, this is sort of downtown or North Austin. This is our site here. It's in East Austin, which is I don't know about rapidly gentrifying, but a gentrifying neighborhood. It's it has primarily been lower income community. It's now, in some ways one of the more expensive areas. Robbie has a house over here somewhere that's, I think right there. But the immediate site is at the corner of Lyons and Tillery. There, it borders on, it's part of Boggy Creek, but it looks more like a drainage, sort of a drainage arroyo, I guess you would say. Looks kind of like the LA River a little bit, Alfie, I think. So you can kind of see it here. It's actually a very beautiful site. It's a kind of strange because it's a very large open site adjacent to a small kind of residential neighborhood. So there's lots of small houses right here. There's a church here, and I have some images of these. There's a small cactus garden, plant garden right here. And there is some creative offices. So again, this area is sort of transforming into like a little bit more of a creative industry, a little bit more like tech businesses are starting to move here. This is where younger population of Austin's living. So there is sort of a transformation happening. There's also Boggy Creek Farm is right here, this large open plot here. This is actually an old farmstead, and they do an organic grocery farmstead right here. And then here are some images of the site. So this is basically the main corner of Tillery and Lyons. You can see it's a pretty long, flat site. There are a few really beautiful big trees. The students were asked to try to conserve the large trees. There were a few small scrubby ones that they didn't have to preserve. Here's sort of a view looking down Lyons. You have the small residential houses on the left, and then you have the large kind of site to the right. So again, and then this is the church that's adjacent to it. Let's see, this is the kind of drainage, Boggy Creek drainage area. And then this is the garden center. And then again, just another view of some of the houses. And then to the far, let's see, east end of the site, you have, again, small house. This is basically the lot line of our property. And then this is our property here. And then a couple more views. And you'll see a little more site stuff from each of the students as well. This is actually an image from Airport Boulevard, which isn't right adjacent to our site, but there is a kind of main thoroughfare, Airport Boulevard, that used to be the main road to the airport. There's sort of light industrial around that area too. So again, from a kind of it's an interesting area because you have the small residential, but you do have in pretty close proximity actually program that isn't drastically different than what we're sort of proposing would go here. Okay, that was quick for me, but maybe not that quick. Any questions though from the reviewers? Please feel free to ask them, or we can jump in and you can ask them later. Does that kind of make sense? Okay, great.
Great.
Oh. All right, so it's 10:30. We're a little over, but that's fine. We're gonna start with Eric. So Eric, I will stop sharing and you can share your screen.
Okay.
And if ever, the students, just tell us about yourself, tell us your background, if you know where you went to school or what your background is will be good. Thank you.
All right. So, good morning. My name is Eric. I am originally from Mexico, and it's my third semester here at UT. And previously, I attended the School of the Art Institute of Chicago for an arts and design degree in architecture. Okay, so I'm going to start real quick by just kind of walking you guys through my site and cultural analysis, which sort of ties to the very broadly to all the projects that I sort of looked at this semester. And basically for me, this whole semester revolved around two words. One was soft and the other one was permanent. I was just attracted to these words because of the qualities that they sort of like talked about as, very either transient or just kind of like non-definable. And I thought those were interesting qualities to begin to explore for a building. So I started just looking around. We had to do an image-based comparison analysis for our cultural analysis. And so I started looking at things that were permanent, temporary. And I began with these two sites. I like construction, so I began taking pictures of construction sites, and I found these two images that I thought were interesting. The one on the right was the most interesting because it was obviously a very sort of like temporary scaffolding and sort of like cover to the building, but it also had this softness to it, which I just found it was interesting as an effect. And I began to sort of relate that to, more sort of high cultural artifacts, like, this package from crystal, or looking at granite also has that sort of same quality to it. So I kind of started diving deeper into Austin and began just noticing soft qualities in buildings that I thought were interesting to me. I looked at the Capitol and I looked at the Frank Daniels Fields, which is a stadium that's inflatable. It's kind of like nobody really knows about it if you don't live here for a while. And Enchanted Rock, also looking at some parallels between, you know, formally or also just infrastructurally in terms of the softness of these things. I also kind of related processes to these things. You know, for the Capitol and the Enchanted Rock, you have a weathering process, right? Erosion, fairly soft process. And for the Frank Daniels Fields, it made me think of inflation or pressure, which is also sort of like a soft process. And I began also looking at soft objects like stress balls or sculptures as sort of like, I guess, inspiration or just kind of like aesthetic references. So I started looking at soft versus hard program and just kind of thinking conceptually about the idea of a program being soft. And so what would that mean? How would that define a building? So I started with just hard masses, but then assigning some softer programming around those masses, kind of trying to see if I could mix these in an interesting way. And so this is the first assignment. Obviously started with foam, made some studies, and started defining this program as soft, right? That's the gradient, and then the hard program is the blocks. Then for the second project, I had to choose a site for the art studio. And essentially, I began looking at it as doing material experimentations, soft, again, looking at the soft processes, inflation, erosion, and sort of trying to see what results I could get from kind of playing with these ideas, right? And sort of looking at, you know, balloons or concrete, right? As material examples, and began just kind of like mapping that out with my previous program from project 1 and arranging it on the site and sort of like beginning to extrapolate the building that would be a studio. And so to finish up this analysis, this is kind of like the big takeaway for me was sort of like my low artifact, my high, and then the sort of like art that's very specific to Austin, which is Ellsworth Kelly, which I really sort of like the softness of the shapes. They look very sketchy, but also they look bright. They have very nice contrast between them. So I kind of decided to take that into project 3. And again, looking at softness, but from a sort of like a different perspective, you know, not only programmatically or formally, but also experientially. You know, what would a experience be like or look like? You know, and so I began with this collage, right? Just kind of this layering of experiences or program, which I thought was an interesting place to start. Right away, we did a site analysis, and the first thing that I noticed is that within the neighborhood, there is an increasingly growing Hispanic population, which to me, being from Mexico, that was a big sort of opportunity to sort of begin to relate to them through the site and the program by incorporating a public plaza. So for me, this project was not only about a building, but about a public space plaza, right? And so I decided to take this plaza as my sort of like guiding light to develop the project and sort of think about the project in a very soft way, pretty much like you see in plazas all around the world. I began to extrapolate things that I found in plazas that I thought were interesting that I could incorporate into my project, and sort of looked also locally at things that were also interesting that could inform that plaza. So I was interested by the gardens, greenhouse gardens around the site, and also the church which seems fitting for a plaza, since life in Mexico usually revolves around a plaza and a church, but although it's not exactly on axis. And also looking at closer at the greenhouses around the sites, I really like the cladding, right? Sort of had the softness to it that seemed sort of permanent, but not really, kind of temporary. And also looking at Austin vernacular shapes and sort of forms. This is a cladding prototype that I started to look at just as material explorations for this project. And so basically we began with programming right on the site. And began looking at a couple of options. And right away, I was really sort of interested in having this public space, which is the pineapples, be front and center for this building, right? So we can begin to see the colored masses would be the art center and the blue masses would be the warehouse, right? And so these were different approaches. And one of the main things was I really wanted to have an axial connection throughout the site that would sort of guide people through or make them kind of go into the site to see what was happening. Obviously, the choice that seemed the most fitting was the top left corner. It has a strong actual connection, and then it has this public space, right, which is the white, large area. So I didn't need any pineapples in the end. That's the final program. So just kind of began extrapolating the program a little bit closely, thinking about it, how it would be sized, what interactions would happen, and then began to formally experiment with sort of developing the program pretty much like in project one in a very soft way. Looking at erosion that was an interesting process, and I began to sort of like basically erode my scheme until it was sort of partially defined. And it led to sort of this interesting form here on the right, which is sort of like the bottom of the building is sort of hollow or eroded, then the top seems to be uniform or coherent. And so I decided to just keep exploring that with models, right? Just kind of cutting it up, seeing what it would look like. And, you know, eventually adding the cladding explorations that I had before, leading to a result that was sort of something like this, which is then my cue to go to Miro and start to present there, right? So I guess I need to stop sharing and go into Miro. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll just take this as a minute to say that probably students should, oh, they already have, okay. If you don't have it loaded, you should probably have it loaded just because it might take a little bit.
So can anyone see Miro? Okay. Perfect. Hopefully this loads. Otherwise, I can switch back to the PDF. But it seems like it's very blurry. Okay, there we go. So this is, again, where we left off. This is the final result of that exploration, looking at Ellsworth-Kelly shapes, the cladding, the plaza, the actual connection, all on the site into this form. And so if we look at the plan, cutting this form up, we see essentially the art center here. And then I began to lift a warehouse up and create a second sort of soft program underneath that would connect these two buildings on the ground level, where you would have delivery center lockers, you would have studios, you would have, daycare centers, libraries, and then access to the galleries and secondary programs above on the second level, right? And so when you look at it holistically, it's basically like one large plaza with, sort of connected to the ground floor. And then it opens up here, where you are flanked by the warehouse and essentially an exterior gallery, right? And the idea behind all of these spaces is that they're sort of, and they have complex relationships between them, but they're also united in a very soft way, which again is something that I kind of found very interesting. And then this again, the second floor with a raised warehouse. This warehouse is dedicated for local Amazon pickups for the lockers. So the packages get shooted down through coil into the package delivery area. This is my gallery, dance studios, and say other services. Some sections through the building, cutting through art spaces, warehouses, and through the site. And then kind of to develop the project a little bit further, I kind of developed a structural system that would allow me to sort of keep my shape, you know, that's how it was, but it kind of added a little bit of flavor to the project in terms of, you know, how could it be built, you know, what would make this more tangible, right? Made it all out of timber. And essentially this cladding would be ETFE, right? That would allow me to have that permanence or impermanence, but also control light in an interesting way. And then to explore that structural strategy physically, I went back to the model and began modeling, right? So what these beams would be doing, right? And sort of like how would the material feel like on the site? Just to kind of get an idea of the material qualities of the project in sort of real life, which led to the final result, which is basically looking at the building through that actual connection, you know, through the warehouses into the art spaces, outside and inside, right? How they begin to sort of inform, you know, this sort of very non-threatening sort of softscape in that site. And so here, looking a little bit closely, you know, we can see the relationship of the buildings into the plaza, and then the relationship of industry to culture and sort of daily life of the inhabitants. And we also begin to get a sense of that layering that I was talking about at the beginning throughout the project, right? So essentially that's the project. I'm open for any comments, questions that you might have.
Hey, Eric. This is Shua. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I think the project has definitely come a long way since the last time we saw it, and I especially love how you experiment with using different forms of representation, perspective, different materials to try to capture the softness and quality of light. In your plan, you kind of introduced a layer of
Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So I thought a few things that I thought were interesting. First of all, I thought, you know, while you had taken the plaza as your precedent, in all of your studies, you chose to situate the plaza at the open corner of the intersection, versus in a typical plaza, European plaza, or the one in Mexico you cited, you have a plaza carved out from like a massive building. So it's kind of like a void in a density fabric. So I thought it was interesting how you chose to kind of leave the plaza open-ended as well and open it up to the city in that way. Something else I found compelling was how in your precedent image for the plaza in your hometown in Mexico, you showed there's this kind of, is flanked by trees, and the tree canopy in itself created this like feeling of softness at a different datum. And at the plaza level, you were actually able to occupy all of the space. And so I thought it was interesting how you brought that idea or inspiration into how you've designed the Art Center and Fulfillment Center. One thing I think would have been interesting to explore is maybe like an intermediate scale of softness. In the model and drawings, there seems to be this large scale curve, like in the facade of the fulfillment center, like the sweeping curve. And then, you know, at the like the micro scale, you have all of these like kind of this inflated texture on the facade. I guess it's more clear in the model before. Right. And so it would have been interesting to explore maybe kind of a bigger range of scales of softness. Right. But yeah, congratulations. It's great. Thanks.
Eric, I think, yeah, really great work. I think like you set the table for yourself with like such an extensive and expansive exploration of like a simple set of terms within which you found like a great deal of complexity. And I think I find myself wondering, you know, like what, you know, within the term softness, let's say, I think like you've showcased a lot of different ways that we could define that term, whether it's like, it's simply non-rigid, it's pliable versus moldable, which I think would have different sort of formal characteristics and qualities. There's something having to do with producing some sort of relationship between the term softness and curvature. And I think within curvature, we also see different definitions of like bulbousness being something that's developed from like a radial arc versus a spline. And then the way in which like a single surface can be partitioned, you know, you show like these ropes holding down sort of an inflatable surface, and you end up with these sort of pinch conditions. So I wonder, within all of that, within the diversity of ways in which you've showcased what softness can be, if it isn't worth sort of like revisiting those terms and honing in on a sort of specific type of softness, right? Because at the moment, it feels like when I look at the plan, I see a sort of tasting menu of all of the sorts of forms of softness you've identified. And it feels like quite eclectic. And I wonder if it wouldn't be, you know, within the space that you've now found for yourself of all the ways in which things could be soft, if you could find one and take those characteristics and qualities from it and deploy it holistically, what might you end up with? So the one that I feel that you've sort of honed in on most accurately or most specifically is like the Ellsworth-Kelly stuff. And when we think about the Ellsworth-Kelly figures, you know, those aren't, there's no radial arcs to be found in those, because the radial arc, I think for somebody like Kelly would be actually too hard. Like a circle, a perfect circle is like a hard edge versus the sort of imperfect curve that's made up of a set of like multiple radial arcs or a spline. And so with that in mind, I'm looking at like the plan that you have up on Miro, all those objects on the ground floor. Like, would there be another language for those curves that you're using? Like, you wouldn't develop a curve based off of a radial arc. You'd find another way to do it. And also you would not, maybe you would not have like that hard edge where the curve meets a straight line in such a harsh manner. The moment where I see it, where it feels like it's coming out of like a more synthetic language, is on the right-hand side of that plan where you have those two curves meeting in a sort of weird pinched like butt crack condition. I don't know how else to call it, but yeah,
that's fine.
Butt crack would be your friend in this case. You know, but I think it's like you've done such an amazing job finding all these ways in which one could formally articulate softness. And my sense would be to sort of hone in on one and develop it throughout the whole project that much more, because it's very close. And then the other thing would be to figure out, in the ways that you've developed it in plan, like how would that language play out in section as well? So I'm drawn to the objects that you show like in those gallery views, these sort of like soft donut shapes and that like plush cross shape. In both of those, if we were to cut a plan or a section, well, let's say the plush soft, the cross, we would see the same characteristics in section as we do in plan. Maybe not with the donuts as much, but I wonder, like in the sections that you produce, those end up feeling very hard. You know, like we have these like pretty strict, straight, flat surfaces, like, and I see attempts to do it in the sort of like bulbousness of the like ETFE like facade that you have. But I wonder, beyond like a sort of material application, on a more general formal level, how might like the language that you've developed in plan find its way into section so that we read the softness in both projections of the project? But I have to applaud you for just like the real deep dive you did in the term. It's really accomplished.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll follow up on Alfie's comments. I think very, very much well done on kind of your overall process and, how you got to the kind of final results. I think it's a beautiful project. I think your representations are kind of very nice, and you're well on your way to, doing more great work. I'm really curious about how you're dealing with the plaza and that sectional relationship of the plaza. I mean, to the earlier comments, you have these, really great kind of formal logics to the overall buildings, and you have these interstitial spaces that are created between the two massings. But then we get a plaza that is really kind of highlighting, it feels like it's highlighting the distribution center more than maybe, so it's not highlighting so much kind of the art center in a sense. And I'm just curious how, like it feels like the plaza and its kind of, many traditional forms would be so much more elevated if what it was kind of focusing towards, might not be the distribution center. You might argue, otherwise. You might actually say, well, maybe the distribution center is the artful exercise here. But I'd love to hear your comments on that, about how you kind of reach, the overall programmatic arrangements for, of the plaza.
Yeah, I mean, so from the very get-go was, the intent for the plaza was just to have a place to let people be, right? Which is just a very sort of natural thing to do in Mexico culture. You have this public space. And the interesting thing for me was that, well, usually in plazas, you're surrounded by beautiful architecture, trees, and stuff like that. But it would be interesting to me to create juxtapositions between, this very intensely mechanized, automated element, such as a warehouse and an automation center, as a backdrop for this plaza, to sort of learn to be okay with it and to live with it, and to sort of maybe not have it be so imposing or so threatening, and to sort of through that exploration of softness, to let you sort of interact with it in very soft, nuanced ways, right? Such as layering your experience by looking at art, but then having the industry be in the background, right? Or sort of letting it be something a little bit more didactic was sort of my goal, right?
I have a little bit of a question about that.
Yeah.
I think you've done great work, and it was really fun to see your presentation. And I think your setup of the hard versus the soft and the permanent versus the semi-permanent or flexible were really interesting images and ideas. I think one thing that, looking at your plan, I feel like there's an opportunity to have looked at the program as maybe a little bit more flexible. Like you still are pretty binary with, like you've got the kind of arts community functions in a corner, and then you've got the warehouse spaces. And even though the warehouse is the backdrop to this plaza, and so you're sort of subverting the idea of a formal plaza with a warehouse in it. Is there a way that you could have looked at, storage crates as actually being the foundation for a dance floor? More, was there opportunity for more play between program, community programs and these industry programs? And then another thing that I think is interesting, whether it's a perfectly radial curve or not, I mean, there's something about, for buildability purposes, it's probably easier to do a radial curve than it is to do some really soft, filigree curve. And I like that when you're standing at a point and you had a perspective that kind of showed this, but the building is falling away. And so that creates this illusion of softness because you don't see the corners. But then when you look at the columns and the things that are supporting it, those are very sort of rectilinear. So I don't know, was there an opportunity? It's sort of all blended into one instead of having this juxtaposition of like vertical and square and hard and curving and soft. Like could the columns have been more rounded or, more fluffy or soft? So yeah, I think there's there's a little more opportunity for sort of playing with some of these really interesting ideas that you've set up.
Yeah, I think that's a really important comment about this idea. I like the ambition of trying to layer the different programs, and I just wanted to marry a little bit of the commentary about the program with the comment that Alfie made about softness, because I think that there's a moment in the second floor where you take the floor plate and pull it back and produce a little kind of pinch, which creates kind of spatial sectional slip right between the two floors. And I think that, and also the view we're looking at now with the X, where the roof kind of slips over, you're getting these moments where we're imagining it as kind of overstuffed, and these little indentations are kind of collapsing the programs and creating moments of slipness, which I think is much better than the kind of binary strategy of the atomization of the plan on the first floor. So I would really look for those moments to be a place where you can both do the performance of the soft versus hard that Alfie's talking about, but also marry it with this idea of kind of producing a layering of the program. That's where I think the project really has its kind of innovations. And I also just I want to applaud you on the project. And I love the conceit of using inflation as a kind of analogy within the project, because it's an implication of something that's overstuffed, that has too much. And so I really think it's kind of a brilliant way to marry the program's kind of role. And I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll just say something. I think all of the critics have made some really great points, Eric. And again, the presentation is fantastic. And what you laid out for us, certainly you've developed a convincing project to answer kind of what you've laid out for us. And then formally, I think, already at a very, interesting level, you have an intuition for form, space, proportion that is, well beyond, your 3 years or something as an architect. So I applaud you for that, and suggest that you should continue to use your intuition to design. I think to answer, to the points that, Greta had about, the binary opposition of program and even Alfie's kind of questioning of the hard and soft curves. I wonder if something else that you said during the presentation might be an answer to that, and that would be the role of erosion in your project. Erosion is made by natural forces that come from different vectors in this case, on your project. But when you look at your plan, let's say at that level, there's like the one that you have on screen right now, there's generally an evenness to the way you're distributing the project, the forms and the massing and the like. And so I wonder if you were to, give some bias or some skew to the forces, whatever that may be, that's your decision to bring onto the site, whether it be the forces of people, the forces of nature, the forces of energy, the forces of capital, with the, the Amazon thing, you could start to display a kind of a bias towards something that develops in a less even formal logic to your architecture. And the same goes with the actual curves when you get down to that level, whether or not they're soft or less rigid or perfect curves. The dimension of them could start to emphasize where these forces are coming from and how it starts to erode the project. But again, overall, just really fantastic and really well thought out project. Absolutely, great work.
Yeah. And I mean,
We should probably finish up. I think we're a little over, but sorry, Tate, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say I'd second what people are saying, and I would look at how you're drawing your trees, because I think actually in the geometry of your trees, some of those qualities are actually present.
No, it took me a while to figure out how to draw the trees in a convincing way.
They're great.
Yeah, I agree.
The trees are amazing.
All right, we should move on. I think we're a little over. Those were all great comments. Yeah, and nice job, Eric. I think I really appreciate the comments about, again, the softness of program. I think that's something that you started out with, that idea that when the forms actually got close to each other, the early massing studies where you were programming, and what was interesting to you is to get the art program as close to the warehouse as possible so that there was visibility. But I liked what Greta was saying and other reviewers were saying, is that taking that even a next step. And I think you started getting there with what you were thinking about as your soft space became those sort of portico spaces underneath what was sort of semi-shaded from the roof structures. And I think you were starting to get it with the exterior gallery. and the seating elements and even the lockers underneath. But yeah, I think pushing it even further where it's really like you start to mix the program up and make it more soft, I think would really push the project further. But great comments and nice work, Eric.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Who is next? Bowen?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Bowen.
Hey. Okay. So hi guys, I'm Bowen. So I'm from China and I have an architecture background for undergrad. So for my presentation, I will just go through some progress work from project 1 and 2 to 3. So first, for the first project. So this is my initial concept diagram here. So I have a large central studio space here, and all other small space connect to this large working area. So the occupant can just directly go to the studio space from the all other smaller space. And these are two reference image for my studio space. And this is the kit of parts of each rooms. And next, I did some massing models to explore the organization of each rooms. So the first one is my initial idea to have a large and high ceiling space in the center. And for this one, I just move all the smaller space to the other corner of the site. So it will be a kind of private exterior garden here. And for this one, I just move all the smaller space to the top of the studio space. Yeah, and then move to the project 2. So I start from the cultural studies for Austin. So for me, Austin is a highly developing and growing city. So there are more and more skyscrapers here. And also from this migration map, you can see people from all other places in America and also all over the world just moved to Austin during recent years, and which leads to the expansion of the city. But on the other hand, this city kind of don't want to lose the uniqueness and variety. So and you can see these two maps are, this one is the elevation map and this one is the land use map. And, yeah. So I just choose a site just near the campus in downtown Austin. So this site is will have many different kinds of activities and events happening here. And I also look for several artworks and also daily products. So these all give me a sense of gathering together and also the intersection. This is my first concept model I have. And then I go with the second one, this one. So I just twist the elevation map for Austin here to create a kind of a gathering device put in the site. And then next, I kind of to embed my project 1 concept to this idea. So this is the first version. I just use 3 organization of my first project and to create 3 detached space here. And this is my second idea, just to scale up my initial concept for the project 1, and then covered by a colorful scheme here. And the last one is similar to the second one, but adding more smaller space here. So I also draw a diagram here, so people from all directions can directly enter the central space, and also the all the smaller space are connected to this larger space. Okay, so come to my project 3. So this is my first concept diagram I have. So similar to the project 1, I make all the individual make all the smaller studios connect to a large fulfillment center. So, and also there will be a pathway or circulation here to connect all the smaller studios. And also each studios are detached with each other. So I'm thinking to make each of the studios that have unique experience. And for the warehouse, I just put at the corner of the side. So the first, I'm thinking like this will improve the efficiency for worker. And second, I think this this large space will kind of hide some parts of the studio space here. So people will like want to like maybe want to explore by themselves to the back of the project. And also when people walk through the circulation here, there will be a contrast between this like small unique space and with like a large functional space. And this is my first study model I did. Want to make some openings here. And then I just, this is my initial plan. I just leave these two trees here and cut off this part of the warehouse to make the big opening here, and also add an entrance here in the center. And you can see here. And also I just elevate the pathway here so people can directly go up to the upper level and to explore each individual studios at the back. And this is the central entrance. And then I'm looking at the surrounding buildings. So this one is a greenhouse like at the other side of the creek. And this one is a church across the street. And this is a residential housing. And this is a multifunction commercial space. And there are two more pictures. So as you can see, the building, like surrounding buildings, all have like different kinds of function, form, and color. So I'm using the similar like kind of idea to make all my studios have like different forms, colors, and functions. So for example, this one, the blue one is a dancing studio here. So I add like a small tower here facing to the street. So when people walk through the main street, maybe they will see parts of the top of this tower. So maybe they want to kind of explore what's happening at the back. There are more pictures for this study model. And this one just shows the reference building I have for each studios. And this is a set plan I have, and also show the location of all the reference building I have. So it's kind of like the project just drag all the like reference building to the back of the project. And then I just put the program into each space. So this is the plan I have. So it has 3 entrances here. So for each entrance, yes, people can go either go up or just go with the from ground level pathway here to the back of the house. And for the warehouse, it just cut into 2 parts. So the red part is the main part for the warehouse, and the left part is for the office and service space. So there will be a large dining and relaxing space here. And also there are 2 spaces for like food booths. So just workers can go outside and get some more food here. And this is there, and the dining space is also connected to the office and the medical center. Okay. So next, I'm also using some like color strategy to make some like a visual connection between the studio space and the warehouse. So as you can see from the plan, so for the pathway both up level and on the ground level near the studios, so it will be painted into the like same color of the studio here. And this section is cut through this long pathway looking down to the warehouse. So there are many like openings here with colorful glass. So when people walk through the pathway, they can just look down or look what's happening inside the warehouse. Okay. And for next, I'm just making the larger scale studio model to explore the specific form and openings. So this one is community space. So it will have a like large activity space on the top level. So people can directly enter this room from the upper level pathway. And this is ceramic studio. So there are many holes on the exterior wall, so it will create like special lightnings inside. And this one is a private studio here, so it will have a small second floor at the back of the building, and also there will be a glass wall facing to the creek. So when people go upstairs, they can have the view. And this one is the dance studio. So so it also has like a glass wall facing to the street. And this one is the painting studio here. So so it have this dome roof with skylight, and I also shift the second floor to create some shadow for the lower level. And this one is the interior gallery. So it will have like a special and long gallery space on the upper level here. And this section is to show the contrast between the smaller studio space and the long warehouse space. And then in the end, I want to show some pictures of my models. So this one is the upper levels to show that overall project. And also this one is like from the view at the back of the house. And these are two street levels here. And I also like capture some moments inside the building. And this one is like when people go from the community center to the ceramic studio here. And this one is like people look at the central entrance. And this one is just people like walk through the pathway and look inside the dining space here. And for this one, people just enter the yellow entrance besides the interior gallery and just look inside the warehouse. And this is the upper level view. Yeah, so I will move to the new board. Can you guys see my board?
Not yet, no.
Okay,
Hey, Bowen, is it okay if we start comments now as you're putting up Moreau, or do you have more to talk about on Moreau?
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's all.
Bowen, I think it's like such a weirdo project that I love it. It makes me think about, like you've probably been served the conversation about like ducks and decorated sheds at some point as some sort of like binary where it's either or. I love that this project sort of decorates a shed with ducks developed from like the vernacular of the surrounding site. And for that reason, like it's just such a weird, productively sort of like naive and aloof take on those two terms, which I really love. The question I have about it is, relative to the site, are you sort of decorating your shed with these ducks in the right direction? So if these like colorful objects that you're placing around your warehouse are meant to sort of mediate the scale of this massive building and help it blend in a little bit more, I wonder if the nod of that scale wouldn't be better served facing towards the neighborhood rather than the river. And so maybe it's also like, maybe part of me also wants to say like, just do more of them on some level, like take what you've developed already as like a great strategy for how to mediate scale, which strikes me as something that we see like Rossi does this a lot, like in the Friedrichstrasse in Berlin, or even like the ABC like building here in LA, like taking a massive building and making it look like a set of smaller buildings that are next to each other is really great. And so I wonder if there's just like, I sort of want to just like put this project on steroids and take what you've already sort of developed is like such an amazing gesture and amplify it that much more. But my big question is really like, if these are meant to sort of allow for the fulfillment center to go undercover, are they facing the right way would be my big question.
Alfie, I'll frame the question another way, and I think that the shed thing is hilarious. I didn't even think about that, which is kind of like way over my head. But I think the other precedent, I think Michael Graves, that like every one of his libraries or whatever, like consisting of small little buildings making a bigger building. But I think to frame Alfie's question the same in a different way is like, what are you privileging on the site? And I think that's a huge question to Will's studio as a whole. Obviously, I don't know the site as well as y'all do, but is the river a space that deserves that privilege, or is the road and the neighborhood the ones that deserve that privilege? And then the question extends to like the growth of Austin and the whole like keeping it weird thing. There's embedded in the studio this question of like what gets the privilege, and in this case, in this particular studio, Bowen, which I think you've done really well, is to address where that privilege arrives and who gets it. So in this case, is the Amazon warehouse formally facing the street because you want to privilege the views of the river to the 6 buildings and the kind of the more artistic side, or is another way to frame the problem of the site is, does the river get some sort of emphasis, some sort of privilege as a public space, which I think is what you're doing, and why you're orienting your building that way. I think it speaks to all of your model shots, which are great, and I'm glad that you use the model making device as a tool to make renderings ostensibly. That all your views are framing your buildings, the artistic buildings, and not necessarily your warehouse that falls into the background. And if I look at it through that lens, then I think you want your building to disappear, right? And then you ask the question is, who are you kind of disappearing it for? And if it's for the artistic people, then I think it does that job really well, actually. But if it's to the community, then I think it's doing it really poorly. So again, that question is, who are you making this for? Who is it privileging, the forms and the architecture that you're putting on the site? But overall, again, really interesting premise that you've put on the board here, Bowen. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting project, and I think there's some things that are, well, I mean, it really is a project, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, that kind of is turning its back on the community that it's in by having this huge warehouse, solid building, taking up so much street frontage. So I guess I'm a little curious if that was the intention, to kind of create this special hidden secret space behind the building, which I think is interesting. It's an interesting premise, and it's a little bit of the shopping mall effect, where you've got the big parking lot and then the special space is kind of really far away from where people are actively circulating. So yeah, I'm interested to hear what your take on that is. And then the other thing that I think is interesting is sort of your choice of color. And I really like the rendered photographs, or the photographs that are acting like renderings. But that color has a huge impact on the use of that space. Like a yellow art gallery is a pretty big statement that whoever puts, I think I'm reading that right, whoever puts their art in there, it's going to be yellow walls and yellow floors. And was it that intentional to have that much impact with color on these spaces? And I mean, because I guess it's a pretty bold move. I'm just curious. That's maybe a little bit of a question to you, Bowen.
Yeah, okay. So I think it's have some relationship with the function inside, but I didn't have like any like deep thought about this. But I think I just choose that some kind of like related to the function. So for example, the ceramic studio here, so it's like similar color to the clay. Yeah.
I always kind of assumed that the interior of the buildings were going to be, I mean, this is, sorry to jump into, but I guess the section is showing the interior colored like the exterior in that section perspective. But I always kind of assumed that the interior of the buildings would probably be more normative. The two renderings are actually, maybe that's a slight clarification. I believe, Bowen, if I'm right, those are renderings of kind of the pathways between the buildings, but so between the warehouse and the art studios. I'm not sure, Bowen, if you intended for the interior of the actual gallery to be yellow, or, and maybe Greta, that's still, to your point, still, you know, could be distracting, could be, I think it's a valid point, like, is it too much, sort of? But I think those are going to be more, those were kind of like circulation spaces. So you would get the color and you would understand, like, when you're in the red hallway, you're like, I'm in the red hallway because I'm in between the painting or the community center and the warehouse. So it kind of like, it more like locates you on the site, I think, rather than it, that wouldn't be the area that you'd actually be painting up art. But that's a quick clarification.
Hi, Bowen. I agree with the previous comments that have been presented to you about it. It is a little bit puzzling why you're giving so much kind of, I guess, high prestige to the distribution center, and kind of how you're taking what, you know, normally would be seen as a really important kind of corner, and, you know, allowing that to be also the busiest corner, you know, from a vehicular standpoint. And I'm curious if you ever thought about, you know, it seems like you're solving the distribution center in a very kind of rational way, and then you have these formal like explorations of all the art studios, which I agree with the previous comments. I think that bringing all this vernacular kind of form making from the local community, and then, you know, your choice to actually say, hey, these studios are going to have the view of, you know, the river, and they're actually going to have, you know, a view to Tillery Street Plant Company. I'm just curious why you could have engaged the distribution center a little bit more vigorously, I think, and kind of in playing with its relationship to the site, both even sectionally. You know, you could have looked at it sectionally. Like, did you ever think about maybe the distribution center should just disappear, you know? Or can it disappear by being pushed into the earth, right? Can, you know, by pushing it into the earth, could that, you know, could you actually relate it to maybe the waterway next door or something like that? You know, are those, you know, alternate pathways of distribution that are, you know, existing within the city infrastructure already, you know, and that could be a way to think about it. So I'm not saying that's a solution. It's just a way of thinking that I think, you know, I think all the previous comments are, you know, spot on. And I think you did make a choice on how you wanted to kind of address the site, but I would kind of encourage really thinking about that distribution center a little bit more, and kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's where right now it only allows for the kind of string of pearl typological decorations to occupy that one long face. But I'm curious why they never engaged the roof surface.
Yeah.
Because it actually seems like if you think about how they could knuckle across, they'd actually begin to produce kind of large decorations that don't just kind of keep them as a kind of side-to-side adjacency, but actually begin to kind of knuckle around them.
Yeah, it's I really enjoy the project and its clarity. I agree with all these comments. I do think the on steroids aggregating it, allowing it to play a little bit more of an urban hide and seek would be really interesting. It's also like right now a bit like it's one relationship, as Tate was mentioning, like it's the string of pearls, you know, so it's like, it's a parasitic relationship. And I think the question is like, would there be ways to create more like different symbioses between the additive elements in the box? So for example, if you take that section where you've got the gallery shifted, if it shifts the other way and encroaches into the warehouse and then becomes a way to get light into the warehouse or air, like there are different ways in which the programs can mediate with each other, right? Different interfaces can be created. I'm also thinking about some of the smaller package program areas like break areas or restrooms for the warehouse. Maybe those actually start to get embedded in those objects, and those objects come and push into the warehouse a little bit. Again, creating a kind of confusion and tension between the different programs, maybe an ambition to keep things weirder and start to explore like the kind of collisions that you're kind of creating or setting up on the site. But I really appreciate the project and its clarity. I think also I like that you're using color in two ways. One is you're using the traditional use of color in architecture, which is a kind of notation or indexing, this one, this one, this one, and this one. But then you're also letting color escape the surface, something that Office of Things does a lot. And you're taking this kind of normalized, rationalized box and you're breaking it up only with color and not through form. And I think that's a really, really interesting technique.
Will, this might be a question for you, but I would imagine, I think the last time I was in Austin was maybe a couple years ago, and like tech stuff had already like moved in there, and there was like, I mean, anybody walking down the street was over eager to sort of talk about why it sucked. And also, you know, like in that, like a fulfillment center moving in would be quite divisive, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And so, you know, like maybe this is like a cynical take on this project, and maybe it goes to, you know, what Eric and Tate are talking about having to have it be a little bit more intense in the relationship of parts. Because at the moment, maybe it could be read cynically as just sort of a provisional nod towards the community, where it's just sort of like, you know, a cop showing up at an undercover cop, like dressed cool, showing up to a party where you're like, yeah, but you don't really look the part. And so, you know, I wonder, Bowen, there's a reading of this, which is one where it is sort of like a critical assessment of the attempt that these sorts of companies make when moving in to like acknowledge the community. And maybe in all of its shortcomings, that's actually a strength of the project, in that you're like recognizing that it's always going to be too little and not enough. Alternatively, if it's not that sort of critical take, you know, there's space for it to develop even further. But I think within a project like this, baked into it already is a recognition that this would not be something that is beloved by the community, right? It's something that has to be hidden. And within the sort of setup that Will's given all of you for not just thinking about like the sort of formal languages that you're developing, but also like the sort of like cultural significance of what this sort of program would mean, I would like rhetorically develop that a little bit further for yourself, especially given the sort of setup that you've given, you know, like you're hiding it. And so I think that you would want to think culturally about like why that would be the case, and if it's doing it properly.
It's really an impossible situation that Will's kind of put all of these students in.
Totally.
Alfie, like there's like no good answer, and I think to Robert's point, like burying it, I guess, would be one way to do it, but that's kind of a cop out in terms of, you know, our work. Yeah. And I think it's similar to a sports stadium. You know, the scale is probably smaller, but like the way stadiums in cities, either like I've been to the Dallas one, like covered in parking, which like makes it a little island, or it's surrounded by, you know, commercial retail or something like that. In this case, like an artistic, you know, cultural endeavor. But it's still super difficult, and always the scale never works.
Yeah, I mean, this is like so, the Baltimore Orioles. This is like the Baltimore Orioles stadium model, which is like decorate the massive building in what look like local stores and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So
we should probably move on. Quick. So Alfie, well, Ann can. I think. I mean, so what I've always found interesting about this project, exactly what you're saying, is like it feels like it's going to be here and it's going to be kind of a nuisance a bit, and it feels like that was intentionally put. Like it's sort of like here it is right up in front. It's also sort of addressing, like I mentioned, it's like this isn't going to be the greatest thing, but it's going to be here, and it's sort of like addressing the fact that we also are all consumers and we need the products. So it sort of like puts it in your face. I have asked Bowen throughout the scheme though, and his response has usually been kind of about efficiency, which has been interesting to me because it's sort of like, and I still, to be honest, don't 100% know if he sees it the way that I see it, which is like what I think we're talking about, which is it's great to me because he's putting it right up in front. He's putting it at the best corner, right? Intentionally so. And he's saying like, look, this is an Amazon center. We need the product. You want home delivery? Here you go. Here's what you got to have. But I do think, you know, and it's been mentioned, I do think that there's success is created in that, right? You're creating these little like nook spaces in the back that it's not a beautiful river, but you get these little spaces in between the buildings that become picnic areas and places where, you know, not to use the soft spaces that we were talking about with Eric's project, but kind of soft spaces where people from the warehouser can actually go out and eat their lunch, and they're sitting and having a sandwich next to the ceramics guy who's doing ceramics, right? So I think there's what's interesting is through that kind of very bold statement, you create these spaces that actually I think could be really interesting. So I don't know, but like I said, it's probably because Bowen, I've always been like, well, so are you doing it because you want like, and it's always like, well, the trucks are more efficient that way and stuff, which so again, and he's not wrong too. That's the thing. So it's like, those things are actually true, right? It is more efficient this way. But I think we probably need to move on. Not to always be the last word, but thanks, Bowen. It's a really interesting project.
Thanks.
Okay. Catherine, I think you're up.
Yep. Hi. My name is Catherine. I have a background in the arts. I was a ballet dancer. I worked on movie sets in Hollywood for a couple years. I did sculpture fabrication and yeah, stuff. I've also worked in tech. So here is my presentation. Can you guys see my slideshow? Good, okay. Let's figure out how to full screen this. Okay. So the concept for my project is to create kind of an urban sanctuary with aquatic gardens along the creek. So for the layout of the project, I used the warehouse storage space to create a sort of fenced-in yard area for this community center. And the arts buildings are situated over Boggy Creek. These green trellises are vertical aquatic gardens that enfold the pathways here in a series of layered screens. And these trellises increase in height as you move away from the community center so that they don't create a condition where you're getting lost among them, but they optically enfold you in them because they rise up on the ends in sort of a swell. The butterfly roofs are designed to facilitate rainwater collection. Here are my floor plans for the first and second floor. So as you can see, most of this kind of surrounding space is the basically unpopulated roboticized warehouse storage. And there are pathways through that into the art space. There's a series of pathways through and across the river. Circulation throughout the Community Arts Center primarily occurs through the trellises on these pathways that are over the creek. So creating that circulation space was a primary design goal that informed the floor plans. To facilitate that, these buildings are located parallel to the flow of the river on the first floor. Here's sort of a rendering of what it feels like to be walking along those pathways with the vertical aquaculture. And you can sort of see here how the rise and the height of the trellises creates an optical enfolding effect. There's an outdoor cafe here to the left of the pathway, and to the right is the main community center. Back to the floor plan really quickly here. This is the view from the curve at the left side of the path. And as you walk through the community center, you get to a reading area at the end, which is sort of a quiet space that looks out onto the trellises. To the left, you can see the front yard condition that's created by having the warehouse storage around the perimeter of the site. So it creates kind of a world unto itself within the surrounding warehouse. Here's a section view into the ceramics and painting studios to the left. On the upper left, you see into the dance studio space, and to the upper right, there's a view into the performing arts auditorium. Those two spaces are connected by the elevator core in the center of the two. Here's a section view into the Community Arts Center on the bottom floor, into the main space of it, to the cafe to the left, and the dance studio hallway on the upper level. Here's a view from the exterior. As you can see, this space is really enclosed. Here is a 1/16 of an inch scale model. On the upper left, you see the warehouse packing area and the storage areas, passageway through the perimeter, the front yard, the performing arts area and the dance studio on the upper floor, a gallery below, the reading center here, not reading center, quiet space for people to pursue whatever their, job applications, reading books, doing schoolwork, quiet work area there by the trellises, ceramics and painting studios, and these 3 small buildings are individual work areas across the river in a slightly more secluded area. Here's another view more from the exterior here, ceramics and painting studios together, dance on the upper floor, and the cafe there you see centered below. The elevator core is located by the cafe. Here's the first floor only. So there's the cafe centered, the community center in the middle, and the gallery down towards the lower end of the screen. The butterfly roofs do have a strong aesthetic impact on the site, and clerestory windows facilitate daylighting. Here are some views from ground level within the model. Creating these perpendicular floor conditions also create a shaded kind of outdoor patio garden situation around the community center over the vertical aquaculture trellises. So this design has been really heavily informed by the research I've been doing into ecological design and how to integrate built systems with ecological systems. So I discovered that Austin waterways are quite polluted, actually. And during my research, I discovered a project, the restoration of the Baima Canal in China, led by John Todd, whose book I've actually been reading. So I brought this to the attention of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to see if they were interested in looking at the Baima Canal restoration as a model for how to solve Austin's water issues. And they seemed somewhat interested and connected me to an Austin area watershed stakeholders group. So I also wrote to the ecologist who led the canal project and who wrote the book that I was reading and asked him whether he thought this would work. And he said that if I could get approval for a demonstration system, he would be happy to do that and to work with us. So this project kind of has this connection now to real world interests. So here is the actual site and the site plan with these aquaculture trellises situated across the creek. As you can see, they're perpendicular to the water, maximizing the surface area of plant to water, basically. For context, here are some past projects I've been working on that developed these ideas. To the left is a photo collage that incorporates images of basic structures that I made with chipboard and paper towels into semi-transparent images and the natural world. Just exploring semiotics and form to find an aesthetic that felt the way I want this to feel. To the right, here's an earlier iteration of this idea of creating trellises through which water would flow and become remediated as it moves through a structure. Here are some physical models of these earlier projects. And the process for this, developing this project. Just pencil sketching here. Brick material was chosen for a variety of reasons. It has nice solidity and vernacular connotations. Here's some massing studies. ranging from extremely early random iterations to further on when there was more of a concept. So that's all for that. I can open the Moreau boards now. How are we doing on time?
Yeah, I think open the boards and then we can, if you're ready to start receiving comments, I think we can start comments as well.
Yeah, let's go for that.
But yeah, I think open the boards. It's good to have that as a way to talk about the work.
Are we in?
Yep.
Great.
I have a quick question, Catherine, which is the sort of remediation trellises. Do those provide access across the river? Like, can you enter the site from both sides of the river for your project?
So there is really only street access from this one side, but there is circulation across the river with a primary walkway here,
I see.
And then a series of smaller walkways.
Got it.
Thanks for the presentation, Catherine. I think it was actually really well timed to have this project be presented after our brief discussion of the site specifically with Bowen's project. Kind of like taking the site that was given to you and you recentered the project over the river, which, it seems like a really great move to do, especially with the scale of the Amazon Fulfillment Center. And then centering it over, the body of water with which you used it as a catalyst for your ecological approach to the project is such a great idea. So I really appreciate, how much thought and effort and obviously research that you've done to kind of marry something that most of us in the city would say they didn't want, a fulfillment center, to something that cities around the country are vying for now. It's more green spaces, more public spaces, more shaded areas, especially in Texas. So I commend you on that completely. And I really like the way that you've taken the fulfillment center and like spread it really thin and kind of taken like a almost like a monastery form or a walled fortress city, and taken that, using the fulfillment center, this manufacturing, this assembly factory of building, and using it as kind of the edge condition that you've made quite low, which I really appreciate. It's not a robust building, and you have that view on the street that really exemplifies that. And using it as a shield for your building, your recentered site, which is over the river. I maybe would encourage you to, speak up a bit on that move, because I think it's really clever in terms of what you're doing. You're placing your building in the center and also making it kind of sacred from the street on purpose, I would assume. So yeah, just fantastic work, and great representation of the models and drawings and stuff.
Yeah, I think this is a really elegant project. I think it's an elegant solution to how to bring something that a lot of people might not want in their community, and it actually becomes an asset, even though you kind of created this walled, almost like a walled garden. It has a little bit of this Navy Yard or fortress type quality, but it also, in a museum where you have the kind of the jewel in the center of the site, it's inviting people in. So even though it has this walled condition, it's still inviting people into the center, which I think is a thoughtful way to solve the problem that you were given. I would say, I think, the representation is really elegant. I think your plans are, they're clear, but they could use, a little more control of line weights and notes. And I think that would really sort of help the clarity of how you're thinking about the program. Because I think everything else sort of is clearly speaking to what you're, obviously a lot of research and thought went into this project. So I think you could bring your plans up to a level that is closer to your intention.
Catherine, I think the project is, I can't really speak to the ecological stuff, right? That's like beyond my areas of expertise. So I say you're the expert. I take you at your word that it all will do the thing that you say it will do. And so, you know, I find myself super drawn as others have been to the wall and the implications of that wall relative to the relationship of your project to like the context of Austin more broadly. The wall is a way of producing a sort of heterotopic or utopian space within the city. So it's reminiscent to me of things like Aldo Rossi's cemetery project, any sort of like fortress city. And I think what it offers is the possibility that what falls inside of that wall takes on a character that's not just programmatically functional, but offers another urban model within the city that is distinct and other from it. So I'm thinking about the ways in which you deploy the objects on the site and the ways in which within the boundary of that wall, you would be able to produce sort of plazas, piazzas, whatever we want to call them, but like secondary sets of spaces that have an urban character, that where it's not just about being inside of the buildings, it's equally as much about being outside of them. And for that reason, you know, I wonder like, maybe all these projects, I'm just like, I want more. Like, I love everything y'all are doing. And I'm like, just do more of it. And so it's like, flip the wall onto the other side, like really frame like a defined boundary. And I think within Texas, actually like not far from y'all, and I know Tate knows about this, there's like a great legacy of these sorts of small utopian urban proposals. Lockhart, Texas is one of them. And so to think about the possibility that you could build a city within the city and negate the presence of the fulfillment center just by making it a boundary condition, I think is really brilliant. I wonder like what space there is to further develop the urban character of the sort of proposal within the boundaries of that frame. Now that you have those set up for yourself as the terms of engagement, like what would a city that is not Austin or sort of a bizarro version of Austin look like that's inside of this wall? But really great stuff.
Yeah, it's funny to hear you say that, because I'm sitting here looking at this project, the whole presentation, and thinking, it's like if Aldo Rossi's cemetery and Roche Dinkeloo's Oakland Museum of California rooftop kind of came together, because that's just like such a bizarre garden that how the museum meets the garden, but it creates a whole other urbanism within Oakland. It is a kind of fortress itself, but because yeah, I think that's exactly the kind of, that would be the thing that you would first go to them and say, hey, we're going to do a warehouse that's not primarily a kind of box. And they would say, why? You would say, because we're actually going to construct this like other world within making it this kind of thin linear perimeter.
Yeah, in that way, I feel like this project is also kind of fraught with the Faustian bargain that was discussed in the last project, because the reason it reminds us of Rossi, I mean, it's a Roman castra, like it's an encampment essentially. And I think what's interesting about it is like you have this perspective view where actually the wall looks a little bit lower than I think it would actually be. And I think that that's actually kind of a marvelous view, because you get the sense that you're positioned outside this encampment, but you get little peeks in. You know, those butterflies are kind of like signaling that something really special is happening on the inside. And then of course you evacuate the center and turn that over to the community, instead of turning it into this kind of little Amazon's encampment in the area. But I do think that like this fundamental tension of introducing something that has notions of fortification and has a strong wall, and then finding ways to programmatically and also through the calibration of the architecture kind of dissolve that is really interesting, because I think it's a project that kind of maintains utopic ideas, but also acknowledges the limits and boundaries of what's actually happening here, and acknowledges the kind of fraught situation of Amazon moving into these communities. So I think that balancing that is really important. And I think that given your kind of subtlety of approach, I think you could even push that further. But I really think that the project acknowledges the brief in a pretty compelling way.
Hey, Catherine, I do appreciate the approach to the project. You know, what's kind of glaring and standing out to me is you kind of didn't develop the most difficult part of the project from my perspective. And I think that's through like analytical tools. Like, I think you could have pushed yourself a little bit further in using drawing and modeling. You know, you're starting to see a glimpse of, you know, it in the axonometric model, you know, in your title page, where you're imagining this kind of complex building that you're wanting to use as kind of a filtering device. But in all of your sections, you never really engage, you know, the vertical, you know, relationship to what you're really proposing. And I think that I would want to push you further into that. You know, if we're looking at your sections here, you're cutting through the building, but, you know, from our standpoint and how we're looking at it, I don't see how that is related to your overall proposition. And I think that's kind of a lost opportunity, especially in what you're kind of proposing, you know, for us to kind of really get into and buy into, you know, this utopian type approach, you know, inclusive, like sustainability. I think you've got to really jump into the hard questions and the hard kind of formal questions. So, and, you know, I agree with the previous comments, you know, that have been thrown out there. I think, you know, you do bring up an interesting kind of scenario about, you know, storage and how it is kind of distributed through the site. But I think you could, you know, further develop that, you know, through the analytical tools, you know, and processes that Will's kind of introduced to you, you know, through, you know, rigorous kind of modeling, you know, investigative kind of drawings, either it being, you know, multitude of drawings, multitude of iterations, you know, I think could really help develop, you know, your project further. So I would encourage you to, you know, it looks like that you have quite a lot of ambition to, you know, engage the overall community, not only in your architectural work, but maybe in your advocacy work as well. So, but in reality, that takes a lot of work. So I just encourage you to, you know, if you're going to take on all of those hats, we've really got to dive into the problems, and we really have to work in an iterative, you know, process, and it's a lot of work. So.
Yeah, I mean, Catherine, you have some of those models down on your board if you go down a little bit. And I think I'll kind of, not to end the conversation, we'd have to move on, but if you go down, yeah, some of the ones on the right were from like pre-mid review. And actually, I think those are good to show because they do start to speak to different, you know, I think with the ones you showed in your slideshow, the ones to the left, those sort of 8 images, the wall is pretty much the same in all those, right? And I think based on kind of even what Alfie was saying when he was saying he wanted more, which I think would, you know, that for instance could have been an interesting, you know, opportunity in that model to quickly explore that, right? Like put more red boxes down on the other side of it. So rather than those 8 be pretty much the same scheme with the walls, if your scheme's about the wall, then it feels like you want to study the wall. This is a perfect way to do it with this model, right? But rather it's sort of just focusing on the community center, which I think was, you know, again, applaud you for doing that, and you tried variations of options there, but I would push you then to try variation of options with the wall too. And I think you might get what Alfie was saying, which is like maybe the wall is a C shape, maybe it's a U, maybe it's open on one end, maybe, because I do think, while I agree, I also have liked the idea of the wall for most of your process, you know, because you've been exploring it for a while. I still feel like you can do it and make it feel the way you want it to feel, which is this kind of like almost semi-private garden space, which is such a beautiful idea, but do it without closing off as much of the community as I think it might be doing currently. And again, I think I love the concept of it. And then I do think we've talked a little bit about it, but like functionally there are a bit of issues with it too, by having those openings where they're openings, like you have to then have like lifts to go over the doorways. And there are a couple of functional things, which again, I think if you work with those things rather than against them, it would kind of, you might be able to solve the things that we're talking about kind of formally and functionally at the same time. So I don't know. I think there's, but again, I think, you know, you've made big strides this semester, obviously, without a background, and I think you're on your way, and I think you do have good ambitions. But I just wanted to mention those.
Will, I would also add just a quick note is that when you're reinventing the form of this assembly building for Amazon, if you're going to go down this road, you might as well take the ecological approach that you're taking with your building and try to apply it to the Amazon building. Like, sure, the form is long, but are there processes through which you could make a better Amazon distribution center that performs more efficiently with energy or with water or something? I know you have like the roofscape on the very corner there in the larger building, but I feel like you're going through great lengths to do something pretty extraordinary for the center building, for the artistic building, and why not take those ideas and try to build something new for Amazon? I think that would be one way to look at how to articulate that wall in a different way, like Will is suggesting.
One really quick comment. I think your hand elevation that you drew is really beautiful and probably a lot quicker to do than some of the computer drawings. And so I would just encourage you to continue using your hand to quickly iterate, as people have talked about, to test different roof angles and ideas. And I also really like your little collages. So
yeah.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sorry.
I wasn't really sure sectionally what was being recommended that I focus on. Was that more like making more sections of the warehouse, or just thinking about vertical relationships between spaces?
I think a little bit of both, and for me, the warehouse, if this is the section that is presenting the kind of the big idea of the project with these vertical trellises, it's not conveying the scale of the space to me as the observer, so.
Just to step in real quick. I mean, Robbie, I think but like that section there, like Greta was actually speaking to, I think it's collaging one that's from like that one to the left, Catherine, just a little bit right there, I guess from project 2. I feel like that's such a, that section got so interesting because it started to really emphasize the idea of these trellises as both they could be a ground plane, but they could actually start coming up and start dividing up the spaces. I thought that was really, I mean, I don't know if that's what you're talking about, Robbie, but I feel like that could be, in a way that you're talking about the section, like utilizing that technique a little bit more. Doesn't mean that the whole thing has to be tall over your head, but it feels like there could be more variation, or you could explore that a little bit further.
Right. And, in the context of the past projects, I agree that section that we were just looking at, that is the collage section, I think that is really informative. If we go to the final project and we look at the section with the hatched blue, this is less informative to me personally. And I might be wrong and might be misinterpreting that, but I think this is more successful, the image that we're looking at currently. And I think some of that rigor could have been applied to your final project.
Good to know.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
I think we can move on, but yeah, I think those are great comments and nice work, Catherine.
Thanks, everyone. I appreciate your insights.
Okay. I definitely agree with Greta too, though. Just like, we've talked about this a lot, Catherine. I mean, you have a really good, I know it's one of those tricks where you're learning all these new techniques in school, and those techniques are challenging but fun. And I like how you brought that energy to them. But you don't ever forget to use them simultaneously, because you have a skill that some people don't have, which is like a really good talent with your hands. You're good at drawing. You have like sort of artistic sensibilities. It's something that we've talked about a lot, but it's important to remember, you're developing those digital skills, but also there's times when those are really good and there's times when they're actually not good, and they can actually slow you down too. So I think it's understanding that balance, but you're definitely on your way. So, okay. Jeff, I think so it's 12 now. We were actually supposed to finish now. So the next session will start at 12:30, but I want to get through Jeff. So Jeff, let's do you for about 25 minutes, and then we'll just have like a 5-minute break rather than a 30-minute break. I hope that's okay for the few reviewers that are staying on for the afternoon. Okay. Jeff, take us away.
Okay.
Or Jeffrey.
So I'm Jeff. I have a background from Ohio State in architecture, and this is my first vertical studio. One sec, my screen is freezing.
Oh, we got the spinning wheel.
Yeah,
Can you close the programs down if you have a bunch open?
It always happens to me.
All right. I'm trying to get Alice to come say hello, but she's saying she doesn't want to. Greta's saying hi.
Hey, Alice.
Hey guys. Good to see everyone.
I thought it's a good time while we're oh, there you go. You're up, Jeff.
Finally. There we go. So yeah, I'm Jeff. Background at Ohio State. So hi, Eric. It's good to see you. So to start, here was the kind of my kit of parts and my original massing studies for our project 1, which was a home and studio. And this started off just on a blank site. So here I was basically just looking at formal arrangements of different programs and adjacencies. So the color here was just used to demarcate different programs. And here I was just interested in the formal, the adjacencies of program, and kind of the layering and the transparency of the building. So these were kind of my final just form program models from project 1. And then moving into project 2, where we chose a site and started to look at more the culture of the city. So these were my 3 images that I was looking at and studying kind of throughout the course of this entire studio. So there's this idea of the city and Austin as there being this like layering of artistic interest. This graffiti here kind of anybody can come and add to it. And then this idea of culture and my high art element, this sculpture by Frank Stella, which is showing this foreign object moving through and disrupting the rigid grid organization. And it shows the contrast kind of between the form and the use, which is then showed in this last picture of the Oasis, a restaurant here in Austin. And I like this picture because it really exemplifies the formal nature and the structural nature of the building, and then juxtaposed with the way that it actually gets used by the human inhabitants. So for example, the umbrellas here kind of disrupting and blocking the view of the building. So moving into project 2 and more of this cultural analysis, I kind of developed this language of studying and looking at things through collage. So here's kind of my evolution of looking at the collage just simply as a facade. So here's a straight on image, and then here kind of shows the structure behind it and how these images are layered on top of each other. And then I began giving form to this collage. So pushing and pulling certain elements until here it becomes just a volume with this collage facade attached to it. And taking those ideas into kind of this final collage model that I was working on for project 2 of the
home and studio. I kept that original massing from earlier in the presentation and applied my collage studies to it. So just kind of walk you through here. The images inform like the program of the building. So here, for example, like this person here just kind of demarcates the entry, the human aspect where you enter into the building. And then you'll see in the plans later on, this orange element here actually becomes spatial and becomes an area that you can inhabit. Again, taking very literally from Austin, this P. Terry's, the fire, and this idea of the kitchen. So the kitchen is here in the model shown by the image applied to it, and then form also gets taken from that. So you'll see here, this is where that orange piece was that popped out and became a little reading nook. The plan of this house, in addition, this curved surface here, which was originally just a image applied to it, and the curve was kind of accidental, actually got incorporated into the project. And this became space, became a dining room. So this project was more so looking at how the building can adapt based on the collage applied to it. And so moving into project 3, the site plan, which we kind of looked at earlier, being in this both residential neighborhood as well as having multiple artistic and cultural buildings around the site. So some of the precedents that I looked at for this were just mainly looking at the facade and kind of specifically Frank Gehry, how this facade becomes like inflated, becomes an area that you can actually inhabit. Additionally, with this project down on the right. So to start with this, I began looking, kind of walking Google Images or Google Street View through the site and taking just different screenshots of buildings, specifically warehouses around the site and homes, and kind of looking at the vernacular of around the site, in addition to also looking at how an Amazon warehouse works, how the workers move through the space, all the technical aspects of it, and exemplified here in this middle image. Kind of this was a image that I found while going through Google Street Maps of this van that got converted into a convertible. So that kind of is shown in my project of these buildings being one thing, but adapting for the human use in a separate way. And so continuing my language of this collage, I took many of the houses and the imagery that I found from around the site and like overlaid and collaged them on top of each other. And the color here was applied just to give it a continual whole as an entire image. So then moving away from that for just a second, some of the early massings of the site for this project, where the blue demarcates the different art space program, and the foam blocks over here are the Amazon warehouse program. So originally some of my early massing ideas were to have the Amazon warehouse and the art center very separate. I wanted the Amazon warehouse to kind of intersect with this street right here, Cherico Street, just for ease of trucks and transportation pulling into the site. But so these were some of the early studies, and then this final study that I kind of rested on for mid-review was this idea of having the two separated, and the art space here kind of becoming this own little like community village. And then later on, taking this and diagramming it after really looking at the Amazon research, And the idea came to essentially kind of split the building here and create a connection to the to Boggy Creek back here. So you get these like sight lines to the creek from the street here. And also to kind of just break this up so the Amazon worker can kind of go throughout their day, and then when they take a break, they can start to wander throughout this campus over here and start to see some of the different people working on art projects. And it creates these little nooks of courtyard spaces where you can go and kind of hang out. And then up here, you'll see these collages that I made, which I applied to the site to kind of study this massing just as facades. So the final massing that I came up with is shown here, where I have the Amazon warehouse with the Amazon offices over here. So this establishes like a sightline connection and also essentially forces people to move through the site, where going from the offices to the warehouse, or moving from private studios to classrooms and painting studios in the back. And then furthermore, applying this collage technique to this model. So this is an overhead view of the kind of final collage model that I have. And I'll go in further and break down kind of each of these buildings and what the images represent and how they work. So just some model photos of this collage itself. I used a mixture of site images, research images from Amazon, and also just cultural images that gave me that feel of Austin and how this building would fit into the site here. This is just a kind of quick process thing that I didn't pursue as much, but I thought it was interesting. It definitely helped me figure out some of the moves of my model, was taking these models and then 3D scanning them into the computer. And so there helped me even more to like look at these as an entire object instead of just one with like multiple images attached to it. And then further breaking this down into how it would actually become a building. So for example, this is the Amazon offices building where I took this image of the greenhouse from across the site and essentially use that to kind of just inform this being a very modern string of ribbon windows down here with this kind of giant oversized glass facade, which can be inhabited. So these are the Amazon office space. This monumental building here was added just to kind of give the building this like sense of office building, being very uniform, with this tower over on the right being kind of a lookout to the entire site. Furthermore, going through some of these buildings, I have a sculpting studio and a wood shop combined as one. And you'll see on the front of this building has a warehouse image applied to it, which then got extruded through the entire building to create this vault, which separates the two sides. So you see here the piece of wood very clearly marking this as the wood shop building. At the entrance to the site, here I have a cafe and these ideas of private studios that you can rent out. So here, what was taken from the collage model, this typical pitched roof, which is literally open in the physical model, then got translated into this glass surface here. And furthermore, the private studios below take this idea of the warehouse from the model. So each person kind of gets their own little garage door that they can open up, and they have their own studio and they have their own skylight from above. This being my public gallery and multi-purpose space, where the galleries on the ground floor, and this chunk right here being the multi-purpose space above. This building was really just, the idea behind it was to make it very modern, sleek, clean. Here showing the dance studios behind and the performance hall. So very literally this sign, the big Texan, marking this as the performance space, and this awning, which here is just a surface, but then actually gets formed to it and becomes a place where you can gather down here with the dance studios in the back, and this roof here derived from just those straight lines, letting in a lot of light to the space. And then going forth with the painting and ceramic studios here, this colonnade actually getting pushed out to be a space that you can inhabit and kind of hang out down there. I'm gonna speed up a little bit. And then finally the Amazon warehouse here, the entrance, and then the backside with most of the glass facing out over Boggy Creek. And here's just my idea. These are kind of my film strip images of all the sides of each of these buildings. So I'll go through really quick again. Up at the top is the office building and a wood shop and sculpture studio. Here we have the cafe with the private studios attached to it, the gallery, performance space, painting and ceramic studios, and then finally the Amazon warehouse at the bottom here. And these are just some further drawings of each of these spaces. And then into the plan here. So you'll see for the warehouse, we have the shipping and loading areas right here off of Jericho Street with the loading, packing area down here in the corner with the stowing up furthermore towards Boggy Creek. And then you have this slot right here where the workers can kind of leave on their break and come over to here where I have this food truck court. And the idea is really so that the workers can wander throughout the site. And it's looked at more where this entire space kind of back here is this exterior gallery. Exterior gallery space. So a section here through the performance hall, dance studios, and painting space. And finally, some of these vignette views that I created just to kind of give a feel of each of these spaces. And yeah, I think I've got about everything.
Great, Jeff. If you want to, so it's 12:19, and we have to start the next session at 12:30, but that's perfect. So we have about 10 minutes of comments. If you want to go to your Miro board, if that's easier, or you can stay here, whichever you think's better.
Jeff, I want to commend you for finding the I think it's about a 94 Astro van. I mean, Will and I are probably going to purchase that and drive around with the kids. So thank you so much for pointing that out. I think I drive past that every day, and also appreciate that you used Red Bluff, which is where our studio is located, with some inspirational images for your warehouses and stuff like that. I think it's a very interesting project, the way that the overall assemblages of kind of, the vernacular landscapes that you've put together. I think the massing of it actually works from my perspective, because it really does break down that corner, and with all of these assemblages of, these disparate things, it does kind of blend in with the neighborhood. I think, what you recognize in Austin and in East Austin is a lot of different cultures, brought a lot of different kind of architectural styles to the neighborhood throughout its development and how it was developed. And I think this project really kind of celebrates that. I think it kind of it finds inspiration in pulling, you know, the found object almost into the project. So I do like how, you know, the massing of the project, how it broke down on the corner, and it, in a weird way, it kind of makes this almost blend into the neighborhood, you know, being familiar with the street, traveling down it a lot. You know, you've put the larger mass kind of, you know, into the neighborhood a little bit. And, you know, with Jericho Street kind of dying into that, you know, it's interesting. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for the Astrovan and the Oasis. That picture of the Oasis with all the umbrellas sticking out, that was probably one reason why I think it burnt down. I'm not sure, but
it did at one point. It's back up now.
Amazing image.
Thanks, Jeff.
No,
Alfie, go ahead.
Go.
Okay. Jeff, just quick, because I know we're short on time. Again, like what Robert said, massing all that, I think that really works. I think what I would want to invest my time discussing is kind of the process that you took, because I think it's absolutely incredible. I think I tend to be wary of projects that start off with collage, mostly because I haven't seen anything that has really surprised me. And I think what you've done here has absolutely surprised me. I didn't know where it was going, and I don't know if you did either. And I think that speaks to your curiosity and your determination to see a setup that you put out there through. The idea of taking collages both as a facade and as a physical object, you've kind of been seeing it through into form making is really fascinating. And I'm glad it took you to these really bizarre places that really work. And I think that speaks to your intuition of how it's going forward as you design. And you've kind of come up with this like odd, it's almost like a content aware tool for massing buildings, which I think is really fascinating. And you took like a Photoshop analogy for me and stitched together building masses through facades and assemblages. And I think that's really fantastic. So yeah, just great work. And I'll leave it at that.
Jeff, I think I really appreciate this sort of, content aware sort of process that you've developed. I think there's another version of this project, I think, where the process is maybe more finely tuned. I think you're operating within a little bit of a black box of how you translate the collage into something that has mass. And I think if I were to put money on it, I'd say it like it's less objective and a little bit subjective, in that like your intuition plays a role in terms of like how you begin to like pull and push surface areas. And I think one of the things that I find maybe where there could be maybe more effort placed or is not relying on your ability to recognize architectural elements in these images as a way of carving them up or producing depth. Like in a lot of them, you say like, that looks like an arch, so I cut it out like an arch. The images that I find maybe the most compelling and where I'm like, is that collage though, is the ones where you use transparency. So you had those sort of colorful images layered on top of one another. And those I thought like, well, that's a way to use collage that I haven't seen before that would develop an idea of the ideal. So it reminds me of this premise that like, if you asked 100 people to sing a C note, none of them would get it right. But if you layered all of those voices on top of one another, it would be a perfect C. And so the idea that you could take images of all of these buildings and layer them on top of one another, and in their sort of like collective average, they would be the ideal. That's an idea of collage that I think would be super productive in terms of how you develop like elevations for your buildings and overall massing for them. And I wonder if that could also be like, despite the fact that everybody's saying the general massing works, I would be curious if you were to step back and apply that at a larger scale to the site as a whole. Mm-hmm. What sort of site strategy would this collage process give you? Because right now the collage is just applied to the buildings to give them depth. But if you were to apply that to the entire site as a way of figuring out how to produce a massing strategy, I'm so curious what would happen from that. So I would encourage you to sort of like refine the process a bit more. Like if I were to ask you, if I were to say, Jeff, teach me what you're doing in a set of steps that I could follow, I think that would be the secret sauce to how you do this. And then take those steps and apply it to the scale of the site and not just the building, but like really incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was having a similar thought to maybe Alfie with the black box idea that it's, I think, well, I'll try to be quick, but first of all, I think you've done some really awesome work, and I love the iteration and the freeness that you've worked, because I think you've been able to get really far pretty quickly. I think, the one way to sort of try to get out of the black box would be when I was looking at your diagrams that had the photo of the collage 3D thing, and then you had taken it to like a line drawing. Maybe there was a third version of that, or maybe there was even a step before that third version where you're starting to categorize what those objects, what the transparencies or arches or text or colors are doing spatially and programmatically. And then is there a third version where you're a little bit more intentional with how that architecture is working and what you're getting out of it? So yeah, I think that would be, if it was my project, I think that would be the next step that I would take.
Yeah, I agree with that comment. And I think that, I think that there's one version of this project where it's kind of a content aware contextualism, which I think we're like seeing more and more of, because some of these machine learning routines are becoming more and more accessible and easier to appropriate. But what I'm interested in here is the fact that like this is a company that turns everything into media in some case, and that extends to architecture as well. So I think the collages that kind of fascinate me are not only things that are like contextual in terms of cues from the context, but also begin to appropriate things like media. So you have this one collage that has "This is my favorite job" in it, which is this like kind of unbelievable view where it like absorbs all this kind of architecture as media, but it also takes this kind of like Jenny Holzer type statement and incorporates it into the image making. And I think what's fascinating about that is like it's a company with such hegemony that it can like absorb something that would typically be part of its critique and like make it part of its image. And I think that like that absolute capacity to absorb and make something concrete out of media here for me is really interesting in what's at stake in the project. So I think that there are ways you can tune the form making process, but I would also suggest you kind of develop a stronger position on this relationship between architecture and media, because I would be really interested to understand not only your process for formalizing things, but your selection criteria, right? And why you're using certain things, and where you might see the boundary between architecture and media become a little bit more fraught, and how you would explore that through this. But really, really nice work. And yeah, I agree with Ken. These are kind of projects that I'm initially a little suspect of, but I think that there's a number of, there's a clear kind of intelligence in the way you started to put this project together.
Great. Any other, I mean, we have, like I said, we were supposed to take a break already, but we're going to skip that break. Yeah, we're actually right at time. That's perfect. Thanks, Jeff. Really, I mean, obviously, I agree with the comments. It's a very interesting project. It's been a lot of fun to watch it develop. I particularly agree about the massing, because I think that was one part that I do think it was like a little too applied. And if we could have almost taken that sort of looseness or that sort of same both logic and kind of intuition, which I think someone used that word. And I think that's been what's interesting about it, is that there's times where you're using something that's very literal and very like purposeful. And there's times where it's like, I've asked you, I said, what's that piece? And you said, well, I just like that piece, and I think that's okay sometimes too. But using that same approach across the site, like Alfie was saying, I think would really be interesting, because you started with those foam blocks, which was kind of the prompt, but it would have been fun to try it without the foam blocks and just see what happens, and then to see what kind of massing would develop from that. But it's
yeah, that's where the scanning technique actually, like, it turns everything into an object, but actually like the image can be a kind of way to negotiate between landscape and building. And so I think you need to kind of like literally unwrap the process. And I think that's a really great suggestion.
Well, with one more minute, I would say, Jeff, to push this forward representationally, I feel like the dynamism that your project brought to the project is kind of lost when you get into the drawings and your renderings. I feel like the techniques that you've developed were super interesting and super kind of dynamic to look at. And then even your renderings, which you've kind of started to codify that language, kind of loses that energy. And same with the actual drawings, like the plans in the section. So if you were to revisit this in any capacity, think about how these representations could, or your techniques could also be drawn through your representations, not just in the massing and the generation of the product, but in your final, board and stuff like that. But yeah, overall, it's great.
Thank you.
Right. Well, I guess I'm going to start the next session right now. And thank you all so much. A few of you are going to stay on, which I'm so glad, but everyone, it was great to see you. The comments were awesome, and the conversation was really interesting. So thanks so much.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, reviewers.
Me.
Nice to meet everyone.
Bye.
Bye, Alfie. Thanks.
Bye.
See ya.
Okay. Great. Thanks, Jeff. I'm going to steal the screen back from you now, and I'm going to try to do a little bit quicker intro since some of you will have already heard it and the new people haven't heard it. Let's see who we're waiting on now. Let's see. I think we're missing a few. Well, anyway, let's take like a, obviously anyone can take a 2-minute break whenever they need to. There's not a rule, but if you need to take like a 5-minute break and use the restroom or whatever, that'd be fine now. And especially if you've already heard the intro, you don't have to hear it again. So, and we're waiting for, I think, 2 other people. Oh no, Adam's here. Hey, Adam. Let's see.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Doing really good. Okay, let me. Okay, great. All right, well, thanks everyone for being here. We just ran a little late, so we're just sort of ending that. You may have seen a little bit of that last presentation. Really appreciate you guys taking the time to be here today. I want to introduce the reviewers we'll have for the afternoon session. We'll see 4 students for the afternoon. So each segment's 4 students. So we have, who do we have? We have Greta Modisett, who is here calling in from Atlanta. Greta has a degree of MArch from Yale University and undergrad from UVA. She has worked, I think, many years, 6 years maybe, I can't remember, 5 or 6 years at Studio Gang, Jeannie Gang's office in New York, where she worked on several buildings, but the latest was a fire station. She was on our morning session. Thanks for staying on, Greta. We have Vincent Calabro. Vincent has also have a degree from Yale University, and also actually worked at Studio Gang in the Chicago office for Jeannie Gang for many years, and then also helped kind of open up her San Francisco office, satellite office as well. He is now moved back to Chicago. He is a co-founder of Office of Things, who he joint founded with Can Bowie, who just left, but he was on our morning session. And Vincent is teaching currently at IIT, School of Architecture. We have, thanks for coming in, and Vincent's been here for a few reviews throughout the semester, which is good. So he has sort of some insight into the way we've been working. We have Jack Morley. Thanks for coming on short notice. It's good to see you. Master's degree in architecture from Yale. He's currently the managing editor at Architects newspaper. Is that correct? Great. Thank you so much. It's good to have you. So I'm glad you can make it. We have Eric Herman. Eric has a degree from Yale University. He's currently teaching, on the faculty at the Ohio State School of Architecture. Outpost office, right? Okay. He's a co-founder of Outpost Office, and he's previously taught at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor School of Architecture. And he has worked at many firms, but Gray, Organsky, and New Haven. Let's see, Adam Miller. Hey, Adam. Adam Miller is on the faculty at University of Texas at Austin here. He has a master's degree in architecture from University of California at Berkeley. Thanks so much, Adam, for being here. Are you teaching in advanced design this semester, or did you teach it last semester?
I've taught several advanced design studios, but this semester I'm teaching a theory seminar.
Okay, got it. Great, thanks, Adam. And Adam's also was able to join us for our mid review, so he's seen a few of the projects. I can't remember if you're going to see this same ones this time. We have, I'm not going to pronounce it right, Suhash, is that right? Suhash Patel?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay, great. It's good to see you. We were on a review actually, I think about a year ago or so, I think for Corey Begg's studio, I believe. Thanks for making time. Suhash is on the faculty here at UT Austin as well. He has an undergrad from the undergrad in architecture from the University of Houston, and a master's in architecture from the AA, right, in London? Okay,
yep.
Yeah, Architecture Association in London. It's so good to have you, so thank you for being here. Okay, is that everybody? I didn't miss anyone, did I? Okay, good. All right, let me quickly, I'll try to go a little bit quicker. We went over it last time. So I will introduce the studio. There in the chat, at the top of the chat, there's the link to the Moreau board, which is the virtual pinup board. So if you want to take a look, you can spin around there and take a look at projects. But right now what you're seeing is kind of I wanted to start here because you see a bunch of images of people with models. And so this is an all Zoom studio at UT. So some of the studios this semester have been hybrid, part in person, part not. This studio is all Zoom, so all remote. Some of the students were in Austin, but many of them were actually not in Austin, and some of them are actually in China. We have someone in Taiwan and someone in Mexico. So it's an interesting studio because people are actually in different places. It's also the main emphasis for the studio in terms of the process was really analog processes, physical modeling, experimentation. So you see some images here. Obviously there was a lot more, but this was sort of a snapshot of some of the ways we were working over Zoom. So making models, and I want to congratulate the students for really diving in. I mean, it wasn't easy. I guess in some ways it was interesting because they didn't have access to laser cutters and other tools that they may have in a traditional setting at architecture school. But I think that actually was probably to a lot of our benefit in a way, because it really got them to be working with their hands, which was sort of the intention. The intention to really be designing or thinking through making, and not so much the model being an output, but really the model being a kind of way of thinking through a process or thinking through a project. So sort of developing a formal language, but also an organizational strategy just through assembling things together and making critical decisions. So I wanted to show some of that. So this semester the students were asked to design a micro-fulfillment center, an Amazon micro-fulfillment center. It's sort of a hybrid program because they also were asked to design a community art center as well. The reason for that is obviously just given today's climate in terms of where we're all at with the pandemic. This was an article from the Times not too long ago, but obviously Amazon is doing really, really well right now because everyone's using Amazon. So the thought when I wrote the brief for this studio was really to address that and think about this is going to be probably something that we're going to have to live with moving forward. There already are fulfillment centers, obviously. They're usually kind of pushed to the outskirts of cities. And the thought was, what if we brought them closer into to the users? What if we actually brought them closer to people that are using it? Like I get my groceries and I get my stuff all the time from Amazon. So it feels like we might want to find a solution that isn't horrible, but actually something that could be great, that we could bring these things in and live with them kind of side by side, and potentially even kind of, again, join them up with another program that is seen as something that's sort of culturally relevant or culturally significant, whereas these warehouses are sort of swept to the outskirts a bit. And my mouse is not working, so let me try this. So this semester was divided up into 3 projects. The intent was that the first 2 projects would lead into the 3rd project, which is what you're going to be reviewing, but you'll also be seeing a lot of the work from projects 1 and 2. And again, it was really the first 2 projects were trying to set up a process of working through the project. The first was a work from home, a small studio space, a live space, art space for 1 resident or more. It was a 3-week project, and it was really primarily a massing study, like a program massing. So the students were asked to basically create a kit of parts or different rooms that they needed for their program. And they were basically asked to just develop through iterations, through modeling iterations, like an organizational strategy. So is it compact? Is it spread out? Is it linear? Is it a courtyard scheme? Those types of questions by just making a lot of models and trying to figure out what made sense to them. The goal was not for it to be very formal or aesthetic based, but really more about organization and the kind of strategy behind it. But the kind of hidden goal was to also at the end see how interesting those schemes would become, just thinking about organization and thinking about adjacencies and program. They were then asked to take that scheme into the 2nd project. Are you guys hearing that leaf blower? Or is it not too bad for you guys? Okay, good. I'm hearing it very loudly, but that's fine. I'm glad you are not. Okay, so the 2nd project was sort of a formal experimentation or exploration, as well as a site analysis. So the students then were asked to find a site in Austin, Texas, to basically locate their previous scheme, which was purposely siteless and was meant to just to think about, again, program and adjacencies. They were asked to find a site in Austin of their choosing based on research they did. So they were also at that point really thinking about the title of the studio, which is the high low. And again, that's not good and bad. It's really meant to be kind of mass culture versus high culture. So fine art versus things that are purchased on Amazon, maybe. So kind of finding that relationship and the goal was for them to be looking at the city of Austin in through a similar lens. So they might find things that are really considered to be inspirational for their project on the kind of high end, and then also things that were sort of inspirational for their project that maybe are equally descriptive of Austin, Texas as the high stuff, but maybe isn't the stuff that's on the postcards at the airport. So that was sort of the goal of what they were asked to do. They were also asked to find, in sort of helping them do that, they were asked to find an object or thing or element from mass culture to sort of relate that to. And then again, a piece of fine art as well that held for them a similar kind of abstract quality maybe, or sort of what I said, a performative nature, so that if something was about, if they found in Austin that, I use this in the morning, but like diversity or segregation, they might find an object that is a segregator or a thing that does segregation. And they might find a piece of art that explores the idea of a segregation, or it might just be visually something that feels segregated. They were then to adapt their program schemes using that formal language. So the outcome of that project was meant to be kind of, again, a formal experimentation, allowing them to think about this abstract. I'm having a shout now because the leaf blower. Anyway, so that was also an iterative physical modeling scheme. The purpose was then to take those same ideas and even the formal, sort of some of those formal language that they started developing in Project 2 to actually carry that through and help inform Project 3, which again, I said is the micro-fulfillment center and a micro-fulfillment center and art center. Jeez. Okay. Let me just go through that real quick. The one thing I want to say is the fulfillment centers, and typically the full fulfillment centers are things like this. They're massive. They're 400,000 to 800,000 square feet. They're usually like on 1 to 2 levels. Again, they're on the outskirts of the city. This was a micro fulfillment center. Our site was a little over an acre, and we asked them to design a roughly 20 to 30,000 square foot warehouse space and a 15 to 20,000 square foot community art center space on the same site. The students were asked to kind of think through what the relationship of this program would be and how it would be perceived from the city. Obviously, we're putting something that's large and sometimes controversial, like Amazon, and this into a site that's more residential. Let's see. Let me go through the site real quick. and then I will let the first student take it away. The site is located in East Austin. Can you ask? Okay. The site is in East Austin. This is downtown Austin here. The University of Texas is right here. The Colorado River is dividing the city into north and south. This is South Austin. This is north or central Austin. And I-35, which is the highway here, divides the city kind of east and west. So we're in East Austin here. Our site is. East Austin is a area of the city that's been gentrifying for now many years, probably 10 more plus years. So it still is a pretty diverse area. It has areas of kind of low income and now quite high income. And there's a lot of tech businesses that are actually starting to office around East Austin because that's where the younger population is. Our site immediately is at the corner of Tillery and Lyons. It's an interesting site because it's sort of adjacent to this very small residential neighborhood, but it also has some mixed use office here and more further down Tillery Street. It also, I'll zoom out. This is sort of a view of the corner of Tillery and Lyons of that site. So it's a large, expansive, kind of flat lot. This is a view down the street, kind of looking at the houses to the left and the site to the right. It's actually quite a beautiful site. But I think one thing that the students also were asked to do is to think about the scale of this building adjacent to these streets. This is at the corner. There's a church there, and you'll see certain students are kind of looking at that stuff. The other major component of the site is it's actually Boggy Creek, but it's sort of a drainage, kind of infrastructural drainage ditch, I guess, on the site. So our site's actually right here to the left, and this is the drainage. There's a plant center that's called Tillery, I think Tillery Succulents right here. Another view of the houses. This is at our far east end of the site. So you can see the scale of the house here. This is like our property line, and then this is our site here. So again, they're having to address that scalar difference. And the other thing is this is a view on Airport Boulevard, which isn't directly adjacent to our site, but it is close. And Airport has a series of sort of like light industrial uses along it. So we're not too far away from areas where this program wouldn't be completely, it would be seen there. I think that's it. Sorry, I was trying to like fight over the noise. I hope I was relatively clear. Are there any questions before we jump in from any of the reviewers? Okay, great. All right, let's jump in. Ryan, you're first. So I'll stop sharing. The students will present through a PDF, kind of a slideshow, and then we're going to flip to a Miro board so that we can answer questions looking at kind of all the documents as a whole. Go ahead, Ryan.
Cool. Let me just.
And the students, just please tell everyone your name and your background, whether you have an architecture background or not. I didn't mention that, but this is a studio that's split. So some students, this is their very first semester doing, studying architecture. So this is a very first studio. Some have a background in architecture. And tell them where you are located as well.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brian. This is my first semester and first studio. I'm coming in with a background in economics and political science, and I'm up in Vancouver, Canada right now. So before I get started on the final project, I just wanted to quickly touch on the first two projects that we did, primarily because I pulled a lot of the main themes from each of those into project 3. So the first project was to design a home studio and artist residence. And right from
Ryan, sorry to interrupt. Can you go to full screen mode? I'm sorry.
Is it not in full screen? Oh, sorry, it's full screen on me. I'll switch it to, I don't know why.
Unless it's going to cause problems, then you can totally disregard, but it's better if it's full screen.
Sorry, it was full screen for me. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Okay, so first project was to design an artist studio and residence. From the start, I wanted to investigate the integration of accessibility into the design and explore what makes for good accessible features and then what makes for bad ones. I drew inspiration from this folded straw. Like the straw, I imagined the building sort of folding in on top of itself to be this accessible form that innately allows for movement upwards through the space. And I completed a series of massing studies, exploring different program placements and adjacencies, and that brought me to this iteration here at the bottom right. And then with that, I played with different wrapping strategies. These allowed the occupants to navigate the space in different ways, and then also created some different experiences within the space. And then for project 2, where we selected a site in Austin to locate our artist studio, from both high and low historical and cultural implications, I chose a site in East Austin. And so I really wanted to explore the history of the community from as many angles as possible. I started off with large scale policy and built environment implications. So the 1928 city plan, and then the building of the I-35 freeway, sort of splitting Austin into East and West, like what was talking about. And then I explored the cultural conditions that emerged and persisted through those large-scale decisions. And then lastly, I looked at where East Austin is today and the changing face of the city, both in the makeup of the built environment, but also the community itself. And then these here are just some early inspiration or massing studies that I looked at, trying to examine segregation, spilling of program, the difference between big and small, and then erasure and destruction. And for inspiration from higher art, I was looking at work by Theaster Gates, his Civil Tapestry series in particular. And I think what sort of stood out to me the most about his work was how he embraces the use and repurposing of materials to give them new meaning and value. And then this is sort of the one image from my studies that stood out to me the most. It's this contrast between East Austin of yesterday and East Austin of today. And it's sort of perfectly encapsulated with these two adjacent homes. And then I played with some more formal studies, specifically around material and light. I wanted to imagine how you could reclaim elements of design in East Austin that were being removed. And so I played on the simple pitch roof design, connecting the ridges, and then I cut the caps off to create this narrow skylight that runs the length of the roof, and it sort of creates these unique moments of light within the space that are changing throughout the day depending on where the sun is in the sky. And then I also explored reclamation of material. I imagined using siding from homes that were being slated for demolition in the community to give the material a second life. And I chose to rotate it vertically and then imagine this sort of gradient design transitioning from dark to light as you move up into the space. And then into project 3, the Amazon Fulfillment Center and Community Center. For this, I really wanted to start by grappling like what the definition of fulfillment was. I was really inspired by Jesse Lecavaliere's definition of the terms. Fulfillment as we think of like in Amazon in terms of picking, packing, and shipping. But then the other definition, which is the one I was more interested in exploring, being fulfillment as it relates to happiness. And so I really wanted to emphasize that second definition with this project. I spent a good deal of time investigating the community and its makeup, the zoning and planning documents, and then also what the community's vision for itself was. Obviously, wanting to understand the site in the context of the greater neighborhood as best as I could, especially because I can't actually visit it. So this image was sort of indicative of one of the more interesting things that I learned about the area, the practice of cumulative zoning, which is really common in East Austin. And it sort of references back to my historical analysis from project 2, where in this neighborhood, historically these like less desirable programs would be located. And so this image was sort of the anti-precedent for the designs that I decided to move forward with. And I also explored the area immediately around the site. So this is on Tillery looking west, and then this is Tillery looking north. I think one of the things that stood out was this interplay between the built and natural environments and how so often these porous spaces are framing the impermeable built spaces. And then I also, because of the community center being the focus of my design, I wanted to understand what the existing infrastructure of community spaces looked like in the area. And there's really nothing in the immediate vicinity that the community has to be really proud of. And so tying that back into that definition of fulfillment that I want to achieve, I wanted my project to be a beacon of pride for the community. And so I began exploring some different ways of placing the program. I wanted to include a pretty significant amount of program into my community center. So I wanted it to be significantly larger than the fulfillment space. The project was about emphasizing fulfillment as it relates to happiness. And so that community center would be the focal point. And the second thing I sort of realized through these studies was that I wanted the fulfillment center itself to fit in with its surroundings and not feel like that image, the anti-precedent image that I showed before. So what I did is I pulled it to the front of the space, exposing it to the community, but I wanted it to feel understandable and non-alien. And so, oops, sorry. And then, lastly, I wanted to take advantage of Boggy Creek to create moments of interaction with the buildings. And so also to create an opportunity to extend the idea of reclamation into the project. I imagined the creek being restored to its native condition and then sort of along the site, and then allowing those natural elements to extend onto the centers themselves. And then this is sort of a closer iteration to what I came to as a final massing form. I knew I wanted that community center to be large enough to absorb all the program that I felt would best serve the community, but I also wanted to be respectful of the neighborhood's desire to maintain a human scale. And so I sunk portions of the center below grade, and this sort of created this stepping condition over the creek. And then I rotated the masses incrementally to create these unique moments along lines. And it helped sort of break up that scale a bit. And then I began thinking about what the inside of these spaces might feel like. I wanted to pull from project one and design the space around accessibility. And then that idea of accessibility sort of extended into ideas of like fluidity and flow. So I broke the program into these bubbles, and then I imagined them being glazed so the entire space is open to the eye. This early section sort of helps me define what that accessibility would feel like within the space. I wanted the building itself to act as a ramp, and then these programmatic bubbles would sit at varying heights within the space. And then that final step I took was in creating the interior space was to sort of unbox these bubbles and free them from the confines of the rigid box forms around them. And then here you can sort of begin to see how members of the community and Amazon employees as well would begin to experience the program. And then this is a site plan of the site. It sort of helps explain the flow of the space, as well as how the program bubbles fit into the site and their placement in the larger boxes. It begins to create these moments of interaction and gathering. Taking a look at the fulfillment center specifically, you can see that a portion of the space is dedicated to a small grocery market, and then another portion dedicated to employees working for Amazon. And I decided to stack the actual warehouse space and hang the second level of storage from the ceiling to allow the space to feel a bit less heavy, but also maximize the use of those high ceilings and the automation that can exist with these micro fulfillment centers. And then looking at the plan of the community center more closely, you can sort of see those moments of gathering tucked away around the program bubbles. Some of them are more intimate than others, but regardless, I wanted the space to feel really full of opportunity to come together and actually be a community. And then this here being just a quick section, again, sort of showing that flow moving up and through the space. And then some of the precedents I used to help inspire my designs, or that helped me sort of reference my ideas, the Rolex Learning Center by Sana, and then Maison de Verre by Pierre Chareau, again, speaking to the ideas of accessibility and also the idea of like a beacon within the community. I just wanted to actually study the idea of the center acting as a beacon. So I began to play with light to create this lantern effect and see what the impact would be on the neighborhood. And the rotated masses sort of create these really interesting moments at night that are different than they are during the day with the play of shadows. And then these street perspectives sort of help explain the warehouse space a bit more, which I imagine very differently from the community space. I wanted to create a condition where pedestrians could see into the fulfillment center and experience its elements, helping to make that space feel less alien or foreign, but also help lighten the mass of this relatively large building with relation to its surroundings. And then in order to bring the ideas of reclamation into the buildings themselves, I looked at the waste materials generated by Amazon. Sugar Rubon was sort of one of my precedents, where he uses cardboard as like a structural material. So I wanted to sort of imagine how I could reclaim recycled cardboard packaging from Amazon into the community center structure itself. So I built a few of these 1/16 inch massing studies. I imagined the structure being made up of these recycled cardboard trusses that resembled warehouse shelving. During the day, they create really interesting shadows inside the space, and then at night, the opposite is true when the space becomes that illuminated beacon. I imagine a sheet sort of draping over the structure to create this translucent barrier. And the translucency sort of creates this effect where when you're inside the space, your focus isn't what's on the outside, but on the community that's occurring within the center itself. And here you can sort of see those ramping conditions a little bit closer, and then the different levels that it sort of creates throughout the space. And then onto some renders, first from the exterior, where you can begin to see the effect of that translucent sheet draping down the sides of the building, as well as the interplay between the native creek bed restoration, where the buildings overlap the creek, and then the native species that grow within that creek sort of come and overlap the buildings. Here you're looking at the main entrance of the community center across Lyons. And then here you're looking down Lyons from the corner of Tillery. You can see where how that fulfillment center begins to feel like. Passerbys are able to see and understand what's happening inside, making that warehouse feel less overbearing and less alien. And then inside the space, here you can sort of see how those bubbles allow your eyes to flow through the space, and how they also sort of sit at different levels with the building itself acting as the ramp between them. And then lastly, here you can see what that experience looking out of the space would be like. These cardboard trusses frame the translucent moments looking out, and this sort of helps emphasize that importance of what's happening within the space. And let me just switch to my Miro boards. Do you know how to make it not purple, Will?
I don't. I actually like Googled it. I was like, what is the purple?
Hide highlighted changes.
Yeah, it's at the bottom in the middle.
That was easy.
And Ryan, if you don't mind, will you close that little pop-up screen on the bottom right? Like, I think that's showing them. Yeah, is there a way to close that? I don't know how. Maybe the little arrows, the two diagonal arrows on the left. I hope.
That didn't work, did it?
Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Maybe just zoom out a bit. Sorry, there we go. It's kind of out of the way now.
I guess I'll say something. Yeah, so I think you're very facile with your model making, and I really liked your early study models, and this final model is really nicely made. I guess I had some questions about like some of the language you're interested in, which I'm also interested in. The way that you sort of like looked at the other side of what fulfillment means, I think is really interesting, and how that relates to happiness. And I wish, could you talk a bit more about that? Because what does happiness mean, and who is being fulfilled? And, you know, what about the workers here? How are they fulfilled? What about their happiness?
Yeah, so I imagine the space being, again, not only just for the community that lives around the space, but for the Amazon employees themselves. There's a daycare space, and just I really wanted to include as much program as possible, that when these employees aren't working, they're able to leave this workspace and come and be fulfilled by their own personal passions and hobbies and interests within this community art space.
Yeah, if you could like show us a bit more closely the warehouse design, I think that would be helpful.
This is not probably the best quality here, but so this space here is that small community market. And then here's where the Amazon employees have their break space. There's some private quiet rooms, some offices, and then some gathering spaces, as well as the space outside where they're able to go out and enjoy the weather in Austin. Again, I wanted it to be, the focus itself wasn't on the, I didn't want the fulfillment center to be the center point of the project. And I wanted that to be the case for these employees too, where when they are at work, they've got this fantastic community space that they're able to go to at the end of their shift or on their break, and able to sort of separate themselves from this job. And I also imagined, because the space is sort of exposed, look at this here, exposed from the outside, also just like helping to better the working conditions of these employees, where because people are able to sort of see what's happening. My hope would be that they would be treated better when they're at work.
Could you really quickly also just talk about the program through the main community building?
Yeah, I've got so it can be easier for me to pull back up my PDF. But so when you come into this space, there's a library space. We've got dance studios here in the back. There's a small, so originally I had these sort of different programs enclosed in these boxes. So I had a library in this space, a senior center here, and then the rest of the space is sort of filled with the program that Will was looking for us to include. But then when I wanted to sort of unbox this and free up the space a bit, I sort of scattered everything throughout the community space. So there's a small fitness space for seniors, as well as a small theater space that is dance studio, a daycare, some private offices and some private studio spaces, some study spaces, the library. There's a indoor art gallery and then an exterior gallery here in this little courtyard. There's the grocery space, multi-purpose rooms, and then sort of scattered throughout all of this is those gathering moments, those moments of gathering.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with Adam's comments. You have a lot of skill with representation, and the renderings are really lovely, and the diagrams and the models and all that. So that's really great. I think also your intentions and your interest in community and policy and recycling and reclaimed and how that connects to circulation are also really interesting. I feel like there's a little bit of a disconnect between, or maybe it hasn't been taken far enough or looked at critically enough, how the program actually interacts or works together. Like all the community spaces are sort of floating in this rotated box, which, formally there's a lot of precedent for stacked rotated boxes and this sort of shrink wrapped thing over top of it. So I think understanding the precedent of those past architecture projects, it would be also important. And then also, how can you take your intention or interests in community and policy and take a critical look at the program and how those programs really do interact with one another.
Greta, I really agree with that comment. And I think it's one of the things that I'm struggling with is understanding that not just the big boxes and their exact placement on the site, but also the little boxes inside, and understanding how you kind of came to specific rotations or specific placements. Like, things don't feel like they're locked into particular places on the site for very specific reasons. And so I think like getting into like, oh, like like particular views or particular, like you talk about this kind of like fitting in with the surroundings and that deep understanding with it. And I think there could have been a little bit more done towards that, and maybe development of the landscape even further, where you start to really understand the placements of each of the larger boxes on the site and why each of them exists in a very particular place. Because right now they feel like if I rotated them 15 degrees, it wouldn't necessarily change too much, I don't think. And similar on the inside, if I mush the kind of pieces of fruit in the Jello around a little bit, that they're gonna like ultimately, like, will it really radically transform what you've done? So like I think that those, finding that, kind of getting deeper into that program like Greta is suggesting, and finding that specific registration of these things would help advance and kind of push that project even further. But overall, I think the representation is really, really nice, like everyone said, and the thought process has been really, I've seen your projects along the way, and I've really enjoyed your thought process. I think it's just getting that kind of finer tune and finer grain to your project.
I agree. And also, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Well, just thanks for having me first, but then also I agree with what everyone said about the representation being really strong and really evocative, and that's really great. And then, but I agree with the program and the massing could be a bit refined. And the term that you mentioned, accessible, which I think is a great starting point, I started to wonder about the difference between accessibility and availability in terms of just providing these amenities. Just because they're there doesn't necessarily mean that they're accessible, right? And I think the way that these are massed, the way that it seems to be, you know, one building, one or two entrances, and everything sort of stuffed inside, just makes me start thinking about like, okay, what are the hours that this is available? Like, could there be like a barber shop inside that's open different hours than a yoga studio, for example? And then also, I think that does tie into what you're thinking about community as well, in terms of who's going to feel comfortable in these spaces. And like, if this is a big Amazon space, right, and this is a big gentrifying neighborhood, presumably not everyone's going to feel comfortable, or not everyone's going to feel like this one big building is necessarily for them. So I wonder, and I like the way that all the program is broken out inside, but I wonder if that could extend across the site or just be explored a little bit more in terms of how that could make the program more accessible.
Yeah, I'll echo the previous comments. Is when you're playing with boxes that are rotated and then intersect, the first thing we're gonna ask is like, what happens in that intersection? You know, like when two geometries comes together, is that a space? But right now you did like a rotation of boxes, put it together, and then you started laying out the interior as floaters, which is fine too. But that intersection between boxes is important because, like the previous comment, if we change the degree by 15, if we change the angle by 15 degrees, it's not going to change anything. So rotation, if you're going to use it, make it crucial to your project. I also like wonder, is there a height limit to this? Do you have a zoning issue of heights or no?
There, I mean, oh, sorry, go.
Sorry, go ahead, Bill.
Well, we weren't considering it for this project, but and I don't know what Ryan specifically, I don't think was considering it, but yeah, we weren't for the project.
Because I also wonder why it doesn't go sometimes, like a little bit of variation. All your boxes are like kind of the same size, same heights, but a little bit of impact will be nicer. Like go back to the rendering with the light. Like that's the one model that I think is successful.
The roof one? Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like, can that plane like shift and move a little bit, like dip in some points? And now you start creating like different geometries just by moving one point, you know? And that's the beauty, because right now, are they all flat, the roof?
They are.
So it's still like the warehouse concept, right? You have a flat roof, there's no hierarchy in the roof, forget about the roof, it's enclosed. Does it allow daylight?
There are skylights within that sort of garden space.
But I think if you think about these elements where the roof starts tilting, it will like engage your landscape better. And at night, it feels like more engaged with the landscape, instead of just still boxes, you know? You did the scaling right by breaking the warehouse, but I think the roof plane can change also, in my opinion. Like that light bottle you have, like that's your project. I think that's where the project is. But yeah, cool.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of these comments. I mean, I think it's there is a kind of strange way in which like the plan turns every activity into kind of a vitrine. So there is this kind of strange like museumification happening, and also a strange relationship between the people inside the vitrines and outside of them. And so I started thinking a little bit, I'm just looking for other places where you've done some work that deals with more kind of fundamentally the frictions that could happen between the two programs, because I think it's a little odd to kind of create a superimposition of two systems, the boxes and then the little floating pods, but then separate the program into two different masses. Like I would expect actually you could negotiate between these little embedded objects as one type of program, and then the boxes taking over kind of the warehouse role. And I'm looking at your earlier studies, Ryan, especially these two where you're looking at these little pink blobs bursting out of a shell, or the other one where there's a situation where you use this like spray foam insulation and it's bursting out of another shell. And I think that like those are so provocative because they kind of embrace, I mean, I understand that from an earlier project maybe, but they're so interesting given the current state of your project, because they're about a kind of conflation between two systems and about two things trying to occupy the site at the same time, which is so fundamental to the brief. Like Will's given you this impossible problem, right, of overlaying two completely different scales, two completely different types of activity. And so I wonder if you could look back at those earlier studies and think a little bit about the way you're setting up a negotiation between those boxes as shells and the objects inside, and maybe develop moments where each of them gets their own autonomy. And the way you create difference within your different shells is you produce different relationships between what's embedded inside them and the shells themselves. And I think that could be a great way to maybe put some friction back in the project, because in a lot of ways you're like creating big gestures, but then kind of solving the problem. So you like span the entire roadway, but you end up having to bury the roadway to get across it. Or you like split everything on the site, and because of that, you've got the warehouse sunk, and then most of your site is devoted to these kind of ramps. So I think you could actually like embrace the limitations a little bit more and explore like what you can do with the language that you put on the table, which is really evocative and beautiful. Thank you.
We should probably move on, but great comments. And I really like the idea. I mean, I don't know if this is exactly what, now I'm forgetting who said it, but potentially, you know, you have those little bits inside, and if, you know, like maybe it's a roof or it's a trellis at points, but it's not actually a wall. It could be like almost more exterior space even. Like the boxes don't have to be, you know, you could almost have those in inner programs. And then I totally agree about the program. And it is something I'll just say that we did talk about, Ryan and I mean, we did discuss maybe the option of, because the building itself was actually increased in scale. And so at one point we were like, well, why not just sort of, maybe that could mean that you bring some of the warehouse program in. And he actually made a sketch of it, but ultimately decided not to do that. I think he really was feeling like, although conceptually interesting, he was worried it didn't work. You know, I think, if I can speak for you, Ryan, but that was, so it was part of the conversation. And I have to say, I agree with that. I think it could have still been pushed a little further and potentially been something really interesting, you know, because you did have that extra space. And I think the relationship you created really warrants itself in a sense to that, right? Where you have this sort of free, open, flowing space around these like stricter programs. And either it could be, what could be really interesting too, is that they could have been either or. Like maybe the glass pods are beautiful art studios, but maybe the glass pods are also storage, right? So it doesn't have to be like one is, the hallway is always the warehouse and the glass is always the art. It could actually have been kind of both. Could have been really interesting. Or it's a great project. And I will just say, not to, all the students have impressed me, but Ryan comes from without a background in economics, and I've asked him, like, have you worked in an office before? And he said no. So I still don't know how he's produced such great representation, but congrats, Ryan. It looks really good. So
thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you, guys. Let's move on to Sue Lin is next. Sue Lin, thanks so much for being up late. Sue Lin is in Taiwan right now. If she's on, let's make sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, you can go ahead and share screen. So I think it's like, what is it, 2 a.m. there? I apologize.
3.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Hope you had a lot of coffee.
Yeah. So I'm going to share my screen.
Can you introduce yourself and tell us your background too, Sulaim? When you have a minute? I guess I already kind of gave some of it away.
Yeah, so my name is Zilin, and I'm not from an architectural background. I'm from a finance background, and as Will say, I'm currently in Taiwan, and this is my first vertical studio. So for the first and the second project, for the first project, I was just experimenting with this different massing. So my idea is to create a space allow myself to stay individual while staying part of the family. So I finally go with this one, and here's the process. And so I put the different program on each side, and then connect it with a transition space. So that with the courtyard, the family is visually connected together, but has its own working space. And for the project 2, as I have never been to Austin, so I start to explore Austin through these pictures. And so here's the historic and geography side of Austin and the technology side of Austin. And the next page, it's more about the art, the music, the food, the culture, and the graffiti of Austin. And this left me with an impression that Austin is really a colorful city. And so for the cultural analysis, I'm interested in from like the past of Austin and till the technology booming in Austin, and people moved to Austin and then caused the homeless issue. This make me interested in, like, I think people living in the 2 different conditions are equally important, but why they are treated differently? Is it because the living condition, the temporal living condition caused it? So I started to look into the high art part, and this Serpentine Pavilion, it's definitely a high art, but because it's still an installation, when it compares to the shade on the right, it's all of a sudden becomes like less important for a little bit. And for the everyday use, plastic bags, it's of no importance, but when it's collected together and creating an piece of art, it suddenly become important. So this was my what made me feel curious. And I started to look into more inspirations. So from these 2 pictures, I found that the light material and structure actually have their own advantage. And maybe I can take advantage of this flexible and efficiency with the long-term housing condition, and maybe can create a housing that can help restore the importance of people living there. And here's my formal explorations to explore the flexibility of the material and structure. And here's our different approaches that I try to incorporate the formal into my program, project 1. And here's the sketch model. And here's the final model and the experience inside. That's, yeah, it's just different perspectives. And so the third project, the Amazon Fulfillment Center and Community Art Center, I start with looking into the program. So for the community, it gave me the impression of this is about unity, and it's about gathering. And for the arts, so the definition of art is the expression or application of human creative skill and imagination. And art could be really diverse. It could be painting, sculpture, graffiti, or even non-visual arts like music, dancing. So next, I look into Amazon. So the philosophy of Amazon is that they go along with human desires. So they're always looking for a little more. So because customers always looking for a little more, so that's why they are keep making everything like highly automated and faster. So everything in the fulfillment centers move really fast, like the robot, the conveyor belts, but the human beings probably not on the same path. Sometimes struggling in it, and that's because the workers in fulfillment centers sometimes I think they're kind of treated like a robots, not human. So they're sometimes required to finish some certain tasks in certain seconds or something like that, and thus there's high injury rates in the fulfillment center, Amazon fulfillment center, and I watch a video. They sometimes false reported. So that's the technology. It's good, but not always good. So that's also another problems that this high-end technology gives rise to. So, but actually they are proposing a more ambitious feature that they are using the drone to make the one day delivery to become like 30 minutes delivery. And that's the future they are proposing now. So as for the future city proposal, it's also an expression of human imagination. And so it's by definition another form of art, which could be called robotic art. And that's the fulfillment center looks right now. And that's the Amazon proposed fulfillment center in the future, which they have already patented. So my design concept is to expose the fulfillment center, the inside of the fulfillment center, for people to witness what's happening inside, and not making it a statement. So people can take the initiative to decide which future they want to shaping. So these three programs, and they are looking for something different. And here's are the users. Sometimes the programs itself and the users are looking for different things. So for example, Amazon and workers. So Amazon, it's all about efficiency, about technology, and the workers inside. So I look into the job review on the Indeed website. They describe the job as highly repetitive and no care and love and brain numbing. So I would like to design fulfillment centers to help relieve this kind of situations while remaining the function of fulfillment center. So by exposing the inside of the fulfillment centers, the community, whoever comes to the Amazon fulfillment center, will have raised awareness of what's happening inside. And for the visitors come to the fulfillment centers, they will have conversation interactions with the workers. And by exposing the inside of the fulfillment centers, it increased the transparency and hopefully could reduce the false report of injury rate.
Sulin, we have to speed up just a little bit, okay? Only because I know how long you have a lot to show, so just go a little bit quicker if you can, okay?
Yeah, so here's the sides, and so that's the tree and the perspective from the bridge, and here's the murals nearby the sites, and here's the neighborhoods are all bungalows, and here's a co-working space, a big co-working space that's with diverse NGOs. So for the program, that was my intention to put the Amazon fulfillment centers at the right on the street for everyone, whoever comes to the art center to see. So that's so it's either approach from this side or approach from this side. And I also want these two programs to intertwine together to be mutually beneficial. And here's the exterior galleries that can be viewed from the bridge to create an unbounded art. And here's the dance studio. So this will be the most eye-catching studio. So probably, hopefully that for workers could be catch to be attracted to the dance studio and then take more engagement into the art center. So here's the formal study. So for the more rectilinear one and a more curvilinear one, because first of all, I want these two programs to contrast in form. So and also this curvilinear shape of art centers reminds me of the unity of community, and it also creates this courtyard for people to gathering. So I finally go with this one. And here's early sketches. So the break area was before was on the 3rd floor, and I extend the I took both entrance. It can either be approached from this side or from this side. And here's the courtyard open to the co-working space. And here's the program development. So I take the advice to move the break area more closer to the art centers. So it wouldn't be on the 3rd floor, rather here would be on this corner. And here would be a cafe. So workers can come straight to the cafe and interact with the visitors. So here's a more detail that with the circulation on this side being really straightforward, and the activity on this side more dynamic. And when you come to this side, the circulation become more diverse, and the activity become more, be more static. So I think this creates some interesting balance. And I create skylights in the fulfillment centers. So when workers are working inside, they can maybe expect some interesting thing will happen. We come across the skylights. So it could be a plane, UFO, or birds. And here's a lower gallery for graffiti. So when people, when it's sunny day, people can utilize this plastic flexible material to create graffiti. And when it's raining, it could move up to become a rain shade on the exterior gallery. And here's the site plan. It just shows the accessibility to the neighbor, to the street on both sides, and the opening to the co-working space on this side. And also I try to remain most of the trees on site. And here's the floor plan. So here here will be in the fulfillment center, it will be the U-shape layout. So here will be mostly robotic storage, and here will be the human picking area. And here is the break area with the bathroom on the 1st floor. And here's a space for workers to take a short break, a bathroom break, to sit, to relieve their long-standing pressure and can come out for some fresh air. And here's the 2nd floor plan, and here's the cafe and the upper part of the break area. And here's the massing model. So here's the view from the bridge to see the exterior gallery, and here's the overall massing. And here's the dancing studio, and this part is the break area for the workers, and this part is the office. And here's just another view there you can see the dance studio inside from the fulfillment centers. And here's more closer view of the art centers and the graffiti gallery. And here's an overview of the overall model. So for the art center experience, you either approach from this main west entrance and go into the here you have the storage rack on one side, and here will be the information this to project on the wall to help you get to know more about this concept. And here's when you go forward, you see the robotic army here. And all along the fulfillment centers, you can have a clear idea of what's happening inside of the fulfillment center. And here's just where all the circulations meet, the cafe, and the workers can come from the break area. And here's the dance studio. And here's the side entrance and the north entrance. When you come up from the stair, the first thing you will see will be the dance studio. And then you go into the narrow pathway and forced to see the fulfillment centers.
Okay, Sulin, we have to start questioning. So just show us quickly, but then we have to start questioning. We're over time. Sorry to be that. If there's a couple more images you want to show, but we can also look through them as we talk. If you want to go to your Miro board maybe too.
Could you see, or do I have to reshare it? Could you see it
yeah.
now?
I think you have to share the Miro board.
Can you talk about a little bit more about how you enter and that transition or a kind of movement from the community, or how you imagine arriving there and moving into the community arts center or into the Amazon fulfillment center?
For the art centers, you either approach from the north entrance, it's east entrance, and here's the main entrance, and like I introduced. And you go along and to here, this is the cafe area here. And the other entrance will be on the north. And here's the entranceway. And you come up and see the dance studio at first, and then forced to see on the right side of the fulfillment center. And for the workers, so here's another entrance for the workers to go inside, and this corner also serves as a community service point. So there's an information desk here, and when you go inside, there's it's underneath the break area where you can sit and go out for fresh air and look to the art centers.
So I think one of the things that's really nice about your project is this overlapping of spaces and this ability to discover these different moments either for the workers or for people visiting the arts center. But I think one of the things that I think you almost like, there's a lot of ability once you're inside to stumble upon these moments and find these transitions. But I think there's almost too much of a barrier, a buffer between the community and these different user groups to actually get into the building, to get into the site. And if you go to the view of kind of the entrance into like where you're that like kind of really ramping up moment into the like where you're going around the dance space, I wish that were a smoother transition that really kind of was broad and wide and embracing the community, inviting the community, and where you're kind of you're out on a walk and you kind of naturally want to go there, rather than like, oh, am I actually allowed to go up this ramp? Is this a space that I'm supposed to be going to? And I think there's a ability there. If you could open up some of those entrances a little bit more, embrace the community and embrace this idea, similar to what you have going on the interior project, where there's a lot of kind of ambiguity or views into different spaces. I think if you would have brought that out to the kind of the urban scale a little bit, that would have helped kind of draw people into your project even further.
Yeah, I mean, so I agree with some of the things that Vincent's picking up on. I think overall you've done a lot of research, and I think it's interesting to hear somebody's perspective on a city that they've never been to, which is it's super interesting as a design problem. And I feel like you're able to pick up on things through your research, which is cool. And I think, you know, some of your earlier models with flexibility and the light tensile structures that were connecting to ideas of flexible community space, or there was some potential in the scale of those smaller studies that I feel like has been lost in the larger project. I think the final project it sort of reminds me, and this is not necessarily a bad thing, but it sort of reminds me of an airport, which as a solution is kind of an interesting one, that, you know, this Amazon fulfillment center is, you know, has a need to be an indoor space. Airports are large kind of community spaces that have a lot of circulation and interaction. So, you know, maybe that's an interesting, there's some similar functions there. So, you know, that sort of could be an interesting way to solve this problem. But I feel like if you could have had a greater variety of scales in how people could use the space, because it's very open and beamy, and yeah, there's a medium scale somewhere that I feel like could be explored.
Something that I love about this are these views at the end, which I found a bit unexpected, that they sort of have this, don't take this the wrong way, but almost like a dystopian quality to them, that there's something a little bit almost unreal and also very cinematic. But it's very compelling. The one thing about them, though, I'm finding that I think a lot of them are from the view of people going through the art center, and just thinking back how you had talked about you wanted to, I think, create stimulation and variety for the workers. I wonder what could happen if these views focused more on the worker's perspective, and then working through these views and thinking about the experience of these workers traveling through, and how that could maybe kind of invert this situation of people looking from art down in. Yeah, I think exploring on some of these, I almost think it could be really interesting if that was the priority. You know, if you started with that focus and really went from there and said, okay, I'm going to think about as these people are walking through, instead of having people look down in, like, let's have these workers look down out and make their views and their routine as fantastic or whatever it is, whatever the quality that you want to chase for them is. Yeah, because these views are so interesting.
Yeah, I think I'll have similar comments too. As similar to the last one, I think your roof is a surface that you can like bend and twist and make walls and fold in instead of like one top thing. Like, it'll be interesting if you'll think these are surfaces that can become wall, that can become the ramp, you know, instead of these planar things. Because you started creating openings and things like that, but then that could fold in and create a courtyard that's enclosed for outdoor, you know, for outdoor spaces and things like that. Yeah, I think it's good, but it does remind me a little bit of an airport too, because it's so big, so long, you know, like it needs to break a little bit the scale under one surface. But I think the last renderings does keep an open, like you can imagine that it could become something special.
I mean, I don't want to take room from other people, but I think all these comments are great. And I think, you know, your projects, all of them from project 1 and 2 have looked at like the procession of movement, you know, the kind of pathways. And I think that's clear in this project as well. But I think what I'm hearing too is that kind of middle scale that we're talking about is something that we talked a little bit about as well with the pathway that's in this current project, is if you were to allow yourself to let that be a little more malleable, so that it's still very consistent. It's always about 8 feet wide, or it's always about the same depth. So it's always like literally a pathway when it doesn't have to be. You know, it could become rooms a little bit more so. It starts to do it, I think, at the best, it's kind of the most interesting area, which is the dance center, break room, and where that pathway intersect. But I think it could happen elsewhere too, where it actually kind of, it could even, it sort of could push into the warehouse a little bit more and actually become like a room there or something like that. So it might allow for those, like what people have been saying, that kind of, that middle ground scale, you know? So I agree with all the comments. I'm just sort of pushing it forward because I've loved seeing your progress and you thinking about really the pathways and the kind of procession of people entering and moving, and that being kind of the crux of your project. But I think you could push a little further. So,
Okay, thank you.
any other comments for Stu Lin? I didn't mean to cut off. I just was excited to say that.
I just put a couple references in the chat that came to mind looking at your project. Yeah, I really do also like that you are representing the worker space, as others have commented, and I would just like to see more a blurring between those distinctions of the labor space and the leisure space, which is also getting back to this distinction between like high and low, which is like a major part of this studio. You know, do the workers enter in the same entrance? Do they have a service entrance which is distinct? These kinds of things that have to deal with circulation have major implications. So cool, good work. It's amazing that all of you are capable of doing renderings and drawings and things by hand and models, and this is your like first design studio.
Yeah, I mentioned this about Ryan previously, and again, I would mimic the same comment with Sue Lin. I mean, it's impressive. She's you know, everyone's been working extremely hard, but it is impressive to see the amount that they've been learning quickly. We do have to move on. We're actually more than a little over time, but let's not try to, I don't want to rush, but we're going to move on to Daniel, unless there's any last comments for Sue Lin. Okay, thank you, Sue Lin.
Thank you all.
Okay, Daniel, I think you're next.
Okay.
No rush, but you might just be err on a little bit speedy.
Okay. I'm Daniel. I have a background in architecture from the University of Colorado in Denver, and this is my first vertical studio. My main focus in architecture is looking at equitable housing and how I could integrate that into this project. I did start that from project 1 and pushed it all the way into the final project, and sort of looking at the basic needs, food, water, shelter, and sanitation, something that the people experiencing homelessness lack, and sort of like a little infographic of how many people are actually unsheltered in Austin. So starting with project 1, I took a different stance pushing that project. Instead of developing a work from home for one artist, I sort of pushed it to make a efficient unit where I could stack it and house multiple artists. Same thing with project 2, where instead of having the plans stacked, I pushed them across the site so that the circulation would have people begin to communicate with these units, and at the end having the main gathering space, which was an art studio and a shared kitchen, to have communal gathering spaces for them. Doing some studies with origami of how I could arrange these different forms. If I stack them, if I push them inward, or if I set them aside, and how that could create circulation between them and separate them. And looking at the art form, I saw these pictures of like cardboard with a roof over it, thinking about how people experiencing homelessness usually make shelters out of cardboard. There's also the bench area where we see them sleeping, eating, and then the tents that we have like under I-35. And what I found interesting was that the way that they have these tents arranged sort of begins to create some community spaces for their own within them. And I thought that was really important to push forward. So looking at the site in East Austin, around like I-35, I was looking at like the major camps that were under I-35, and then around East Cesar Chavez, and then following the context of the site. For this project, I was pushing my study models to have the warehouse on the corner of Lyons and Tillery, and how I could then push my program across the site and create these different cuts within the programs to create areas where people could walk around and then also begin to interact with the housing units. This was from project 2, where I was starting to arrange the program, but I had the housing on the right, and that still led to the idea of stigmatizing these people and sort of pushing them off to the side. So that wasn't working. And then I tried to arrange the forms differently on how the height from the warehouse would change. And depending on the type of program space, that would also dictate the height, and then creating these sort of cut-ins within the different forms, and how potentially the roof could then fall from the top and connect all the program together, following with like this final little model I conveyed for the roof. So starting off, I had the program with the warehouse, the housing, and then the art. I pushed those off to the side, creating the spaces between them. I differentiated the heights, and then based off where the greenery in place of the site was, I offset the programs, and then that would then create the circulation. We have the Amazon warehouse, the housing units in the middle between the warehouse and the art center programs. Then we have an exterior gallery that connects the housing units to the art programs. And then we have another exterior gallery that sits between both art programs, just so that depending on where you come in from the site, you can have a different experience. And then these programs also connect with each other, looking at like the communal areas to gather between the warehouse, the housing units, and the art program. And then the space between the housing units, I was thinking about it as a more private space, giving the people staying there sort of an area for them to feel like they can connect with each other, but at the same time leaving it a little bit open so that people from the warehouse can then interact with them, and then they can feel free to walk over into the art center. So the circulation would just flow around the whole site. Looking at the floor plan, we have the warehouse right here with the entrance facing Lyons, and then also the entrances and exits facing the housing units. This space right here serves as some way of them either exiting the warehouse and coming into this area that I set up with seating and a kitchen area for the housing units. I also put in bathrooms for within 2 units, just to give them that privacy of sanitation. That's something that they lack, being on the streets. And then how this exterior gallery connects to the housing units. These individual studio spaces are also purposely put close to the housing units, just because I felt like if they had a need to use these studios, they would be available to them relatively close, just in case they felt they didn't want to explore like the rest of the site pushing forward. And then having like the community center / dance studios all the way to the right. And then, so this is looking from the community center. Within the community center, I have like the housing units right here on the bottom. This is like a communal seating area where people from the warehouse and people within the housing units can come together, talk, eat. We have like the kitchen area right behind here, and then how the program then pushes off to the end. Right here, we have the entrance. So if you're coming in from Lions and you're entering through the housing units, how the roof goes over these, sort of to let in natural light, ventilation, and also giving them that exposure while also leaving them their privacy within the units. And here is another view from the exterior gallery between the community center and then the interior gallery, just seeing how this connects to the buildings to the side, and how you could approach the site from this view. And then just another view from the exterior where we have the art center, and then we have the warehouse, and just to show the idea of how the roof connects all programs together and the differentiation in height, and seeing it as how the community can come together in this space and interact with the housing units. And then let me just switch over.
Thanks, Daniel. We can
Yeah.
start. I think we can start questions as he's moving on to his Moreau board.
Why did you choose to put the housing as like the in between the Amazon fulfillment center and the community center? Is it are you planning on those people working in either in those studios or in the Amazon fulfillment center?
I didn't imagine them working in the Amazon warehouse as much as I did see them interacting within the individual studio spaces. I also put them in the middle just to push away from the idea of stereotyping these people and setting them off to the side. I wanted them to be front and center where they were exposed to two different programs and where they could be offered an interaction between these different people, and that would lead to having a conversation of how to better their situation, because I believe that's something that they lack on the streets where people purposely ignore them. Here you are purposely exposed to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's a little bit there that's kind of tough in terms of when you think about housing, there is a desire for privacy, right? And probably in Texas in particular, you want some sort of outdoor private space as well associated. And you kind of start by creating a perimeter or buffer around the kind of configuration, but I think it is probably too porous or too public in terms of the flow through it that might be challenging for these users to actually experience that. I think there's the opportunity. You've actually created a pretty interesting roofscape in terms of the space on top, and I wonder if is there potential of inhabiting that roofscape in some way, or if those users actually being like having like that becoming a new landscape up top that is create a new type of community, a new type of space for them, and kind of using that roof to serve double duty. Because I also think there's issues around kind of natural light getting into that space. It is a nice large covered space that probably works well for community events, but I imagine for this kind of smaller scale, like personal living space, it might be a little bit challenging.
Daniel, you should talk about what you're imagining the materiality for that being. I'm not sure you spoke that too much, but
so like looking at the roof material, I imagined it as a sort of fabric that would let the natural light come through, and that same roof structure would follow for the housing units so that it would offer them some privacy, but also allow natural light in that ventilation area. The housing units are purposely the smallest in size. They're about 6.5 feet tall, just because I want them to be able to use that area as a means of staying. And purposely having the roof stand over them so that the natural light could come in, and just sort of giving them that privacy from that roof, but also from like the way I arranged the units. I was thinking of like that would form this like more private area for them. But since I cut off from this edge, I allowed like some circulation that could come from either up here or down here, where then potentially the Amazon workers could interact with them if they wanted to. If not, they could always circulate from the top or like go to the side.
There is probably some amount of hierarchy of pathway there that could use a little bit of fine tuning to kind of maybe think about how that maybe like fine tune that flow across there a little bit more specifically.
I love the idea of centering this project around providing housing for people who currently lack it. But I think something that I wish would have been pushed further is the character and the quality of that housing, which I think sort of Vincent was talking about too. I'm just looking, and it seems like, you know, there's shared bathrooms and there are these small units, and I think you said the 6.5-foot roof, and I feel like you could really push what maybe is expected of affordable housing and say, you know, why not say, okay, everybody has their own bathrooms, and sort of make this housing a little bit nicer. Obviously there's some like realistic barriers in terms of money and whatever, but I think is your, if that's the focus of the project, I think that could be pushed to really celebrate this housing, which it seems like is your intention.
Yeah, if I could just totally agree with what Jack is saying. I also was really interested in your emphasis on the homeless issue in Austin, which I think a big issue is the invisibility of it and the ability to ignore the homeless population. And so I agree with you that having some initiative to put the housed population in contact with the formerly houseless population now housed here is a good idea. I feel like there is a bit of a missed opportunity in terms of programming, potentially also to support the formerly houseless population that are located here. In terms of like, okay, now they're here, how long are they here for? Is this transitional housing? Is this permanent housing? Where is the Ending Community Homeless Coalition, which is the most prominent homeless nonprofit in Austin? Do they have an outpost here? Do they work with the houseless here to help them find jobs, to help them move on to better housing? I mean, I could see this making sense as transitional housing rather than permanent housing, and that there's like a system for entering, and maybe there's a lottery. And what if the Amazon was investing in hiring the formerly homeless to work at the fulfillment center so that they could fulfill their goals to become housed again and rejoin the working population, right? I feel like right now they're a bit on display, and it's a bit of like, hey, regular community, look at these homeless people, but how can you better support the homeless themselves beyond just, and I think it's a very good idea. I would push the program a bit more and be a bit more integrated. It feels a bit segregated, like a bit like on display, kind of like a little, like a petting zoo or something.
I echo that too, especially where it's the location. Like, you're trying to engage them, but it feels displaced more than engaging them, you know? I think your narrative will be good also if it's like a process from going housing and then getting employed by Amazon. That'll be nicer. But right now, the location, even this courtyard concept, like it's on display, you know, like they will only hang out in the courtyard, people walk around them and people will see, but they won't do anything. They'll just walk around them. And that's the invisible concept out of it. You know, there's not real engagement. You'll just walk around them. So I do feel right now it's a little bit on display. It's a good subject to talk about, but right now I feel it is still displayed than integrated.
It's so tricky because, I mean, we dealt with this. I mean, Danielle has been, thinking about this because it's like, it's so tricky, obviously, because on the one hand, it makes sense to completely separate them, but then through his research, he found that that was the thing that was sort of the worst, right? At least psychologically, emotionally, was to separate them. So it's a really interesting and very hard challenge because you kind of have to do both, right? You want to give them privacy. And I think, Daniel, you even had a scheme at one point where you kind of had, when it was a little more centered, you actually were almost forcing people to go through the middle of that sort of housing block. I mean, I agree with most of the comments. I think there's a lot of opportunity in actually making those units much more joyous, much more beautiful, much more like actually experientially great. But it's just a tricky thing. I don't have much more to say than that. I mean, he's been doing a good job challenging it, but it's just, yeah, it's a hard challenge. So.
And I think you kind of like did a little bit of extra credit almost. It's great to, you added a whole program component to an already really complex problem. So that's gonna lend itself to even more of a critical lens. Because now you've got these three really complex things. You've got this warehouse, you've got housing, and you've got community facilities, which those three things are small towns in and of themselves, or like a factory village, which this kind of could start feeling like in a good factory town way, if there's any good precedents to look at. But I feel like if you're going to take on those three distinct programs, I would have spent a lot of time looking at all the different site planning options, because I think you still have sort of three distinct bubbles of program. And I wonder if there's a version, where the housing, is there a more natural version where the housing and the community and then the warehouse interact, I don't know, more harmoniously or seamlessly? I mean, I think if you're going to take on that type of challenge, which I think is really important and great, you've got to be super rigorous with your plan studies and siting studies. I think also your renderings are really kind of beautiful and ethereal. And as a inspiration for what the site looks like, I think that's a great aspirational, those are great aspirational images. And I think, it's almost like if you had gotten to that point earlier on, how could you kind of walk back from those images and start thinking about the plan studies?
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's great. I want to, like everyone else, kind of commend you for putting this issue as the focus of the project. I think that Adam's comments about, a lot of the comments too, I love Greta's idea of could this be a model of the best possible factory town for Amazon? And what does that look like? And I start to think about it's not just a matter of housing, but it's where's the area where they can where there's access to Zoom to do Zoom interviews or go online or things like that. So I do wonder, could you modulate the program to put some more public facing stuff, simply access to public bathrooms, simply access to areas for food prep, simply areas to get online, like the kind of things you see at community libraries. Maybe those forward facing things could be part of the program, and then you could find ways to develop more privatization around those. And I think that modulation, thinking of it more, not as just much housing that's planted into this complex, but what does a factory town look like to fulfill those needs, from everything from someone who just needs a place to take a shower to a small family that needs to stay for a few days or a longer time. I think modulating that would really give you an opportunity. And I think you could almost take away the art gallery stuff and just kind of completely chase down the question of what would be all the kind of public and private assets needed by this community, and then how could you use that to kind of modulate how you're handling it programmatically. And I think the gesture, the unifying gesture of the roof is really smart. And I think about I like this idea that the large scale infrastructure can then support these kind of beautiful moments that are turned over to other programs through the kind of the figure of the Amazon warehouse as a mast holding up this kind of beautiful draping roof. So I think there's a number of things that are really smart in the project's premises, and maybe just with more time or maybe just reconsidering some of the programming, I think you could really get it there.
Thank you.
Great. that's I think a perfect place to move on. I will say, Daniel, the physical modeling and the drawing at sort of late in the game, I'll be honest with you, really paid off for you, I think. I hope you can see that too. And I don't mean to just like making a selling, I'm trying to sell my case here. Of course, I got skin in the game here. I'm trying to push, but it really, not to like, but I would say maybe even resisted it a bit at the beginning. I had to constantly really try to get you to do it, but it really it really paid off. And I think your plan, I mean, again, Chris, I agree with the comments, but the plan really, there was a point at which it just started to gel, and I think you have some pretty nice spaces, really nice landscaped areas around the buildings, but also formally too, it became pretty interesting, and it kind of it clicked into place. But it really was when you, and again, I'm not to beat it over the head, but when you were allowing yourself to go physically, you were always going into Rhino, and the Rhino just wasn't really ever producing it wasn't helping you in the process. But then as soon as you would get into your paper models, it was actually really helping you, and your trace paper plans. If you remember that's how you really got it to work. So anyway, but nice work, and it's a good project. So
thank you.
Okay, it's 2:15. We have one more for this session, and we're going to do the same thing we did last time, which is basically just go straight into the next session. But we have Nolan next. So.
All right. I think it's full screen. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, you guys. My name is Nolan. I'm currently stationed here in Austin, Texas, and I have a 4-year background in architecture from Texas A&M. So starting off, looking back to Project 2, I began looking to the city of Austin for inspiration, which began to inform the design decisions of the project, and eventually carried these findings over to my final project as well. So looking to Austin for these highs and lows, or more specifically, the disparities in the culture of the city, I began reading Austin as a capital city of power and authority versus its more true identity, which is a city of color, personality, and identity of its people. So the image on the left begins to define the city through the capital icon. But once you really begin immersing yourself into the city's culture, you begin to recognize the sort of autonomous nature and expressive beauty of the city through the identities of Austin's people. So the two images on the right showcase these ideas, one being 6th Street and the individuality each person exhibits, as well as highlighting Austin's fun and sort of exuberant culture. And the image on the bottom right of the Pride Parade on Congress Avenue, which reveals the city's importance in creating a platform for this identity, expressiveness, and vibrancy of the people. So my project 2 began to use some of these ideas as I began designing for a residential home with an attached private artist studio. The sculpture pieces on the right were created by these ideas of identity and how pieces of the sculpture begin reading independently from one another. So these two colorful pieces on the right were sculptures that I did that begin to show this idea, one being the front view and the other being the top view. And you can kind of see this capital as a sort of capping piece in contrast with the colorful blob below it, which is representative of Austin's prevalent LGBT population, and is also important in just the expressiveness and uniqueness many Austinites have. And the bottom black box was representative of this sort of city's architecture and built environment. And the sculpture on top was another attempt at using different forms, reading very independently from each other through the flatness of the box, the roundness of the tube, and the kind of curves of the rocks. So using these ideas is what led me to the formal and spatial relationships of the plan, which exhibit similar qualities of the sculpture and ideas present in the ones below it. So you begin to read this plan in a way where the poche qualities kind of make each space read as its own separate identity and personality. And also the way these spaces are connected makes this idea a little bit more strong, as the studio seems to be jammed into the common spaces to this piece right here. And the bedroom begins to kind of peel away from the bottom bar as well. So moving on from project 2, and into this project. I began mostly programmatically in the beginning, laying out all the required pieces that I had, trying to pay respect to the existing site conditions, like the existing trees, and focusing a large portion of the warehouse to the rear, just because I didn't want this low function aspect to be separated across the, I wanted this low function aspect to be separated across the water channel, so that these high function spaces weren't interacting with it too much. And I began working through a few more options, and found this trapezoidal piece like that you can see like right here to be super interesting, as it was like a very different sort of identity from the warehouse rectangle to the rear, and thought that this was a great space, which was sort of smaller towards the street, and began relating to the houses in that manner through its scale at the front. And the further back it went, it could get much larger and possibly begin fitting in some warehouse program in there as well. So I kind of began realizing that I needed another sort of identity to begin fitting in my high function program. So something that came to mind for me when I was thinking about community was that of like the circle or the ring. So as you can see from this process model on the right, this idea of separate identities and these very different formal personalities beginning to show itself, and how you begin to read these spaces as very different things. So before I start getting into the plan of the design, here's a quick overview of the forms which I had investigated in the previous process models. One being the circular ring on the right, the trapezoidal piece in the middle, and the rectangular warehouse space to the rear. So these different spaces begin to read independently, not only through their formal qualities, but also through their use of like these very distinct colors and gradients as well. Relaying back to this like idea of Austin's culture of identity, personality, like this fun and like vibrancy of the people. And then these are just a few renderings of these spaces, but I'll come back to these, a little bit later in more detail. So here's a plan, an isometric plan of the spaces, which begin to show the interior spaces of my design. And you can see how it begins to take on similar qualities from my project 2 plan, in the way that these like 3 distinct forms begin to read against each other, as well as the way like the poche of each major space kind of begins to separate them individually as well. And I kind of also use the same strategy of these kind of like connector pieces like here, here, and here, which, act as circulation between the main spaces. It makes it seem like they're sort of like jammed into each other and make them read more independently. So in this community space on the right, I have my multi-purpose community area, dance studio, painting studio, and sculpture studio, kind of all surrounding this like semi-enclosed courtyard space where visitors and users can interact and enter into the spaces, while also having these like great views out to the water channel through this like glazed inner and exterior perimeter. And the trapezoidal space holds the private artist studios towards the front, interior galleries in the middle, and some partial warehouse storage at the back. So when I like really started thinking about the program for these trapezoidal pieces as its own identity, I thought about how I could further pursue this idea of identity and diversity of the project, and not just allowing it to be present within just the forms of the design alone. So I ended up taking some of like the high function spaces and began placing those towards the front as a way to like push this idea of diversity of program, the program it holds, and the sort of like diversity of people that are using those spaces. So you get this like super interesting thing happening where, when you're standing at the front of these spaces, and like looking down this glass facade of the trapezoid, you see an artist working in their studio. You see visitors walking around and engaging with the art in the middle. And then you also see like some of this low functioning like actions of the warehouse towards the rear. So I just thought this was another like super interesting way of pushing this idea of diversity into the project through its program and supplement with the sort of like formal and visual appearance of these spaces. And off to the left are just some offices for the use of the workers here, where it has direct access to the main entry lot. And to the rear is the main warehouse space that holds the other half of the warehouse storage, and where smaller delivery trucks pick up and move packages to the buyers. Oh, and up here is the front. Up here to the front is where like the main unloading happens. But I began incorporating this idea of diversity of like high and low function program into this rear warehouse space as well, where smaller private spaces are located in between the poche of the rear warehouse. So kind of like in between these moments right here. These could be used by artists or anyone who needs a space for working. It can be accessed by this back lot directly into this main warehouse space. So this, space again pushes this idea of diversity and identity of users of these spaces, and like specifically the actions that they're partaking in contrast with, one another as they share these larger spaces. And here's just a few elevations that show how these spaces read from each side, as they're seen from the street view facing towards the front, as well as some other elevation views of these three major forms. And finally, moving on to the renders, which you kind of saw a little bit in the beginning, but in a much larger, more detailed view. So all these renders just kind of like stand to show the visual and formal qualities of these spaces as they begin taking on their own sort of identity and readings as individual spaces. This one specifically is from the bridge that runs over the water channel on Tillery Street, and shows the backside of the community space, the trapezoidal form, and it's like their proximity to the water, where visitors can begin interacting with this feature on the site. And here's the community space that has the multi-purpose community room, dance studio, painting studio, and sculpture studio. The circular ring like really begins to stress the community aspect of the program, and allows for these visitors to like freely interact and see into each of these spaces from the inner courtyard, as they can like see these activities these people are engaging in. And this space is also like easily accessible from the site, and begins to open itself up to the activities that are happening here. And here's a really great side view of the trapezoidal form, where you can really start to see this idea of diversity of programs taking place and the sort of diversity of things that are happening within each of them. Each space has its own identity through, how we begin to perceive it from these viewpoints on the outside, which allows you to see them kind of all happening at once. So, up to the front, you can see a woman in her studio working, in this kind of like solo world or environment she has to herself in there. The middle is the interior gallery, where many people can move through and experience as a public space. And towards the rear, you can see the warehouse and the activities that would, kind of like follow that, with the loading and unloading of items, and like workers moving about on the inside. And lastly is the rear warehouse, where you can see the same sort of idea happening with individuals in their own private studios and offices, kind of in combination with this more low function activity of the warehouse on the interior. So here's like those little private studio offices in combination with this like low function aspect in the back. And then kind of similar to like the Pride flag and the color and expression of the Pride Parade on Congress Avenue, which I had shown in the beginning, I wanted to use these surfaces as a way to begin expressing that representation of color in gradient as a way that begins to represent identity in the reading of the space against other forms on the site. So that is all for this presentation. I'll head over to Miro.
I'm gonna have to go in a couple minutes, so maybe I can just say something quickly. And it was nice to see this project again as well develop. I got to see it at the mid-review. I think your drawings and representations are really great. I still am fascinated by your second project with the globby state house colorful thing. I love that thing so much. Yeah, in terms of when you're talking about diversity, I find it a little strange. It feels a bit anemic, your position on what this means and the implications of that. It's a bit like an empty signifier in a way, because the way in which it's being used at the Amazon Center is potentially a bit misleading in terms of like the way that we would treat our workers. It's a bit of like a co-opting of virtue signaling. Do you see what I'm saying? Maybe you could address that in some way. But beyond that, I think it's a successful project. I think you might want to think more seriously about how representation politics can be weaponized and misused by large corporations to continue to exploit people while putting on a happy face with the right colors. But I think it's a very successful project. And I was just thinking of, in terms of circular buildings, the Tezuka Architects project of the Tokyo Kindergarten is a really nice one. Obviously, there's also the Norman Foster Apple Campus. And the way that each of these kind of has its own distinct character, I think, is successful. And it reminds me of the Pacific Design Center in Los Angeles by Cesar Pelli. So I have to go now, but thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Great job, everyone. See you
Thank
later.
you, Adam.
Okay, bye.
Following up on that note, I also really love that blob sculpture in the beginning. And I think there's a lot of potential about using queerness as a lens to start interpreting this project and what diversity could mean today. And I feel like that blob sculpture shows a bit sort of like the messiness and the ability for queerness to evade such strict control that maybe I feel like has maybe gotten lost as the project came to fruition, where it seems very domesticated and almost symbolic. There's just one artist, I don't know if you've looked at him, but Chris Vargas, who did a Museum of Trans Historical Art, did a whole sculpture series that I think fights against this idea that like diversity necessarily means harmony and people working together. That diversity really points towards things like equity and justice and restorative justice and that kind of stuff. And I think that could really create a lens that could, I think, mess up some of the neatness that's so beautifully arranged and looks fantastic, but I think maybe is holding back some of the initial frisson, which was so great.
Mm-hmm.
Nolan, are you an architecture MArch or?
Yes, I'm my first semester here in my MArch degree.
Because kudos to your graphic, your illustration, your renders, it gets the point across really well. It's soft. It's not the typical Enscape, that default stuff.
Thank you.
Because this takes a lot of time and the effort is there. And it follows your narrative of colors and all these things of creating a vibrant element in the site. I really enjoy your project and presentation. It's clean graphically and also verbally. I have nothing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I agree with these comments. So much accomplishment in the project and sensitivity, and really gorgeous perspectives. I wonder, just to expand a little bit on Jack's point, I'm looking back at the other study. I too am really provoked by it, and I think it's because it manages to allow form and color to perform completely differently on the same object. And so in those earlier studies, you're doing something where you're actually maybe not using color in the way it is traditionally used in architecture, which is a kind of vehicle for notation. I think I mentioned this earlier in the review. You know, the color is indicative of a material shift, or saying this is this part, and this is this part, and this is this part. But instead here, you're actually applying it in a kind of painterly way, where the form and the color aren't in one-to-one relationships. And I think that form as the kind of primary rhetoric of control in architecture, like I think you could undermine that by actually thinking about how the color here could perform, disrupt, and actually work against some of the rigidity of the formalism you're using. It doesn't mean you need to be out of control, but I think there's something to think about. What if this project was approached with a color sensibility that is more about how color is approached in painting? So that would introduce things like the ability to have gradients, the ability for color to work independently of form. And I think, you know, I think it raises some important issues, because like architects don't often acknowledge that a red wall is completely different than a yellow wall. You know, there's a kind of equalization that's always given. And so if you have like two forms, for example, those two pyramidal forms, what happens if they are treated differently in terms of color, or they behave differently? So I want to, like, I would be really interested to see how you could maybe, you know, your elevations kind of give it away in terms of like the hierarchy of like, that's the form and the control. And now I want you to do a new version of those elevations where you just like apply color, but you're a lot more free in terms of the registration between the color and the form. Like I would love to see how the project could kind of thrive on difference through that negotiation.
Okay, interesting, yeah.
I agree with everyone's comments throughout. I also am really in love with these images of this project. I particularly really like the plan, and I think one of the things that I really appreciate about it is the there's walls in that plan there that was up on the screen that have like varying thicknesses and everything, and we can look at your current plan. And I think which indicated kind of difference in materiality and maybe different kind of ideas or notions of how those spaces might be used. And I think a little bit of that gets lost and maybe just translated into overall building form rather than like an exploration of the like materiality. And that might go too far towards the coding that Eric is talking about. But I think there could be maybe more exploration in kind of using some of those the formal qualities that are generated through materiality, or different ideas of materiality that might help kind of layer in another kind of aspect to your project. But in general, I think it's a really well accomplished project. It would be a place that I'd like to visit. I do think that the number of like bridges and crossings that mainly seem there for kind of the Amazon workers. I know there's some studio spaces that are in the back, but I think there is a missed opportunity, or kind of there's a lot of infrastructural crossing there that I think could be simplified or cleaned up in some way, or give some of that back to the community and create a little bit more, because right now it's one's like a drive aisle, one's an exterior drive aisle, one's an interior drive aisle, one's kind of just a pathway in between. And I think there could be a little bit more done there to create some interest in that moment.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. In looking at your plan, was excited to see how you do appear to engage the water, the creek. However, you don't use any programmatic element to make it a meaningful engagement. I just wanted to build on Vincent's comments about your plan in particular. I find the most successful part of your project, both sort of architecturally and programmatically, is the occupation of the poche within that warehouse volume. I think that represents a unique marrying of programs, which the studio really asks for, and it allows for your architectural language to develop out of that marriage. So I think that that's a really successful component. I would have loved to have seen it be developed a little bit more, because I think that the disparate nature of accommodating the programs in 3 separate volumes creates a quite exciting and dynamic site plan. but it's the engagement between the different kinds of programs and individuals that I think is where the most potential for innovation on these kinds of projects lies. I also think it's really interesting that you've incorporated a sort of circular form. I think that the logistics behind a distribution center, interestingly enough, will probably benefit from some of the efficiencies in a circular form, more so than a community center, which may not necessarily want to be in such a unique volume or enclosure. Whereas actually in a distribution center, you do need those efficiencies, particularly for the workers, that kind of efficient volume provides. So I would have also have loved to have seen maybe using that formal language, but on the distribution center as well.
Something just looking back, I think at this project, but then the other projects that we've looked at in this section, I've noticed that there seems to be an association that transparency or visibility of people and what they're doing is necessarily empowering and is necessarily a good thing. And I think I've seen that almost in all the projects maybe, but I think that's not always true, right? Like, and it doesn't always make people feel comfortable if they're always on display. And those studios, which are so nice, and the color there on the side, on the right-hand side of that drawing, that I think Sarah was just talking about, which are so nice architecturally. I do wonder about who's going to feel comfortable in those spaces, that kind of thing, and how much is that going to promote diversity? Is that just going to be for people who feel comfortable being out in society and feel already accepted by Amazon, which, you know, probably isn't everybody. Yeah, so it's sort of just a thought, I think, trailing across all of these, that maybe that relationship with visibility could be rethought.
Well, I think it goes to, I agree. And I mean, I think people have been touching on that poche, which is starting to get successful, but I agree that it's kind of not fully been pushed yet. And I think, so I'm probably gonna go across everyone's comments a little bit, but on the one hand, I think it would be interesting to try to get this project to have that messiness that we're sort of talking about, that kind of, almost if you like didn't have the color, like the color is great. And I think we all like the color, but at the same time, it is like diagrammatic, and it is like, while I agree with Eric that it does matter, right? Like that red volume, like I want to go there, like I like that. But on the other hand, it can also be a crutch too. So I think it would be interesting to try to, you know, not use color and really make these things speak on their own just formally. And I think a lot of that could be done with the poche, but connecting back to Jack's comment, which is that, like, rather than it be like right now, the poche is the most prevalent in the back warehouse space, but it's very consistent, right? It's kind of like the same everywhere. And I guess I'm feeling like what you're saying too. It's like, maybe it's thick, but maybe some of those aren't all glass, and it's like they're actually thick and solid, and like they're more private. And then there's others that are, so it's like when you start adding more program or more specificity or more something into those things, they'll both become more messy, which is I think what we want a little bit, but also address what, you know, what people are saying, which is, you know, it's sort of, yeah, just that. It's like they should get more specific. And I think once you do that, you solve that, I think that's when you can like connect all the dots together, and it'll be really interesting. So, but obviously it's a great project and it's really interesting. It's bringing up all these conversations, which is really great. Well, we're a little over in time, but not too bad. So are there any other comments for Nolan? Or Nolan, do you have any questions for the reviewers or anything that you want to mention?
Yeah, I mean, thank you all for such amazing comments. Yeah, I do agree with the statement that, you know, the kind of poche quality definitely could have been pushed a lot further. Kind of like what's happening in between those kind of poche moments. And yeah, the first comment that was made on, you know, just basically putting, you know, maybe like these representative colors of pride just on a surface, maybe a little bit too basic for like the complexities of the issue. So, you know, I think that's something that definitely could have been addressed a little bit further as well.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah, we're going to take a short break and we're going to start back up at 3. So in about well, we might start a little earlier, like maybe in 15 minutes. I think so. A few of you guys are going to stay, but I want to thank all the reviewers so much for your comments and taking the time to be with us and looking at a screen more than you had to, because you already probably are looking at a screen a lot. So, but I know I've been enjoying the conversation. I'm sure all the students have as well. So thank you all for being here. Yeah. I don't know if anyone has like final comments or anything for this group, or for, I guess some of you are going to probably be going and have seen 2 groups. So are there any, I guess you don't have to, but if there are any kind of final comments for the people that have been here for the 2 groups, or just even for the people that have been here for 1 group.
Well, this is it for me. So I just want to say that I really enjoyed this morning, and I want to commend the students I mentioned in the comments on kind of transcending the moment and doing some fantastic work. I think that, Will, it's as we talked about earlier this morning, like it's a good studio brief because it's an impossible problem. And I think that the projects that I found most provocative were ones that didn't try to avoid that tension, but actually found ways to engage it and engage these kind of tricky negotiations for a project that doesn't have a lot of easy answers. So I would ask the students, the young architects, not to like shy away from those tensions and not to shy away from those kind of double-edged swords, and kind of embrace the ambiguity within a brief like this, and find those moments of tension and embrace them as part of something that architecture can begin helping us negotiate. So thank you all. And thanks, Will, for the invitation. This was great.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo the same thing. I think the brief is put together in a really good way, where it forces you to have a tension comment. And this is good. Like, this is a conversation we should be having. So like, for anybody that presented this second time, like, the conversation we're having is just something we need to talk. Everybody has an opinion about diversity or homelessness, but it's a good conversation to have at the level of architecture. I think it's a really good brief put together. And again, these are the issues we're going to be dealing more and more as we grow. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you both to Will and to all the students. I was really impressed by the quality of everyone's output. It was really, really amazing for everyone that I saw. And then also I really love seeing everyone's heart, and everyone seemed to approach the problem thinking about people and just how to make the world better. And I think that was really heartening to see. And I just encourage everyone to keep pushing that aspect, especially.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I kind of second that. I'm impressed, just, but I'm impressed with the diversity of work, you know what I mean? Like, the projects really are kind of, there's a really good, like, they all really differ from each other. And like what you said, I think the heart, well, I think you were speaking about like the heart to others, but in a way it's like they've shown their voices through them too, both somewhat formally, but I think more importantly, kind of through ideas, right? And like things that they're interested in. I think that's, when they connect, that's even better, but you're seeing kind of both sides of that, which I think is really great. Okay. Great. And then a few of you, Sarah and Vincent, I think you're going to stick around. Thank you. And anyone else is welcome, of course. I mean, by all means, please stay. But if I also understand people have other Zoom meetings to get to. So, okay, so we'll take a short break, and I'll see you guys, a few of you back here in about 10 minutes. Hi. Claire? Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well. Nice to meet you.
Me too, I'm Will. Thanks so much for coming.
Of course. Yeah, happy to be here.
Great. And I think I see, hey, Corey. Yeah, let's get started here in just a minute. Are you seeing the Miro board right now?
I am, yep.
Okay, good, thanks. Just wanted to make sure. I should be Zoom fluent at this point, but you know, still.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I'm teaching a course as well, and every time I forget to enable screen share.
Yeah. Everyone. Okay, great. Thanks for joining us. This is the third session for our vertical studio. I'll introduce the reviewers. We have Vincent Calabro, who joined us for our previous session, as well as Sarah Gill, who also did. We have two new reviewers. Vincent is a graduate of Yale University with an MArch, and previously worked at Studio Gang Architects for I think 6 years, and is now teaching at IIT and is a co-founder of Office of Things, which is a architecture design firm. Thanks, Vincent, for coming, and he's been with us for a few different reviews, so he's always very helpful. It's good to have you. We have Sarah Gill, also a graduate of Yale, and as well of an undergraduate degree from University of Texas in Austin. She has worked for Thomas Heatherwick's office in London for many years, and she is currently architectural designer for the Google real estate team in Menlo Park. She got sort of snagged when she was working on the new headquartered building with Heatherwick. They realized how good she was. They took her in-house. Thank you, Sarah, for coming. We have Corey Begg. Hey, Corey. Corey is a part of the University of Texas faculty. He's the graduate advisor. He is a graduate of Columbia University with an MArch, and a registered architect, and the founding principal of OTA. Is that right? OTA design. Here in Austin, Texas. And we have Claire Townley. Is that right? And Claire, I was looking for information, but I think I found that you work. You're a graduate of UT, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think my bio wasn't on there because I'm teaching. But
okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
I am definitely the youngest among you. I graduated just a few years ago with my MArch from UT. I did my PRP at Renzo Piano in Paris, and I work at Pollen Architecture here in town. And I'm currently teaching comprehensive studio for the undergrads at UT.
Sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you, Claire. And sorry, I had to run out right when I was about to say thank you for being here. Thank you to all of our viewers. I had a leaf blower earlier in the earlier session, so now it's dog barking. So I'm going to go through and just quickly introduce the project and the brief. I have this up on the page here because I wanted to start here because really this semester, this is a vertical studio graduate studio. Half the students have a background in architecture roughly, and half do not. That's their first, for many of them, it's their first semester doing architecture. We have a couple of students who have been at UT for a few years. but most of them it's their first semester. The thing that the studio is really kind of emphasizing is kind of a process of designing, and the process being really working through physical modeling as the primary tool, kind of analog physical modeling, not just sort of outputting through like laser cut models, which is of course productive at times, but really kind of working through problems physically. And so kind of developing a design language, formal language, but also kind of an organizational strategy through doing that. So that's really the kind of process we've been going through. And so I wanted to show, it's also an all Zoom studio. So so some of the students are in Austin, but we've only been meeting remotely, and many of the students are actually international, or been dialing in internationally. We have two that are actually, one's in, Bowen is in China. I'm not sure if he's still on because it's very late there, or very early in the morning now, I guess. And Sue Lin is also calling in from Taiwan. So they've luckily presented already, so they won't have to try to present at like 4 a.m. for them. But so it's been an interesting studio, of course, just for that reason. I mean, like everyone's. But I put these images up because we've, you know, to credit the students, they've really embraced this, and they've really been working hard and doing a lot of building and really experimenting and having some fun, I hope. But it's been a fun process of kind of building and us, you know, talking about the models and critiquing the models. But of course, it's one thing that's so great about models typically is that you can kind of pick them up and hold them and move them around. But I would say we've done pretty well considering just the fact that we've still just been looking at them from a distance. This semester we're designing it's a kind of hybrid program this semester that the students are being asked to design. It's a micro fulfillment center, an Amazon micro fulfillment center, really kind of addressing the kind of pandemic environment we're in terms of just, you know, here's an article from the New York Times that just came out last week, and you know, Amazon's just hiring like crazy right now. I mean, their kind of business is on fire just because they're, you know, supporting so many people right now with groceries and delivery, et cetera. So that was what kind of sparked the brief, and then kind of me writing the brief was really thinking about that as it's becoming a kind of necessary infrastructure in current times. But it also relates to other things like it that are like data centers and things that are kind of often swept under the rug and kind of pushed to the outskirts of cities. It feels like it's important that we start to address those maybe and start thinking about how we can design them. So that was, the thought was, how do we bring these programs closer into the cities where actually people are utilizing? I mean, people in the cities are using the products, but the products are coming from far away. So it's like, is there a way that we could restructure it so that these centers are actually closer in? There's less transportation necessary, et cetera. And that if we can couple it with a program that, like an art center, like a community-oriented thing, maybe both can benefit, right? So the warehouses become better, there's more transparency, and there's more kind of a relationship between those programs. So they seem disparate, but maybe there's a way to connect them and allow for something new and something better. So that's kind of that's why we're doing what we're doing this semester. I'll go in a little bit more specifically to how we've been working. So the semester has been broken up into 3 assignments. The first 2 really working towards the third project, which is what we're going to be primarily reviewing today, but we will be seeing work from both projects. So the first project was really a program massing study, and it was a work from home space. So it was a studio space and living quarters. It was purposely siteless, so it was really meant for the students to start working physically and building block models, basically. I mean, it didn't have to be blocks. Some people didn't use blocks, but the idea that there was a representative volume that was used that indicated scale and volume, and basically using those as a strategy to create organizational systems. So, you know, really focusing less on like an aesthetic or a composition and more about what the actual functions and adjacencies are. So where should the living room be next to the studio? Do you want the studio space to be close to a space that's allowed? Those kinds of questions is what they were looking at, and kind of where the program would go. And I think what happened, which was partly the goal, is to show that just through that, you can actually create really interesting, I would say architecture in a sense, like just through kind of thinking about program and thinking about the organizational strategy and not thinking about a lot of else, you can actually find, you know, hopefully create something that's really, really interesting. So from there, they were taking that same scheme into project 2, which was where they would basically, the students were asked to find a site in Austin, Texas. So the previous one was siteless, but this new site was by their choosing, and it was based on kind of some research of the city. And really the research was through a lens that the studio called is high-low. High-low being, of course, the program of an Amazon fulfillment center and a community art center, but also high-low and something that I'm interested in my kind of research, just the kind of ordinary, the mass culture versus the fine arts and painting, sculpture, et cetera, and seeing if we can find relationships between those things and things that will allow us to, honestly, it was a way to hopefully get the students to have a jumping off point for a formal strategy. So it allowed them to sort of experiment formally a little bit. But the students were basically asked to look at Austin and think about, again, the idea of mass culture. So what is it about Austin that makes it tick? Like it's not just, the fact that hook 'em horns, it's not, or it could be, but like, what are elements of the city that wouldn't be on the postcards in the airport, but like they wanted them to dig a little bit deeper, get a little bit more investigative. And they were asked then to find a mass cultural element, like something that might be sold on Amazon, or an element or an idea or something in the city. So it was pretty broad, but something that wouldn't necessarily be considered high art, I guess you would say. And they were also asked to find an object or a painting or a sculpture that they could make connections between those things. So it might be pretty abstract or it might be pretty literal. And you'll see some of that work. And then they were using that strategy as a way to contextualize their program massing models, basically. So at the end of that, it was all very iterative. So they had a lot of different iterations. They'll probably only show you one or two of those iterations. But it was basically to show how the program could kind of morph to a formal strategy in order to contextualize the project. And again, like I said, that the goal for that was a process of working, and they were meant to take that sort of similar process in project 3, which was the design for the fulfillment center itself. So they were starting really with program massing and really starting to quickly start making massing models and develop a relationship between the warehouse spaces and the community arts center spaces. So just through kind of massing iterations, they started developing things that were important to them, like where the warehouse was in relation to the community center. Was it connected? Was it separate? Was it, et cetera? And they were asked to actually think about that critically. So, to have a stance on it as well, because it is sort of an unwanted program, but that the intention was that they would find something potentially beneficial from it as well. So I won't go in deep detail, but this is kind of the program that was laid out to them. The community art center is about 15 to 20,000 square foot. Ceramic studios, painting studios, private studio spaces, multi-purpose spaces, et cetera. Auxiliary parking was purposely sort of underestimated. Of course, it would need much more parking than 5 to 10 spaces, but I didn't want it to become a parking exercise completely, although unfortunately a lot of times that is the case with architecture projects. But for now, I just limited the parking. The fulfillment center was primarily warehouse space. And again, I'll say it's a micro fulfillment center. These centers are typically, if you see this image here, these things are massive usually, like the full scale ones, 400,000 square foot, 800,000 square foot buildings. But there is a trend that we actually, the students did some research the first week. The micro fulfillment center as a thing is becoming more prevalent. So they're actually seeing more of them happening, and they're going in the backsides of grocery stores and stuff like that. So they're actually finding their way sort of into other warehouse spaces. So that was going to be, we actually reduced it a little bit from what's shown here. We did like 20 to 30,000 square foot for the warehouse spaces. And that, of course, was, there was an office requirement, delivery, thinking about where kind of the product was coming into that building, and then where product was coming out of it, basically using those sort of the prime vans that you're always seeing on the street, like where those vans were going to be going. And they've been working on this project for about 6 weeks. So it's a relatively complex program. I think the projects are pretty well developed. Let me think, is there anything else? So just to clarify that the first 2 projects, they were meant to sort of take ideas or forms or investigations that they used in those first 2 and relate them, some literally, a little more literally, some more abstractly, but the intention was sort of a jumping off point for them for the first 2 projects. And are there any questions from the reviewers? I know Corey's also actually seen a little bit of this. He was on our mid-review. So, okay, so let's jump in. The site. Sorry. And you are next, Victoria, but I forgot, I didn't talk about the site. I'll go quickly though. The site is at the corner, it's in East Austin, since I think people have all either heard this or are from Austin, so it shouldn't take too long. Here's Austin, I-35. Our site is here on the east side. Let's see. my mouse isn't working. There you go. Here's our site. It's at the corner of Tillery and Lyons. It's right across, pretty close to Boggy Creek Farm, which is right here. It's an interesting site because it's sort of right next to, adjacent to this primarily residential neighborhood. So there's a lot of single family homes here, but then it's also adjacent to this like small single story creative office space. And again, more single family. There is one, this is a couple of views of the site. This is the corner of Lyons and Tillery. So it's a long flat site with some pretty beautiful trees. This actually isn't showing it great because it looks like it's getting cut through the telephone wire or whatever. But it is, there's some really great trees on the site. The students were asked to consider those trees and not to take them down. So most of the strategy should be showing, there's a couple of scrubby trees that did get removed, but you can see it is a wintertime view. But this tree back here is a really great tree. And this is, I think, you know, when the leaves are on it, it's even better. This view is sort of showing the small scale residential to the one side of the site, and then of course our site here. So that was another thing that was at least wanted to be thought about with this project. There's a church that's on the corner, kind of behind where we were just looking from. The other interesting feature of the site is this, it's Boggy Creek, but it's basically a stormwater runoff. It's kind of a drainage ditch, basically. As you can see, it's not necessarily beautiful, although some students are kind of engaging with it and thinking about maybe revitalizing it as a more kind of thing, because it is part of the site and it could be really interesting. The other adjacent, but right behind our site is the Tillery Street Plants, I think it's called. I've bought plants from there before. Some more views of the houses. And then here's the far east side of our site. So you have this small, again, single family home. This is basically our property line, and then this is the site that we're in here. And this is an image just off of Airport Boulevard, just to show we're not right off Airport, but we're pretty close to it. There is some light industrial kind of in that Airport. Obviously, it's sort of starting to get transferred over to more creative offices and stuff like that, which is happening most on the east side. But it is something that our program is, it would be foreign to the neighborhood, but it wouldn't be completely, like it seems like there's other things that are close to it that are somewhat similar. Okay, great. I will pass it off to Victoria. Victoria is going to take it away from here.
Okay. I don't know if you want to time me because I'm the class timer and I can't multitask.
Yes.
Can you stop sharing your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see that?
Yes, it's not full screen though. Can you try full?
Oh, it is on my computer. Okay, wait. Can you see that now?
Yes.
Is that full screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Vicki Workman. I graduated with my undergrad from the University of Missouri. I'm currently in Chicago, doing school from home, so I'm not in Austin. But I'm going to start with project 1. So we had to design a house with a studio space in it, and I kind of just thought about our own personal situation. So I wanted to design a multi-purpose studio space and a space where people could essentially move around throughout the home while still being creative. I just didn't like sitting in my desk in my corner of the room all day. So to start off, I made my kit of parts, just the average rooms of the home with the studio space, and I really studied the program adjacencies of what rooms need to be close to each other and what doesn't necessarily need to be next to each other. My main inspiration for this house was the Farnsworth house in Illinois. I really enjoyed how the living spaces kind of had views to the outside and they wrapped around this machine-esque feeling. So these were my models that I had made for my project 1. I kept that Farnsworth house idea and had the studio space wrap around the living quarters of the home, just so if you're in the living space, you can look into the studio and see the creative work, or you can move around as an artist. And then the right images are just the model more detailed in different rooms. So moving on to my high and low cultural analysis, I am, like I said, in Chicago, so I had to kind of do my own digging on Austin, and this is what I would consider the postcard images. So definitely not what you would think of, but it's more of a subculture, this Western identity. So this stuck out to me a lot just because you don't see this in the North.
So on the left are these like non-postcard images, I would say. It's the rodeo and a dance hall, and those really stuck out to me. They felt very homey and very unique to Texas, or even unique to Austin. And then I'm kind of comparing it to this city globalization glass skyscraper that you could see anywhere in Austin and New York and LA. So I looked at some different products. I have products that kind of take on this Western identity and merge it with a more practical city feeling. So you have like a cowboy roller skate or a construction hard hat or a mechanical bull. And then I found some really interesting fine art pieces. John Chamberlain really stuck out to me with his aluminum sculptures. And then Georgia O'Keeffe and G. Harvey had some beautiful paintings. I really enjoyed the colors that also came with this. And then I picked my site on East 5th Street in Austin. It's just next to one of the Westin skyscraper. It's huge compared to the building next to it, which is like a 2-story bar/restaurant. And I just liked how you kind of merge these two identities. So I looked at the 122 Community Arts Center, which merges like the glass facade and the older facade that's at the front. Then I looked at the different number of floors and ceiling heights, the materials used in the entrances that people walk through to get into these different kind of identities in these buildings. And I just took some cubes and started playing around with some different models, studying the urban grid and the sprawl, the scale. And then on the left or the right are images of my site model. So you can see that taller skyscraper with these cubes kind of matching the plateau of it. And here were more of my final models. I chose to kind of merge these identities into one. So I took the Western kind of pink blocks and merged it with this taller, more dramatic city-esque building. So that's the floor plan on the right. A few more floor plans and some sections. But getting into my warehouse and fulfillment centers and studios. So this is the exterior of my building. We are looking at this from Lion Street. And so I wanted to emphasize that you can see some of these community centers through the street view. So you're just going to see some of these and here. And the exterior actually has no walls for the fulfillment center, but I'll get into that later. Just kind of keep this mental image in mind. Okay, so this site, I had to kind of study it and walk through Google Maps, and it was kind of a challenge, but I really wanted to put my building at the corner of Tillery and Lyons just to kind of make a statement. I feel like as a community, we are the people who complain about Amazon, but we're also the people that keep buying from Amazon. So if we're going to keep doing that, we need to merge and like have this building be a part of our communities and not just on the outskirts so we can be responsible for it. So you see these different colors in my building. Those are skylights that show the floors. You'll see those more in the floor plans. It's very colorful, very fun. And then there are some courtyards as well, which Will had talked about, those pre-existing trees that I kept in mind. And here are just some site images. There are a lot of pink buildings. Pink is my favorite color, so I loved that. Lots of yellows, even some yellow windows on some of the homes. It was just more playful and fun if you really took a walk down the street. So when setting the site, I found 3 things I really wanted to focus on. There is a train, I think, being built, or maybe just was built, kind of adjacent to the back end of the site by the nursery. And I didn't want any noise of that train to interfere with dance studios or just private studios or even the workers taking a break. I didn't want people to have to be in a loud space. So that I took into consideration. I also looked at the private and public buildings around the site. So definitely more homes on the northern side of the site, which made me think more of community entrances. Where would I want my residents to be going? Where would I want my Amazon trucks to be going? Things like that. And then traffic leads into that. So obviously just accessibility, the Amazon trucks would definitely be more efficient at that corner as well, which ended up working out well. Here is my kit of parts. So I have just my different studios, dance studio, painting, ceramic, architecture, private studio, and then a classroom for students maybe in the area, or a kindergarten class could go there for a field trip or anything like that. So I started by making some mass models. This was when we first got our program. So my first model right here is just all boxes, and I kind of wanted to stick with this square feeling at first, just to get a feel for the size of these programs. So I laid them out onto the site, and I really made it a priority to scatter them around so people could maybe walk through the site. The yellow paper is actually what I envisioned a pathway to be. And so people could walk through the path, maybe walk through the studio spaces and really get a sense of these little buildings. But I also put them at the top of the street just so if people are walking in the community, they could also see the classes or the painting studios or things like that going on. But I also wanted to merge them a step further. So I started with my next model, cutting out pieces of paper. The purple indicates studio spaces and the yellow is still that pathway, or the pink is more of the Amazon warehouse. So I merged them with different levels, maybe crossing paths with the hallways and things like that. On the right are just some trace paper studies that I had originally made. So I made this pathway with the warehouses, and then I started putting in a grid. I felt like the grid was very orderly and kind of kept the warehouse feeling. It kind of felt more industrial and was essentially even a cheap way to start building these things that are going to be going up very quickly. And then I put the smaller buildings on the grid. But then we went on a virtual site tour that Will took us on, and I saw that by the nursery, like adjacent to the site, kind of by the railroad, was a lot of trees. And I really didn't want to have my tail end of my model, which is right here, have to take out any more trees than it needed to. So I decided to put it all under one big roof and kind of took those pathways that I had made in the original models and made them my own warehouse space. So to start off with making this model, I had to design the voids, which would essentially be the warehouse space. So the voids are the pink boxes that you see. And then after doing that, I designed where the studio essential little rooms would be. When designing, I really wanted to have this view down the center where the community would go to, where they could see maybe interior gallery space. So not all the private studios or studios would have maybe artwork on the wall and you could just walk down and see everything. So this green arrow kind of shows a viewpoint. And then this one, it just shows maybe where some Amazon lockers could be or things like that. Some inspiration that I really looked to, I found the ferry terminal by Sana. This really stood out to me. I liked how the cars could even go under the roof. The roof wasn't very heavy and it was also very rational and gridded. And then just looking around in Austin, I found the fair market, and the interior kind of stood out to me more because I loved this view of the interior hallway, which I had just talked about. So just some form diagrams. I started with the basic warehouse program and put these little even Western, kind of homey, not Western in a way that they're Western, but just more homier small spaces into the program, this monster of a building. And then I decided where the courtyard spaces should be based on the trees. And then from there, I looked at the grids and then designed my voids, which then led to my rooms. So this is my floor plan. I will start by talking about the warehouse. So as I said, it's all very thought through. This side is primarily the warehouse. The intersection is up here for easy access for the trucks or the Amazon vans and whatnot. There is a conveyor belt that goes through the floor plan into the Amazon lockers. So I had said that there were no exterior walls around the building. I didn't want to have this giant square or rectangle box. So I really had to think about ways that this building could be locked up at night or locked up if no one's looking or if no one's there. So I did some studying and I looked at these Amazon lockers that are now being used in communities. You'll see them at Whole Foods and things like that. There also are Amazon cages, I would call them, that you can lock up that hold bigger items. And then these conveyor belts can be turned off and turned on at any point. So when laying out my studio spaces, I chose to put the classroom next to this parking lot just for if parents or families or anyone is running in just to take a class, they could have easy access. Next, I chose to put this architecture studio kind of secluded. I feel like we are very want a little bit more privacy. Maybe a firm is renting it out. It's more mature. And then the painting studio and ceramic studio did come next. So I really, like I said, wanted these spaces to be prominent to the street. Maybe the lights are on at night and you're seeing an artist like learn how to paint a tree or something where little kids could even be inspired just walking past. And then I took the dance studio, which I really wanted to be more of like the center focal point. There are walls that have like interior gallery purposes. So it's not like the dancers are on display all the time, but they are still at the center. On the other side of the wall is the office for Amazon. I wanted this to be very central focal point. I watched an Amazon video and they need to be seeing like where the conveyor belts are going or if they need to move anything. So I put that there. And then the break room I chose to put just in case they want a view to the nursery or to the exterior. And then the private studios I kind of scattered around. I even thought of these more as spaces where people could go and have group studies. So maybe it's not someone where it's just like it's their own personal space. They could just choose the scene that they want to have for the day. And then these are two interior renderings that I did. This is the painting studio looking into the ceramic space. And then this is this courtyard here looking into the cages and the conveyor belts. So one thing I got from my mid-crit was that to focus on the construction of the warehouse and of the smaller spaces. And so I really looked at these trusses that I have and the I-beams, and then I looked at like wood paneling for the interior of the studio spaces with some glass curtain walls. And then this is this view down the center. I can kind of zoom in. There is brick wall here that's done, but I don't know if the PDF kind of makes it a little bit all red. But this is the view, so you can see all the different studio spaces. The pink would kind of represent maybe artwork that goes up. So you can see that all throughout the space. It's very open. You can see the trees and the nature. There are a lot of skylights that bring in natural light. And then the conveyor belt is still there. Amazon workers would be throughout the space, or they can go throughout the space just like the creative artists could also go. Here are just some sections. And, oh, sorry, I zoomed in too much. Section. So this one just kind of shows where the conveyor belt is and how it kind of guides throughout the space. And then this one kind of shows how it sits on this creek, and if there were to ever be water in it, that's how it might look. And the skylights that are in this dance studio. And then I made this model. It's kind of like an illustrated model, just a part of the building showing just the smaller sections with the conveyor belt and the columns and where the light would hit. But that is it. I'll switch to my Miro. Can you hear me? I just got a notification that says screen sharing stopped. Okay.
Now we can hear.
Okay. Also, my Miro is not loading. Can I do my Illustrator boards with full screen mode?
Sure.
They're like blurry. Okay.
Sure.
Sorry. Can you see this?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. So here is just some process work that I had shown, and then my project 1 board, project 2, and so on. But I will pass it off to you guys.
Can you
Victoria?
talk about what?
Oh, go ahead.
Can you talk a little bit about what happens in the space in between some of the programmatic pieces that you have? So let's say like the studio space, the little studio boxes, or
like in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had started putting some tables or like swings in it. I didn't know if that would be like too overwhelming as hallways, but I can definitely go back and add some more things. I also thought maybe like beanbag chairs or things like if musicians are outside of it doing their own thing, that might also be helpful. I didn't want to just restrict the space to tables. But if you have any ideas, for sure.
So I think I saw your previous projects, and you had the Farnsworth House as a precedent for one of your projects. And I think that's a really good precedent for this project as well, potentially. Like, this is almost like if the Farnsworth House were made into a warehouse, like how would that work, right? Because as you know, in the Farnsworth House, the bathroom kind of serves as the divider of everything, but all that space around it is programmed, right? And that service core, or that central space, kind of has like the kitchen built into it and the bathrooms built in and the mechanical built into it. And so I wonder if these interstitial spaces, like some of them could just be tables and chairs scattered about, but I think those spaces could be programmed more. And then maybe also the walls of your kind of boxes, they could hold functions within them that service not only the inside of the space, but also the outside of the space. So you're imbuing qualities to both sides of that space, and maybe it's things that serve the warehouse function, or things that serve the dance function. I think, and that might, again, like give you, I think we talked about this in one of the earlier projects, give you more precise placement of these spaces, of where these boxes go, and create more ideas of like where is pathway, where are you actually opening it up to create a space, and kind of creating different types of hierarchy, and like really starting to dial in the placement of those boxes.
And I think, building on to Vincent's comments, I think that interstitial space could start to become more specific if you think about how the community around your site and your project might start to use this space. I think what's really intelligent in the combining of the two programs is not having exterior walls, which would make this very large sort of roof project. It would become incredibly imposing to the neighborhood and to the community if it was enclosed. So there's a real intelligence in not enclosing the full volume. And then I think, as Vincent is saying, the next step is really to think about then how does that potentially start to be used by your sort of three primary users, which in my mind are the Amazon workers, the people that are participating actively in the arts programs. And then the third is that, like, that person from the neighborhood, the person that is walking down the street. And you have this ability to create a third space for them as well.
Okay, thank you.
Victoria, can you elaborate a little bit more on your attitude towards the creek? You know, I see that it's overhanging the creek, but you didn't really talk about that much.
Yeah, I had thought about, well, I always said I wanted to revitalize it. I don't know how realistic that honestly is, if I'm going to be honest. I would like it to have water in it. That's why I did place it over it. But I don't know if that's not sustainable or things like that. But I did choose that just for more like of a nature scene, if I wanted people to be walking down this path, so they could still have access to like looking at it. I don't know if
yeah, I mean, it's actually interesting. I think that's, you know, a perfectly fine proposition. And so I don't know if you've ever been to Austin, but it sounds like you have had limited interaction here. So East Austin, where your site is really rapidly kind of being developed and built up more and more all the time. But this creek is actually sort of an overlooked area. You know, it's like a green corridor, maybe not so green, but you know, it's a corridor through all of that you know won't necessarily you know be developed. So I think the idea of maybe that becoming a more important part of this area could be really interesting. And yeah, I mean, I think that's just our challenge as designers to figure out how to do that. You know, and maybe the creek doesn't have water because we do live in an area that, you know, it fluctuates up and down, but that doesn't mean it can't be, you know, another type of natural landscape that is, you know, still has value. There are creeks in Austin that don't have water, but they become like hiking trails. And you can just hike right through them. So I guess my comment is it's a fairly, big move to build right on the creek, but it kind of seems like your attitude about it is sort of timid, or you're not really addressing it. So I think kind of thinking more, if you're going to do something so dramatic, thinking more about exactly why you did that would be great.
I also felt like I didn't want to ruin like the trees on the other side. So the space was limited. I didn't want to be building up necessarily and making this like huge structure in this tiny city. So I felt like maybe that also led me to placing my building there as well. Trying to keep as many trees as possible. I don't know.
I'm just thinking of something, and I know I don't want to talk too much because you already heard me talk a lot, but picking up on Claire saying, and actually a little bit what Sarah's saying too, when you're programming more of the interstitial spaces, that feels like another opportunity, right? Like maybe it's not so much that you don't go over the water, but then it's like, what if it steps down to like, what if your platform, your deck actually starts to engage with it? I think that's maybe what, or at least that's what I'm reading Claire saying a little bit. It's like, right now it's just sort of, it's just like nothing changes about anything except that it just happens to be over the water now. Or for instance, what if you cut big oculuses out of it that you could look down into the water? So I think it's like finding more opportunities in the same way that you started doing with the roof on the waterfront too. Because it does, I would agree, kind of, and again, I think the projects are interesting conceptually, but they, that edge is a little like sort of straight, and there's a little bit of corridor areas, but otherwise it kind of doesn't feel like it's really being designed with the water in mind. And I think there could be really some really interesting ways to do that. And it might not even touch the water, it might just sort of hang over the water just slightly. So in section, it's just like, it's almost like a boat deck, where it just hangs off or something. But
I really like Claire's comments though. Oh, sorry. Just thinking about that, it might not have water in it all the time. It might just be a habitat restoration project. And that might get you to believe in it a little more. I think you're timid about this idea of it either has water or it doesn't have water. But I think there's these different types of habitats that are these wetland or these kind of spaces where water fluctuates. And there is a lot of value in kind of changing it from a concrete kind of basin and do something that might support different types of habitats. Sorry, Corey.
No worries. Yeah, I totally agree with all those comments. I mean, I think there's also something to be said just in the experience of framing something, even if it's not, water or not a creek, it's just concrete. There's something about that depth. That's why Terrell's sculptures are so successful. Mm-hmm. It just frames blue, but they're amazing. So there's other things that you can frame that are still, I think, powerful interventions in architecture. And I think if you're going to go over the creek, it has to do something. I do think I really like your plan. I like the idea of these kind of pieces that have the ability to move around in space, and then some are more locked in with less ability. Some are more free flowing. I think the one thing that I would say, just as advice maybe, is there doesn't seem to be a lot of feedback in the design process. Like once you locate a piece, it's located there, and it doesn't really feed back on the other parts of the process. It's like a very linear process. And I think like there are ways, like for example, you talked about the circulation kind of, had the one diagram where it's very orthogonal, and that's orthogonal because it's located according to these orthogonal buildings. And I think there's a way for, once you insert these kind of systems, like the circulation of people, but also the conveyor system, things that are more efficient in other formats might have feedback on the building as you've already put it into play. So like a conveyor system, obviously, efficiency is really key to any of those mechanical devices. So it's not going to want to move around in all these jogs. All those jogs just introduce liability to the machine. And no fulfillment facility is going to be happy with that, because it's going to require maintenance and all this other kind of stuff. So, and just more material. So I think just thinking about how some systems, when you start to overlay, it's a very complex program. So when you start to overlay these things, what takes priority within that fusion of those two systems coming together? If it's conveyor system, maybe that needs to then reinform the building geometries. Maybe they need to shift around either in plan and location, or literally be carved out of or altered in some way. And then the other thing I'd say is, I really like the way you described the project. I think it was actually really interesting to talk about these boxes, these kind of free-floating boxes within the building as Western boxes, and these kind of cozy Western. And And you have really good imagery of what that kind of means in Austin, which is really about, even in movies, Western movies, it's about the frontage. Most of the buildings are fake. And it's really about that kind of front facing facade of that building. And so I think, if you were to develop this further, I would really take that seriously and look at each of those buildings inside the larger building as their own objects. Like, what does the dance Western mean? Like, what goes on the facade of that kind of building that gives it character that's different from all of the other buildings that you're putting in the project? Because I think if you're going to use something like Western, that's all about character within the same style. Like, Western is a style, but within that, there's different characters. And so I think expressing that individuality within each of those projects would be really interesting within the larger envelope. But yeah, I think this plan has a lot of promise for sure.
Thank you.
Great. Any other thoughts? Because that's actually perfect timing. My timer just went off, so I think we're great. Corey. But Corey, that specifically, I think we just started getting there. Like, in a way, I congratulate Victoria, because I think it's really a conceptually strong project, but also she really did work the plan to the degree, and I think it shows. Like, the plan really does. I mean, there's things, of course, there always are. Like, we could push it, but it actually feels like it works, and you sort of believe it, even though it's a pretty radical idea, but you actually kind of like, oh, maybe it could work. But then the thing we had just started talking about a little bit more was that idea. Just think if we had 2 more weeks, like, once we have where these things go, it's like, how do they start to really get a little more character, a little more form, a little more, even spatially too, right? Because I think that's also what, right? They all kind of pop up. They all do this about the same, most of the same thing, which I think would be great. But it's like, maybe some are really low, maybe some are really high. And it's like, they spatially could have the same kind of intricacy as some of the dance halls that you were looking at and things like that, right? Because the dance halls have low ceilings. Like, the Broken Spoke has a really low ceiling to it. So anyway, nice work.
One more thing, I really see in your plan, I see like a small Texas town, and hopefully someday you'll get to visit those. But even like the central, courthouse on the square, it's kind of like your square, courtyard. So, but I think
that is so cute.
I like that a lot, actually. That's something that hadn't really come into the register, but that's I think a really good point. Like, it's not just the individual buildings themselves, but actually the way an old town would work, which is something that she's been looking at. That's great. All right. Next we have Rebecca.
Yes, hello.
Hey, Rebecca.
Okay, let me just go ahead and share my screen. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Hi everyone, my name is Rebecca. I don't have a background in architecture. I have a background in marketing and in French language. I am currently in Mexico in the border area, and I actually did live in Austin for a year. So I'm going to start with my project 2, because a lot of the concept ideas that I used in my final project were taken from here. So for the project 2, Will had asked us to think about he asked us to think about what Austin meant to us and then use that as an inspiration to the design. So there's this place that I used to visit a lot when I was in Austin. It's called Cherry Call a Dog. And this place was a big warehouse in East Austin that functioned as an art gallery. They had these art parties in the weekends, and then they had these live painting sessions. They had people dancing or doing acrobatics. You can go to the party and view the paintings inside and buy them. During the week, they also had these live drawing classes. And you could also just go in during their open hours and hang out and bring your stuff and do some art if you wanted. So what I really liked about this place was that sense of a non-hierarchical / non-selective community, and that they allowed you to express yourself but without forcing you. It also felt like a very friendly and inviting place. And those core values and concepts, I feel like those were what I actually felt about the city as a whole. So the next step was to find other types of places that might have different demographics that also embodied these values. So this one on the left is called Angel Hall. This is right outside of Austin. It's a traditional Texas dancing tall, and it was also have this very inviting design. I actually read about the architect wanted to make this look kind of like a church, and he put no tables in there. He just put benches on the sides to encourage people to dance. And then on the right side, we have Rosewood Park, which is located in East Austin. This park has had a history of segregation. It was meant originally to segregate the Black population in Austin, but they took it and reclaimed it. And nowadays, this is a community, it's a wellness center that has those values of community, solidarity, etc. And then moving on, another place where I found these values was the Austin tailgates, which were something very new to me. They also allow for like this expressiveness, everyone can join. You see sometimes whole families in there. So all of these places have different demographics, but they all kind of have the same ideas or concept behind them. And these down here, it's just a piece that I saw at the Blanton Museum, which I actually I took a photo of it when I was there because I really felt like it was sort of welcomed me into the city. So moving on, I had these abstract massings. I'm going to skip the videos for the sake of time, but these were meant to represent, they all can be twisted and reshaped without breaking. So they were meant to represent like also this idea of like a multi-purpose space that is constantly transforming or is like embodying different things at once. And then going back for my first project, this was not really, the shape is not similar or the ideas were very different, but one of the ideas that I did take from this, moving on to project 2, this one was originally meant to be just an art studio for one single person. So I had this idea where you have this vertical hierarchy, you have the first floor, which is the living areas, like the living sharing areas, living room, kitchen, then dining room. Then the second floor was meant to be the studio space, and then the artist could have their client meetings there, so that people could go up to the stair and they don't necessarily have to go inside the house. And the last one, third floor, is a bedroom and the private bathroom. So the idea that I took from here was this big studio space that I had originally made it so big because I thought, well, maybe this person, this was meant to be for a comic book artist, yeah, so illustration art. So I thought maybe the person has some friends that don't have this type of a space or they don't have the material so they can share it. So I took that idea for this project and I decided to make a co-working art studio in a sense, like those places that you can like pay a small fee and then you go and use it several hours a day and you have internet and space, etc. So I used those abstract massings kind of to start thinking about how the place would look like. I used this shape and I tried different configurations to find the floor plan. Another thing that I also thought a lot about was that shape of the tents and kind of how they develop. These are some tracings of like tailgates, and just study that kind of organic shape configuration that people don't really think about it, where they're going to put them up. And how does that look? And then I used that third model that I had, those kind of triangular shapes, which actually resemble the tents, just to keep going on with that plan structure. And this last one was the one that I chose to do my plan. So the final idea was that those like tent shapes actually became the roofs for the spaces. And here's the floor plan. So I had on one side kind of the studio space, and then the bathroom, the living room was a shared space. And then I had the living quarters on the other side. And then the middle part is meant to be a courtyard, but it was also meant to function as an art gallery. So there is a storage space here where things can be put in and out. So moving on to my third project, something that I realized while I was working in these other 2 projects was that I didn't think about the inside as much as I thought about the outside. I focused on the facade and then I treated the inside as an afterthought. So I decided to try to do the reverse and then think about the inside. I was feeling kind of weird in the beginning about this because I've heard about how bad the conditions are for the warehouse workers. So I decided to look into that first, and I found a lot of like posts in different online forums, and then I just went to search for articles and graphics. But basically, if you want to see like the top left, one of the main issues is that the bathrooms are usually so far, and the warehouse workers usually have a certain target of, for example, items that they have to have ready in an hour, and they don't really get a lot of time to go to the bathroom in between. I think the most intense thing that I read was that sometimes people will pee in like water bottles that they keep closed just because they don't want to miss the targets, because if you start missing a lot, it's really easy to get fired. And then in the right one, we just have some images on how painful it is and how people, they're really on their feet all day. They don't really get a lot of rest. The shifts tend to be like 10-hour shifts, and sometimes they have like, they could have either a one big break time, or they have two different, 20-minute breaks for lunch and for restroom. So I kind of made just a list here of the issues that I thought, well, maybe I cannot like change the way Amazon has their schedule set, but maybe I can use, try to help solve some of those issues with the design. So the main issues that I have outlined here is time, there's no time for like bathroom and lunch break, the physical stress, and also the lack of natural light that was also mentioned, or like the lack of just being trapped inside there all day. It's very stressful. Another thing that I was thinking here is that we were thinking about the site as a whole and what happens here. So this is a screenshot of the corner of the site. And on the top, there is this Catholic church. And on the side, there is this restaurant. And the name of the restaurant is actually the name of this Catholic book for children. It's pretty wide known in Mexico. So I thought funny. It was interesting that, well, funny and interesting that the person in the restaurant decided to do that, kind of like to welcome the people in the church in to eat. And these are some of the houses that are located there. So I was thinking, okay, well, if I can go play around with that, what happens on Sunday here is that people go to church and then they go to eat. And then maybe after they take their kids somewhere fun because they're probably tired of being sitting down. So moving on to my math and studies. This first one on the top left, that's the first one. That one I was just looking at the sizes of this place, these spaces, and seeing, just placing them where I thought they felt right. And then on the second one below, what I decided to add to keep with that story is a playground for children. So this blue little structure here was meant to be a playground. And if you look into the right one, this image here, it was kind of like that idea of having like some sort of tent structure that comes out of the warehouse to give shade to the playground. And then here I have put the art studios. I basically made these two different warehouses that look similar on the outside, but have different ideas in the inside. And then on the top right, you can see my inspiration for the art studio. And then the one below that, I just had a different configuration. And this one, I had some sort of central courtyard, the blue thing here, that was meant to be like a shared space for the art house people and the warehouse people. And then here on the top, I went back to that idea. I decided to use that idea of the two warehouses in the box, and it just played with different placements. And this one below, for the right one, at some point, instead of having a warehouse, I just took the warehouse out and I made this big tent structure, similar to the other one and similar in size to the warehouse that was just meant to provide shading. And I kind of changed the shape here, mostly because of parking issues. I started to think about the trucks and how they were going to get in. On the ones before, they were meant to go here in the front street, but that looked kind of weird. So I was trying to find a way to make that work. And then the last one below, once again, those buildings, the ones that are in the art center, they seem too close together and there was really no space to walk around. So I just took that out and just made the tent a bit smaller. And thinking about parking, it was just so much easier to have the people, the trucks like coming in from this side, that I ended up making a big switch and place a playground in the middle. There was also like here, there was no sense of like community or like joined together because there was that was like parking and loading area. So it felt like it wasn't going to work out. And then here on the right, I have some ideas for the warehouse. I had originally planning to do these big cutouts, but then I learned in construction class that windows in like really hot weather is not great. So I found this material that's some sort of translucent material that adds light in, but it doesn't really, it doesn't make it really hot, and it doesn't make you feel like you don't want to be there because of like the big window space. So then moving on a little bit, for the tent, this one on the top left, this is actually the US consulate in my hometown. I went to get my visa while I was working on this project. And I really like that tent structure because it's really light, it's really thin. So it provides a really nice shading without feeling obtrusive. Yeah. And then on the right side, this was an inspiration image for trying to find ideas to get, if not like natural light on the warehouse, it's something from the outside, kind of like ways to bring the outside in. And then in the images below, those are some ideas for the art center studios. I was thinking that they could be like these little rooms that kind of feel like homey in the sense that the shape is similar to the shapes of the houses in around that neighborhood. But they have different claddings and maybe different colors, to like kind of giving that homey feeling, but also making them feel like interesting and different. So this is my first floor plan when I started thinking about what happens inside the warehouse. So here I have this big cutout that I was talking about. This is kind of like the human zone that I was identifying. And here I just had a straight path to the cafeteria space and then the management office in here. And another thing that we were thinking was that, okay, maybe the people that live in the area are the ones that are going to be working here. So these are really long shifts, and maybe, you know, they don't have a time or they're not nannies available. So maybe their kids could come and go join the playground, maybe even the art center classes while they wait for their parents to leave. So if they do that, maybe like the workers have a shaded area so they can join their kids during the break room. And this could also serve for the people that are visiting, just to have a place to sit, and then they could even like use the cafeteria to eat as well. And then for the art center, the first idea that I had was this kind of like putting them all inside. And I had the reason why I did this placing that's not uniform, it's because when I think about art or art classes in general, I think about fun, about messiness, but also fun and just something that you enjoy. So I think I was trying to embody like that fun and messy idea on the placement of these buildings. And then moving on, the iterations of my floor plan, these were just really changing placement. I think we already talked about here. The biggest shape is on the biggest change is on the right side, where I changed the playground to the middle and I just open up that space. The warehouse, I made it more thin and elongated, and this one I felt looked more cohesive. Compared to this one feels like they're more like very, very different spaces, and this one makes them feel more unified because of the shape. And then this is the final configuration below.
Rebecca, we're about it.
Yes.
We're at 15 minutes, so just have to.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so these are some, yes. Do I keep going?
Oh yeah, definitely keep going. Just
Okay.
wrap up in the next couple.
Yes, okay. These are some of my roof studies. So I was trying to do like this roofing, which I had these big oculus open that allowed for light in. And then moving on to the plan. So we have the warehouse here and the art center, and these are my tents. These are the tent spaces. Here is a playground, and this is a courtyard area. So what happens here is that I figure the city of Austin would be a bus stop. So thinking about that, maybe all of the people that work here are going to be using it. I added this sort of a sculpture park and / sitting space. This is a bigger sitting space for the people to wait. And this sculpture park was meant to be kind of like something that attracts you to look over there. Like, for example, there are places that have these big signs in the corners and people go and take photos with them. So that was a function of that. Then you have the loading and shipping below. And then I decided to add this big greenhouse here. I wanted to have something that would force people to go in there, because if I just put it really separate, I feel like Amazon wouldn't let the workers go around there. So here you have to forcefully go in, around the space to move. And then we have the cafeteria open in the back, and then the playground and some outside bathrooms. And then here are the office, this multi-purpose room, the intention was for it to be for the community and could be used for the people that work here or for people that live in the area. So I put this sitting area because I figure maybe kids that are coming in and they want to, I don't know, maybe work on their homework, or people that want to work on projects and don't have the space where there's a lot of noise, they can make use of this. And then this is a meeting room. And then these are some private studios and the outside bathrooms. And then moving on to the final floor plan, I made this 1/16 scale model. And here we have, this is looking from the back. And this is how it will look if you're entering from the street on the front side. And here you can see this big space. Here I took the tent because it looked very wonky, but the tent's meant to be in the middle of this. And here you can see the little roofs. And the oculus are placed in places where the light, what I wanted the light to get in. For example, this art gallery and this painting studio, they have the oculus pointing to the north because I looked into it, and apparently the light from the north is much better than the one that keeps changing throughout the day. These are the private studios in the back of the multi-purpose area. And then this is the view. If you were going to the church or to the restaurant, this is a view that you would have coming into that site. And then I made a section of the warehouse just to show the transition spaces. I also added some seating areas for workers could rest, like maybe a couple of minutes while they do their next shift or the next thing they have to do. These are the restrooms that may have these walls for privacy. Then you go into the greenhouse back here, and then you have the cafeteria on the outside area. This is just a close-up, and this is just an aerial view. And I just want to close real quick. I have a video that I did in which you can find the sharing option.
Click new share, I think.
Let me see.
Or wait, oh, you're not sharing. Okay.
I'm not sharing, right? But I can see.
Try now.
Oh, I can try now. Yes. Okay, so I just wanted to show how the light, can you see that now?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to show how the light changes throughout the day. So I just used the lamp to reflect the exact position of the sun going. That's kind of like midday, and then we're gonna go into the afternoon soon. And there are the shades of the roofs. And that's it. Let me just go back and share the presentation. I have issues with Miro as well. So I'm just gonna put this, the thumbnails. There we go.
Okay, well, I can start. I think a lot of really good ideas here, Rebecca. I think just as a quick note, I think when you present, you don't need to go through all the iterations. I think there's mixed opinions on that, but for me, I think, I trust that you chose the right path in your project, and then it would leave a lot more time to actually talk about that path you chose and the building you designed. I think if you're presenting to a client, they don't care about all the things you scrapped in the past. Like they want, they want to know what your building's about. And you have really interesting ideas about these roof structures, which because you ran out of time, like that's where you should spend your energy. Like those are really interesting forms. Let's talk about the development of those. Just in the future, like I think you can skip a lot of the process stuff and have it available in case, it comes up, but really focus on the project, focus on your design. One thing I really like though about your early, which is different than design process, like iterations is different than design process. Design process, like you're going through the steps of how you came to the final design, which is really interesting. Design iterations are the offshoots that didn't work out. So those are different things. But in the design process, I really liked your initial combinatorial strategies of combining these different color units. And the one thing I wish a little bit more in the, as the building gets developed, it gets more and more complex, the program is more complex. I kind of wish that same strategy was applied to the final design. I feel like the parts became too disconnected. And what was so interesting about the initial design, models is that it was about the collection of them, about the aggregation. So some of them were aggregated in S shape, some of them were aggregated in different ways. And those different strategies of aggregation developed the overall whole in a really interesting way. And then you can evaluate that whole versus the other wholes. And I feel like once you fragment them all and spread them across the site, they no longer have that collective agency or that holistic geometry. And it doesn't mean they physically have to be connected. Like you could start developing landscape, interventions, or even like your roof structure starts to do it, the like big rectangle that you put like that. If that starts to become materialized, that could be a collective unit that starts to combine them in an interesting way. And I think it might give a little more interest, I think, to the way in which these things come together. And then I would say, like, since that's a design strategy, apply that strategy in multiple ways and multiple scales. So right now it's being applied just at the scale of the room, but inside each of those blocks, you have division, you have restrooms, you have storage. And there you've used a totally different strategy. You've relied back on like conventions of architecture, and you're not using the same strategy designed for the whole project at those small scale decisions. Like it'd be really interesting if you zoomed in on one of those and the restroom started to shift within the space and there are different organizational strategies for those parts within each building. And then I guess the final comment, I really like, I mean, similar comment to the first project. I like the cartoonish aspects of the color. And I don't think like, I think you're on the fence of keeping that as a diagram and going all in on what that color is. And I would push you into all in. Like, I really like the precedent that you looked at. I really like the introduction of color. And I would say like really, really go there and figure out, don't just let it be a color piece of paper on a model, but what is that? Like, what is a red material versus a cyan material versus a yellow? Is one like dense and thick poche? Is one thin, like the structures you're looking at? And really like explore that. Of course, it's your first big project, so these are all things that you develop over time, but there are things to think about as you keep working on this.
The final colors, the idea that I had was that these are colors that I see a lot in East Austin, especially in the parts that are more Hispanic. So I kind of resemble like those colors that I've seen also in piñatas. So that was kind of what I was trying to do with the colors in the art center. Yeah.
Can you go to, Rebecca, can you, sorry, I don't want to make a comment. Just go to 25 or 24 or just another image. Just make an image big, just so we can, so when other people are talking.
I agree with Corey on the color aspect. I think you go all in on it, and I think it fits in with the kind of playful quality that you were talking about. I think there's something really nice about the color in your project. I also there is a kind of a wholeness that's missing to your project, and I really appreciated your kind of analysis early on of these dance halls and the tailgate. And there is an organicness to a tailgate, but there is still, it's within a parking lot typically, that there's underlying rules, there's underlying structures to how it works. And I think finding the underlying rules that your system plays within might place these a little bit more precisely, or give you some sort of order to them that would then make them read more as a whole. So even in your like diagrams of kind of some of the tailgates, you started to read some of these overall forms that I think were probably coming out of like the shape of the parking lot or things like that. But I think the system that you did develop here that was really smart is this roof structure. And I think spending more time investigating that would have been, or explain, I think how you started talking about capturing light and the different light qualities and kind of tuning the light to these different spaces. And I think you could have taken this roof strategy and also brought it over to the warehouse, where you talked about, oh, you don't want to overheat the space. But I think, like you said, the northern light, there's lots of precedents of sawtooth structures that are used in warehouse spaces that I think you did a smart thing of tuning it here. And I think you could have linked it into the language of the large building. And then it starts to read as a whole composition a little bit more tightly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, what I love about all of the work that you've shown and in seeing your process is that you have shown a sensitivity to the worker in the factory or in the distribution center itself, and you've thoughtfully incorporated program to address that, program and adjacencies, through the bus stop, through the cafe, through the greenhouse. And so I think it's taking that same sensitivity to the worker and applying it to the architecture as well, is sort of just repeating what Vincent said slightly differently. I think thinking about how you give that worker natural ventilation, light, and also a structure that has a sense of identity beyond just the fulfillment center is how I would see you continuing to progress that sensitivity to both that user and the larger community that it sits in, which I think you have shown a real sensitivity to.
Thank you.
Well, those are all great comments. I definitely agree. And I think maybe something that could help, make the parts more of a whole, like a place to start with is, you have this interest in the apertures. And I really think you could start to have a real dialogue between the buildings if you start to kind of think about how one aperture might relate to the aperture in the next building. So without even physically joining them, that would be like my first thing I would explore. And then another thing, so if you go to another view, I do see that you have this kind of like white structure in some areas, or maybe this was an earlier.
The trellis.
Trellis.
Yeah. Okay, this one's.
Yeah, I actually think something like that, if it were maybe
I don't know, developed a little more could be successful, and giving a very light touch that's sort of, you know, hinting at the connection between these things. So I think that's actually something that I feel could be helpful. And what I like about it is it's very, you know, it's very ordered in contrast to, you know, all of the other distinct little buildings that you have. So I think the juxtaposition between that can be really powerful. And then the final thing I would say, just thinking more about the ground plane. So right now, I love how you're representing it with the colors, and it's very bright. But I think, you know, another thing you could develop is you're just showing like basically what I assume is a swath of grass. But how are these little spaces knitted together with paths or with other, you know, landscape interventions?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we're out of time. Thank you, Rebecca. I think those are all great comments. I am to blame. The trellis is part of the design, but we talked about it because in the model from the perspective views, it was throwing things a bit. So that's why she mentioned it was supposed to be there. I do think it works in some ways. So what people are talking about is kind of bringing it back together a little bit. So I think it's, in a way, it's working in plan. But yeah, I think it's a really interesting project. So thank you. Okay, Mac, I think you're up.
All right. Is that showing up full screen for everyone? Perfect.
It is.
All right, good afternoon. My name is McInnes, and I'm currently in Nashville, Tennessee. This is my first semester at UT Austin. I did my undergrad at Vanderbilt in engineering science with a concentration in sustainable design and civil engineering and an art minor. So I'm excited to share some work with y'all today. So to start with phase one of our semester, the private studio and residence, coming off of this summer of kind of quarantining multiple times between the end of school and the start of summer jobs and coming in and out of town and all that. I was fortunate enough to be able to quarantine in a cabin up in the woods. But I always found myself wishing I had more of like a studio setup. So this project was something I've been thinking about for quite a while, but I have a background in ceramics. So wanted to create a private studio and residence just big enough for one person, as sort of a getaway, sort of a reclusive sort of retreat. But two themes I was looking at basically for phase one of the project was the first being rotation of massing as a reference to the process of throwing clay on a wheel. And the second theme, more of an abstract theme of like forcing occupants to pass through the studio space. So I have separated the bedroom area here and the kitchen and living area with the studio as a way to sort of necessitate more foot traffic there. So when it came time to find a site in Austin for phase two of the project, the aspect of Austin's culture that I was more immediately drawn to, there are two things. The topography of West Austin I found interesting, and the culture, sort of the vibe of East Austin. The idea of like keep Austin weird, a very free thinking and sort of bohemian lifestyle. And I was able to find a lot of really interesting short documentaries about how that culture has sort of been vanishing as Austin's been growing. So I was trying to think about a sort of solution or a way to speak into that. And Will told me about Boggy Creek Farms. And the idea of urban agriculture is something I've been fascinated with, and I think is a promising solution to sort of some of the urban problems we see. So also down here, this I looked at the art of Richard Long, British land artist, sort of reminded me of agricultural themes, but also just an exercise in like context between organic products in sort of sterile environments and sort of the inverse of that as well. Just how to sort of approach bringing agriculture into more of an urban fabric. So as I developed project 2, I wanted to basically have a space for Austin artists to live and to grow food to sort of supplement the living cost, and as a way to sort of showcase their art to the community. So I introduced this sort of scheme of stepped agricultural space on the site. And I ended up choosing a site, an adjacent lot to Boggy Creek Farms. Actually, there was a lot there that worked out well for the size I was looking for, about 4 to 6 artists living there full time. So
I'm sorry to jump in. Just you might want to speed up just a little bit, okay? I mean,
yeah,
keep
sure.
going, but just you have about 5 more minutes before we want to jump in for questions.
Okay. So getting into project 3, I wanted to basically keep the same program or elements of the same program from project 2. I wanted to have artists in residence and basically fully realize urban agriculture across the 2 programs of the Community Arts Center and the Amazon Fulfillment Center. And that was something I had a hard time with in project 2. So the figuring out a way to sort of marry all those 3 things together was kind of the main thing I focused on through my modeling and drawing. So I started with sort of the hard program of the Fulfillment Center and Art Center with sort of an amorphous organic circulation path. Broke it up eventually into sort of residence over here for the artists, transitioning to a gallery and a multi-purpose space, and then having a separate massing for the studios, dance, sculpture, painting, and ceramics. And then over here in the 3rd massing block being the Amazon Fulfillment Center. And I wanted to, given that my interest in urban agriculture, wanted to have like an Amazon Go grocery store as opposed to movement of like packages that people are ordering, and then supplement that with produce grown on site. So kept just sort of iterating through the massing, and then the feedback I got from mid-review, I needed to find some formal logic and add some constraints to the project in order to sort of narrow down the scope of what I was doing. So I looked towards permaculture as a way to sort of create some symbiotic relationships between maybe having chickens on site and collecting rainwater, fish ponds and that sort of thing to fertilize the water, to fertilize the crops, to increase yield and all that. And through that process, I decided to open up the middle of the site here along Lion Street. And I just had initially laid down a flat piece of farmland represented by the corrugated cardboard here, and then tried putting like a shed space for storing the tools and everything underneath that, and then just sort of messed around with cutting the cardboard in a certain way. And that led me to a pretty big design change and a couple of quick gestural models here that ultimately kind of gave me the direction I needed. So just 2 schemes here, one a little more angular, one a little more curvilinear, leading to my final plan that was developed. So the overall distribution of the massing didn't change a whole lot. I still have the residence over here on this end, separated by some farmland, and then the studios separated here, and then the Amazon Fulfillment Center and grocery store on this end. And here's my final model. And with that, I'll go over to Moreau and share some reference photos. So there's my final model and plan. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions or comments.
Could you talk about the roof, the undulation of the roof? Is that just responding to the interior program below, or does it have some relationship also to the garden and vegetation strategy on it?
So it's kind of a nod back to the topography of West Austin that I was interested in project 2. Just a way to sort of bring some of that over to the east side of town. And it also responds also to the program underneath. For instance, this block here is the residence. So these residents, the rooms themselves are elevated on the second floor, and then underneath you have the sort of living and private workspaces for the artists. So it was sort of determined, the curvature of the roof was determined by where there needed to be 2 stories and where it needed to swoop all the way to the ground to allow sort of foot traffic to traverse over the top through this sort of channel here.
And am I right in remembering you have a structural engineering background?
Engineering science, civil engineering, sustainable design.
It makes me, I mean, there's growing anything, particularly in urban agriculture, thinking about how you irrigate it and how you handle water systems is really important. And so the shapes that you've generated and the way that you've rendered them in your model tend to look like stepped rice paddy sort of agricultural systems, and those help channel and filter water, which is really interesting. Maybe a happy accident. And then, you know, the curving forms could obviously have a structural implication that might help you mitigate the additional weight. And so it seems like you've stumbled upon some interesting kind of interdependencies that you could certainly take a lot more credit for, even if they're accidental, but maybe also if you were to develop this further, I think those are really interesting areas to continue to pursue. What I do think is great is taking that program and transforming it to really allow you to continue developing the ideas from your second project. And I think the way that the form kind of occupies the full site and is really intentional about being carved away for trees kind of exclusively is a quite strong visual reference. I think though, again, if you were going to continue this, how those facades are meeting the street, meeting the different kind of adjacencies, whether it's the farm or the residential components or the creek, would be another way that you'd want to continue to develop that architectural language, is differentiating the facades.
Thank you.
You mean the facades, the white, what's sort of shown as white? Is that what you're talking about, Sarah?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the facades, I think, is like the next step for me, because I think when you look at the plans, you don't get a clear sense of where openings are or what that language of opening is. And so the model is very, very intriguing and very beautiful because it feels like this carved, pure object. But that object is something that will have some sort of materiality, some sort of language of opening, and I think then that starts to transform that object, and it becomes fairly different than what we're seeing there. And I hope it would retain that kind of massive feeling, like that the earth has gotten pushed up, and how you actually create opening and create spaces that are places where people would want to like spend all day, or community spaces, or like warehouse spaces. They have different lighting requirements and like still being able to maintain that massive quality, I think is the next level of kind of refinement that this project deserves. And it'll be challenging and interesting to see how you would actually achieve those elements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think that the roof is so beautiful. It's so textured and really rich. And you can just imagine it being planted with, you know, every variety of color plant. But the only thing is, I think, you know, you'll miss a lot of that when you're you're in this residential scale neighborhood, kind of like won't really be able to see that texture. And I don't know if you have an idea about, people going up onto the roof or kind of like participating in the urban agriculture, but I think that could be definitely something to explore, so you don't really miss the sort of beauty of the project. Yeah, and then the openings, that's definitely something that you're going to have to think about, and getting light into the spaces below, because it looks very cavernous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think I think the comment about bringing order to the project was a good one at mid-review. I wasn't on yours, I don't think, but I think it is what led to this really unifying roof, which I think is really the interesting aspect of your project. It feels a little bit though like the plan doesn't have I don't know, it feels like you're making decisions. Sometimes you're making decisions with a high level of intention, and sometimes you're just making them casually. And I feel like the casual ones are not doing your project a service. So for example, like where the kind of cyan color is poking into the green color, that feels pretty intentional to me. Like over here, where you have to start to have an intervention of one of the spaces into the other as a design, like as an ambition of the design. You know what I'm talking about?
Put your
Where you have on the right, yeah, a little more right there, like that, where that chunk starts to go and intersect the other one. That's a really interesting kind of moment where you start getting overlap between these two different programmatic programs. But then on the left, where you just kind of have angled walls for angled walls' sake, it doesn't feel like it's not being driven by the design intention or the idea. And so I just think like the idea is strong enough as it is to have this kind of curved roof that's unifying everything, that I just wish you'd be a little more intentional with each design intervention, because the richness will come as you develop the project. So for example, cutting it out in order for to keep those trees as part of the project. Super interesting effect on the geometry and the overall project. What Claire just talked about, adding skylights because some spaces need light. Boom, intervention in the roof adds richness and complexity. Adding, the residential units and the apertures on the facade, that's going to add richness and complexity. So I just feel like you're adding too much of the complexity at the beginning. That's really unnecessary, because your project can hold itself in such a way that adding the information into it will add that complexity naturally through the process. So it's just, I don't know, you'll learn this as you go for sure. But I just want you to be aware that like, you don't need to do all the complexity at the beginning. It can start to be an additive condition just by making these decisions one after another and introducing them into the project. So I think it's a really, really interesting idea.
Thank you.
That's perfect timing. We'll move on. Thanks, Mac. I think some of those comments about the plan were similar to some of the conversations we were having over the last couple of days too. So I think, but again, I think, strong, you made a big kind of jump, a bold jump, sort of, I don't want to say late, but it was, it kind of came a little bit later, and it was after this really talking about what some of the comments in the interview, one of the comments was the logic that Mac talked about, but also someone had mentioned that he wasn't taking full advantage of the materiality of the actual corrugated cardboard that he was using. Like it has the ability to be flexible in one direction, or actually in multiple. And it sort of took a while for him to make that leap, but then once he did it, it's very interesting. But I totally agree with Corey's comments, and it's something that, again, we've talked about a bit. And you've edited it down a little bit, which it was a little more complex in plan before, actually. And I think you made some good edits towards it. And I think I totally agree with Corey, though. It's just like it actually would be stronger if it's like pretty rational, and then you have this sort of thing that's very complex. And then again, if you start adding back all the other things that become even more complex, light, and what I keep thinking about is that green area that's between them. That's actually not really what it would look like once you actually started drawing in the geometry. Like if you were to cut this thing at 3 feet above floor level, you would actually have really thick pochade areas along that channel, and you would see some of the green that you're showing, but those little thin walls would actually become massive. And maybe like what Corey also was saying, was that blue area that's poking through, maybe it's kind of within that pochade area of the thickness of this actually undulating surface that you're cutting through. So the next step would be, which I know we didn't quite get to, the Rhino model, which is okay, but I think I would urge you now, it's never too late, like still develop this like for the next couple of weeks, right? Like bring this into Rhino, make the section cut, like start to explore what the geometry actually is that you've created, and see how your plan will have to adjust to it. Because it'll, yeah, like people are saying, it'll get really complex and rich without you having to make sort of like, I'm going to angle this wall 15 degrees just for the sake of angling 15 degrees. So I'm just mimicking mostly the comments, but I think they're really helpful ones. But okay.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Right. One more, and we're just about great on time. So we'll do Caitlin. Caitlin, thank you. Oh, we can't hear you if you're talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. All righty. So, hello, my name is Caitlin Crozier. This is my third vertical studio. I have a background in architecture and have worked in residential architecture here in Austin for several years before returning to grad school. I recommend utilizing Zoom's speaker view so that you can see both my video feed and shared screen. There'll be some schematic renderings of various moments of the project playing on a loop while I present my project slides. Oops. All right. So for my cultural analysis, I cast a rather wide net as to the most iconic cultural elements of Austin and stumbled upon this juxtaposition by accident. This is South Congress Bridge, adjacent to an image of Hamilton Pool. And you'll note the similarity in the arches, which kind of sparked my interest in this idea of the man-made versus the natural. So therefore, and here's another image of a reservoir in Enchanted Rock. So when looking for my mass cultural element, I chose an inner tube, a man-made craft, which enables one to interact with nature. And here it's shown in a pre-COVID Comal River, overrun with inner tubes and people. And contrasted with it is a more natural element of a cellular image of a plant under a microscope. And these two images, as well as the previous two, were instrumental and impactful in the design process and in my exploration of density, inflatables, and this idea of squishing. So shown here are the kit of parts for our first project. In addition to some massing studies, the primary feedback I received from this project was that these elements were too separate, too distinct, and basically that there wasn't enough squishing, for lack of a better word. So as part of my investigative studies, let me just pull this up. So as part of my investigative studies and resolving the lack of overlapping elements, I did some experiments with alcohol inks. I loved the way they bled into one another and pushed up against one another. And these are the qualities I aim to emulate and apply to my project. So for project 2, I utilized my paper model as a template. So this model here, and then blew up balloons inside of those cylinders and made each of the balloons to scale, each representing a programmatic element. I then wrapped them in a skin, which resulted in some unexpectedly interesting forms. It also served to reinforce the idea of communing with nature via indoor-outdoor relationships by creating exterior-interior spaces inside of the skin, but outside of the walls. So this skin actually became very influential in my final design for project 3. And then here are the plans. And this plan to me best represents that sort of just like a beginning even into that investigation of overlapping program and the idea of like squishing programs and these spherical parts together. And then also there's the idea of the interior versus exterior versus exterior space. So for project 3, I started with some paper models with elements representing program in a manner similar to the methodology we all used in project 1. And then from there, I moved on to processes similar to project 2, utilizing balloon massing studies, having had great success with the more natural processes of the alcohol inks. I experimented with some no-pop bubbles generating some really interesting formal arrangements that became influential in the arrangement of the 3D model. And so for the mid-review, I presented the following collection of imagery and floor plans. The main ideas being that of hiding the unsightly parts of the program via sinking the program into the ground, i.e. the transportation, the Amazon warehouse program in particular. I also focused on encouraging walkability through the site and weaving through the trees so as to maintain as many of the trees on site as I was able. But some of the feedback I received was that I was still struggling with this idea of the programmatic elements being too separate, too distinct, and just not overlapping enough, not reaching that goal of like squishiness. It was also pointed out that simply burying the Amazon program underground wasn't really considering the program sufficiently. So in response to this feedback, I turned to a digital platform of Rhino and Grasshopper. I used Grasshopper to generate some randomized, very dense forms, and that can be seen in this column here. Ultimately, though, in exploring those plans in just sketches and laying them out, I realized that it was too sporadic, too massive, and didn't fit the programs as needed. Like programmatically, it wasn't working. However, it did facilitate a shift in my thinking from viewing the Amazon program as something to be hidden underground to instead something to be intermingled with the Art Center, overlapping and squishing them together. So since the purely parametric strategy wasn't working, I went back to the specific circles signifying program, like in Project 1, as can be seen here. And this time I used what had been gleaned from the Grasshopper study and the feedback from the mid-review to create a much denser version of the layout. And it can be seen in this far right column, the different studies. This bottom right is the closest one to the final iteration. And as you can see, the plan kind of wraps around the tree, blocking it from the neighborhood. And instead of, and the feedback I got from that was that it was kind of cold and uninviting. So I mirrored it in the end, and it accomplished several goals instead of one. So here it is shown wrapping around the tree in the other direction. This is the final design. And this one is more inviting, and then it also allowed me to engage more with the creek basin as a result of pushing the program up, out and into the creek. And so these pathways were laid out. They're mimicking and kind of highlighting the circular nature of the plans themselves. They're meant to facilitate both pedestrian and cyclist access in an effort to encourage alternate means of transportation. Bike racks and showers have been provided, and even a potential bus stop can be seen in some of the renderings. A catwalk of sorts has been provided overhanging the water, encouraging more interaction between Boggy Creek and the neighborhood residents and the Amazon employees. The building itself is kind of similar to the imagery shown at the beginning of the slides. It towers over the site, bridging the 3 distinct touchdown points of vertical circulation. The elevated bulk of the building serves to create covered space on the ground floor, providing shading relief to pedestrians and employees alike when enjoying the grounds. So these images represent much of the program housed within this project. There's an open warehouse element with a conveyor belt and human processing. Separately, there's a purely machine element where it is assumed that Kiva, I call them Roomba bots, will shuffle and move the storage elements of the warehouse around. So rather than having fixed shelvings, it will be an ever-changing, ever-moving fluid storage system. Additionally, an Amazon four-star store, say that 10 times fast, is to be located on site, providing goods and services for residents and becoming an incentivizing commercial element for Amazon to take advantage of the frequent visits of the patrons to the Art Center. So the incoming goods come in here via semi, where they're unloaded and processed, and then they go up on this conveyor belt here. And then the Amazon 4-star center can be seen here, conveniently located at the prime location overhanging the creek. Imagining and envisioning a full creek bed in the best case scenario, while providing pedestrian access to the creek bed if this isn't ultimately feasible. And then some of the Kiva storage systems can be seen here, and the outgoing packages are collected to be delivered via those Amazon Prime vans here. And then here can be seen the open concept of the warehouse. There's an interesting sort of didactic split between human and machine inhabitation. Restaurants have been placed throughout for easy access to employees. Additionally, break rooms and break stations have been spaced throughout the warehouse. And then the stair towers are enclosed in spaces, allowing for visitors to the Art Center to look in without interfering with the workflow of the warehouse. Similarly, guests walking the catwalks of the art program above may look down into the warehouse spaces below. And here can be seen the bulk of the community center. A cafe has been located to provide sustenance for both employees and artists alike. Much of the circulation is open to below, while the studios themselves are fully enclosed, maintaining a balance of connection and privacy. The skin of the building serves to create a poche in some places while becoming inhabitable interior-exterior spaces in others, ideally suited for guests to enjoy a sheltered outdoor balcony or gallery space or circulation. Another purpose the skin serves is to allow for large glass openings, serving as a barrier between the occupants and the harsh rays of the Texas sun. And then located at the top of the structure is the penthouse dance studio, complete with covered roof terrace. And then here can be seen the elevations where you can start to see some of the bridging elements that encourage the pedestrian access, as well as how the project starts to interact with the creek bed, whether it be full or empty. And then I'll conclude with these images of the sectional model. This one here is shown without the skin, and then this one with the skin applied, showing the way that the light filters in, and then also just like the sectional relationships of the warehouse space versus the community art center above. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caitlin. I guess I'll jump in. So I guess the first thing I want to revisit is your very first image with the arches, and you are talking about the man-made versus the natural, right? So I think this is time for you to kind of revisit this. What I'm missing from your building is it feels very very removed from its context, and it's very exciting. It's wild, and I love that you explored this, especially as your first studio. Why not? But I think one of those bubbles should be kind of like sliced open for some entryway where you're kind of engaging the site and engaging the people that are entering the building. And then also you had mentioned kind of this tension between man-made and natural, and they are interested in that. And I'd like to see that kind of explored more. So maybe the landscape starts to kind of start getting woven into this building, so it's not so much just an object. I think it could also use some sort of an anchor, whether it's like, I don't know, if you begin to think about the structure of this, like, is it tied down in places? Is there something that's kind of like, acting as a foil to these just kind of like geometries that you're having? And then another thing, last comment I'll have is, I think, the idea of the shroud wrapping everything, I think that could be really beautiful, but I want to have more of an idea of what's happening inside. Right now, it feels pretty unspecific. Sorry. You know, someone walking by wouldn't have any idea of all the things that are going on. And I wonder if like those different bubbles, the distinct areas could, you know, be colored or something. So you're just getting a peek of them through that shroud that then envelops everything. I don't know, just there's more, I think there's just more that could be given to the neighborhood, you know, in return for this big intervention.
I think Claire, I think those comments are spot on. I mean, in general, I think the project's really interesting, and I think I particularly like the study models and everything and the process that you went to. But I think all along you've been obsessed with this circular form and kind of been chasing that. And it does seem like this is fundamentally, like, how would this project change if you moved it to a different city or a different site? Like, it seems like you would still end up with a circular form because that's what you were interested in. So I think there is questions about context, and particularly with Amazon, I think it's interesting to think that, you know, they have their headquarters in Seattle, which is a basically spherical building. And so it almost feels like Amazon is invading with its architecture in a kind of way. But I think that there's some opportunities to create some hierarchy with the sizes of the spheres that might indicate entry, like Claire is suggesting. Then the new kind of thing that you introduced versus, I guess, the Amazon spheres is this. Is that the mesh on the outside that kind of unifies it and brings it all together, but that isn't really explored the potential of that, or at least it didn't come through in your presentation. There is, like, you see the poche, but you don't really occupy that space, or you're not in using that space. And so the potential to explore that kind of that in between zone, or this kind of not inside the building and not outside the building, but this kind of in between space, I think could have added a little bit to the project.
Yeah, show them the plan. I mean, a good comment. There is, yeah.
Oh, there is,
there is where in the plan it
nice.
starts to get more specific. Yeah, so you should go through that, Caitlin.
I mean, I was just going to add, I think your plans in terms of their core partie, where a program is laid out, how double height space and walkways are created is really interesting. I think even maybe how the goods are actually kind of moving across the site is quite interesting. And I think it's really, you know, for better or worse, you have taken a very strong formal idea through to its logical conclusion, and you've demonstrated that you certainly can do it, and you can make something that works, I think, functionally and spatially. I think the language in the end is overpowering. I think it's maybe hard to actually see some of the intelligence in your plan. And so an exercise for you to do would be to think about how you would distill down the functional adjacencies, the spatial characteristics without that formal language. Because I think there's quite a lot of success there. But yeah, I think that that exercise of exploring a singular formal language, you have done it a service, but I think it's also interesting to get to the end of a project in a semester and think about the things that are difficult to explore when you're only wedded to that one language. So it's just, I think that's just an interesting thing to reflect on as you move into like your next studio and your next series of projects. Yeah, but it's everyone's work's really commendable, and with that, I have to actually sign off a bit early. So thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, I think I agree with those comments. I really like your project. And before I make a comment, I just want to comment on your presentation. I think it's really ingenious to use your profile as the video and also the screen share as your board. I haven't seen that yet, so just want to commend you on that, on being inventive within the Zoom atmosphere. I think that's really nice.
And 10 minutes on the dot. I timed it.
And 10 minutes on the dot.
Yeah, sorry.
Good work. But yeah, so about the project, I think, I really appreciate the kind of development of the language. And I think it's a really well-developed project. I think you've encountered really interesting moments within the project that you're starting to find within the screenshots and the renderings. And I think it's really about a project about editing. I think if I were to think about what the next phase of this might be, it would be editing in two ways. I think editing in terms of what do you keep, like a traditional sense of editing, but also editing as in what you identify within the project that has value. And so I think is a really good move to add density. You made the comment that after mid review is about densifying these bubbles. And I think that's really important because what density allows is for more and more overlaps, which allows then more and more material from which to edit. And so, you can start to, by doing that, you could use the material you've already created to create all the walls, all the geometry that you will need when you start executing the project. If things are too far apart, you're just left with bubbles. And then any kind of material you need to add has to be a kind of artificial addition to that. When they're so close together and overlapping, you can sometimes remove, sometimes include, sometimes, figure out what the overlap is and add different materialities to it. So I think that was a good decision. The next phase of editing, I would say, would be finding out those moments that the intervention adds value or something new to the project. Because I agree, I think the bubble becomes a little bit dominant. I think it works for the exterior, but I think on the interior, it's not as necessary as it is on the exterior. So moments what I think are really powerful are in this plan on the right by the office, where the office and the cafe overlap. Like that geometry there, in that poche, if you just were to like take that moment, that's no longer a bubble, right? That's a different geometry that you've come across. You know where I'm looking? Yeah. The cafe, right between the cafe and office on the right. You see that moment? Yeah, like right there. If you just look at the black poche there, that's not a bubble. That's actually a new geometry that's been developed through the intersection and overlap of multiple bubbles. And so you don't need to retain bubble there anymore. Like you can use that geometry as its own fragment, its own piece within the project, and look for other ones on the interior that have that same quality, that allow a little bit of flexibility. Because if you start to detach that from its bubble and allow it to be its own object within the space, then you can add flexibility, variability within that piece that you've now created. Like it could get wider, it could start to get elongated, it can detach itself from that original infrastructure. I wouldn't do that on the exterior, but I think on the interior, you can start to allow yourself some of that freedom. And also, I think allow some of the other pieces that you add into the project, like restrooms, those tables, movable platforms, to also engage in that material. So that's a new element, a new geometry within this world that might start to, create new figures within the space that are bubble-like, but not actually from those original bubbles. I think you can allow yourself some freedom to develop within that. And then the last comment I'd say, I like this outer kind of skin, and I agree with the comments about what is the relationship between the bubble, like the very pure bubble, and the skin itself. And it had me thinking a little bit, also related to your ink dot exercise, about the movie Arrival. I don't know if you've seen that, but in that movie, there's a really good scene where they like develop a whole language of these alien beings, and the language is about this kind of sphere, but within that sphere or the circle, it's broken up into that's a very similar kind of ink dot fragmented logic, where you start to see these kind of spreading of the ink and spreading of these geometries, but they all have meaning within them. And I wonder if you could start to classify the geometries in a similar way, where you have, a classification for what is a best restroom intersection, what is a best furniture, bubble condition or overlap condition. And it just takes a bit of editing to figure out what conditions are working best for what kind of programs. But anyway, that was kind of long-winded, but I think, I really like the project. I think it's given you a lot of material to work with. And apparently, Caitlin, I don't think we can hear you.
Yeah, you're really quiet.
Sorry, were you asking me questions? Because I didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know what's up with my computer. No, I mean, that sounds really good. That's really helpful. And I do know what you're talking about developing that formal language of those ordering systems of where an intersection makes the best, whatever programmatic element that makes sense. I will say that I do recognize that this was an intentional study in bubbles, and that obviously, yes, I could have conformed more to the site and to the neighborhood. But this project definitely developed out of project 1 and 2. Like, this was not something that I set out to create. Like, I love spheres. Like, I know Corey's been on other reviews and knows that like I have a wide interest in parametric architecture. But like, it was just something that grew out of project 2, and then it became something like, what if an Amazon building was spherical? And so obviously, yes, I do concede that, yeah, it could be more contextual, but I will say it was very intentional, and I recognize how it can be overwhelming. And I really appreciate your feedback, Corey, on how to make that interior start to develop a life of its own, separate from the exterior reading.
I think, Caitlin, would you go to some of your, do you have any of your renderings on your board right now? Can you?
Not on my board. I can pull them up though.
Oh, that's okay. Well, they're still flashing through on the side. I can see them. There's just some areas where I feel like at a small scale, they're starting to do that. Like, even remember when we were talking about when you started chopping the bottom sides of the spheres on the bottom level? I mean, it's a subtle move like that, but even just like what I think what Corey's saying a little bit is to like start breaking it up a bit more. And I actually think it gets more interesting when you do that, because kind of going back to that point of it being a little overbearing. So it's like by cutting those flat planes off the spheres actually makes the geometry even more powerful. So it's like, I think that in part is sort of what we're saying. It's like by actually reducing the intensity at points, it'll make it even more, it'll make it better, more beautiful. And again, you've heard me talk already too much, so I don't want to take much more time, but I agree with the comments, and I think you probably, you have a keen eye as well. And so I would probably say you wouldn't argue drastically with some of the comments about it being a bit overbearing from the neighborhood. And again, I think we even maybe went into that knowing that image right there that's on the screen, I think that one's good. There's certain images from the exterior where the thing actually feels like it has mass and weight to it. And the drapery actually feels like it has real physics to it. And that's when it's, I think, a lot more successful than when, like, there's some images where it feels like it's almost like it's floating on top of the geometry. And I don't think it's as successful there. But I do think you could look at like even some Greg Lynn stuff, just to look at like his toy sculptures and the way that he stacked things that have almost like, and when I talk about that physicality of the weight to this thing from the exterior, if it was less of an alien spaceship and a little more of like a big stuffed animal, and again, I'm not saying you actually make it a stuffed animal, but if it had a little more of this quality that was like, and for some reason I'm thinking of a big stuffed animal with weight and it's sort of like heavy. I don't know, there's something, I feel like there's ways you could look at other inspiration, because I agree it should feel like it's kind of somehow situated in Austin, and it has some of the kind of, I don't want to go as far as say like the keep Austin weird thing, but because that's a kind of it can be a little bit of a placeholder, but something where it does feel a little more specific. I do agree with that. And I don't know. So I was thinking of Greg Lynn, and I was thinking of, I'm drawing a blank now, I wish I wasn't, but of the artist that does the Coon sculptures, like the big giant inflatable. You should look at some of his work. They're really shiny, big, colorful. They're mega balloon animals. And again, I'm not saying you go crazy that direction, but I think some of that could be informative, where it's like, look at some fun things that have similar qualities to what you're looking at. So you're not just looking at sci-fi, but look at like, what are the other versions of it? Like the Macy's Day Parade kind of stuff, right? Like maybe that can help inform a little bit more to this, that might make it feel a little bit more palatable too. So anyway.
I think it's an incredible resolution that you got to on this project though. And the plans, like when you had it up on the screen, it was really fun to like kind of explore all the kind of different spaces that you really like resolved a really hard geometry. And so I do really commend you on like taking this to a very in-depth level and really understanding it in a deep way. It's a really engaging project. And the site plan, I think you also engaged with the site in a really deep way, understanding how like traffic flows move through there, but also like connecting the geometries outward. So I think it's overall a really nice project.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And I probably shouldn't say this. I even at times would say like, you don't have to figure out every inch of this thing, but I feel like Caitlin kind of did. And it was like, I'm still very impressed with it because, it's a very complicated geometry. And if you look at each of the spaces, it actually, it works. It's impressive. So Caitlin, could you flip through those really quick as they're up on the screen? And I know it's just after 5, so we also have to kind of end.
What do you want me to flip through?
Just these. I guess you already were, but they were just on one still image. I was just thinking while we're talking, if you could just be flipping, because I think there's some really nice renderings too. And just seeing some of this interior spaces, I think is pretty impressive. That's kind of one that I was talking about, where it feels like it has a little bit more somehow it feels like heavy. Like the balloon on the base is actually getting compressed. Like it feels like it has weight to it. I feel like it's a lot more successful that way. Again, just I'm speaking a little bit more aesthetically right now. But if you could bring some of that like life to it, I think is what it's needing.
It also starts to engage more with the ground plane and starts to actually engage with its landscape a little bit more, sinking into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And that probably could have been explored in greater depth.
Okay, well, any finishing comments for Caitlin and or closing comments for this afternoon group from the reviewers?
Well, I just want to say I really enjoyed it. I thought you had beautiful projects and exciting discoveries. So thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
And I would just add, it was really nice to see how each project developed so differently. You know, I think it's always nice in vertical when there's an armature for the projects that Will's given you, and then each project kind of goes in its own direction. And I think the variety of projects is nice to see, and also a really good development from the beginning to the end. So looking forward to seeing you next semester.
Thank you all for, I've seen kind of each of your projects along the way, and thank you for sharing such incredible work. Well, really great studio, but I think all of you did put a ton of effort in, like in a really hard semester, you know, and produced amazing drawings and amazing projects, and were really engaging. And I think it was said earlier that this kind of, how do you kind of this impossible problem, and how do you push these things together? And like, it's that discomfort and that tension there that I think continue to explore that in your projects. And then also think about what your main idea is and kind of find clarity in that idea, and kind of, I think Corey hit on it on like finding a way to edit out and get to the kind of core of your idea, and then add that complexity through the development of your project. I think that was something I took away from one of Corey's comments that I really appreciated. But incredible work, and it's a super fun studio to review. So great job.
Great. Thank you all, the reviewers. Really great conversation and very, very interesting comments. So thank you for taking the time. And congratulations to you guys, because you just finished your first semester, I think. So.
See you all later.
Bye, Corey. Bye, Claire. Bye, Vincent.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if I can let me see if I can